Futures back downside here once again this morning on continued tensions over in the Middle East. Oil back in focus here, back towards $100 to start the day off once again. Futures very, very volatile. Energy futures very, very volatile. Energy stocks back in focus. We'll get a little bit of jobs-related economic data coming up at 8:30 this morning as well, with initial jobless claims and continuing claims. Potentially can move the market if we do get a print again outside of what is expected. We're also getting some building permit numbers coming up at 8:30 this morning as well. But yeah, focus back on energy once again as we head towards $100 here. This is what happened yesterday to XLE. If you missed it, we're significantly higher, to say the least. 57.50 on news that multiple strikes within the Strait of Hormuz overnight for us. Throughout the day over there, obviously, of more oil tankers.
Yeah, you see those tankers on fire. Oman, basically all but halting production. Some of Iraq's, refineries extraction areas on fire as well. Does not look good. And this is all while the administration is saying the launch cadence is dropping. Whether you're looking at rockets, or you're looking at drones, supposedly dropping, but the impact seems to be there. And let's just be quite honest about it. The Strait of Hormuz, again, all but blocked. And here's the funny part. Apparently, Iran is shipping oil to China through the Strait of Hormuz, right? They don't want to aggravate the hand that feeds them, so to speak, because that's kind of the dark fleet that we've talked about. It used to be Venezuela, used to be Russia, or still is Russia, and Iran kind of sending these sanctioned oil all around the world. And Iran doesn't have any problem going through the Strait, Brenda.
No, and why would they? U.S. coming out this morning saying as well that escorts are coming for these oil tankers, but they're quote-unquote not ready yet to provide these security escorts through the Strait. So for the time being anyways, again, extreme volatility in oil markets going to be the case going forward here. Nvidia also worth a look here this morning. Back at significant support levels after what happened yesterday. Initial rally got faded. We're right back to that same level from yesterday's support levels. Ahead of 4 days away from GTC, the AI Super Bowl, as I saw it titled this morning. I mean, there's going to be a ton of product launches. There's going to be a ton of announcements coming from this. But I mean, the stock has been kind of choppy and back and forth ahead of that.
What do you think the focus is going to be on this year? Is it going to be robotics? Right, like what angle of AI they're going to take? I think there's probably going to be a little bit of robotics. I'm hoping for my for my cause here that they include some biotech in there so that we can kind of see some of these research windows get dropped a little bit. But there's a lot to talk about today too, Brenda. There's a lot of retail names moving as well. Dick's Sporting Goods and reporting earnings. Dollar General, a bit of a different look for both those, and Bumble.
I know. I was just
20.5%. People are still getting together.
I was just going to say, shout out to Whitney Wolf back in control of Bumble. Wow, 350, 290 up to 350 here this morning on a surprise beat for BMBL. Lots to look at this morning. Hope he's back with us again, and Sean, of course. Good morning.
And me, unfortunately.
Good morning.
Yeah, Bumble back to where it was 3 weeks ago. Amazing stock, that stock there. I always laugh at this because I do remember when she came on CNBC all dressed up and everything and claiming to be completely sort of changing the app game here. But this is what's up, Randy?
Ooh, Randy.
Randy, no.
What's up?
No, Randy, no. How's it going? Yes or no? No? Okay.
Oh, gosh.
This is what Bumble's chart looks like. So what a great stock. I mean, this name comes out at $70, of course, back in 2021. And it's never even seen anywhere even close to that. As we continue to go to the low side, right? Its high back in July was $8.64. Now the low is $2.60. So it should be a good day for Bumble. I have no idea why I have BBAI up. Those in the glass houses shouldn't throw rocks, I guess, with BBAI all the way to the downside right now as well. But yeah, I don't know. Like normally I would say we kind of buy ahead of this GTC because of what the boys were talking about back there, and the new technologies being introduced. There was a new deal today with Palantir and Nvidia, linking up and using software. I think those are the things that you're going to hear about next week. And it'll be interesting. The biotech thing will be cool. I think robotics, all of that is what it is. And even things you can't think about, right, is what we're waiting for. Blow our minds, Jensen. But the stock's not doing anything except for just blowing wind. I mean, it's just kind of like down to 180, back up to 185, and just hanging out right here. So we'll have to look to see. If for me, Nvidia, it's not even really on. It's always on the radar. I mean, it could be a big stock at any day. But I think the story is still the same, man. I think it's still going to be an oil kind of day. It's going to be looking at this market. It's going to be headline sensitive day one more time. You were just talking about the petrodollar there and the fact that some of these deals aren't getting done through the Straits of Iran with U.S. dollars and how that's going to affect
always been an issue
relationships.
In the past.
Yep. So
I was saying that anybody who's ever stepped off the petrodollar has gotten stepped on by the United States. It's just that's just the history there. But regardless, I don't really care about that. What I do care about is, yes, USO with a bid back up into 115s here, pushing up a little bit higher. Maybe, we were talking about this yesterday, potential for, it was a great short on Monday, right, coming in the overnight session. But if we actually get above some of these reference prices, again, even on crude oil, the crude oil futures, if we get above some of those prices, then yeah, definitely I'm looking for the potential of a strong squeeze. We can see that, Monday we had that solid trade, the 110 breakdown. There's a nice little flush. The day after, we get a little bit of capitulatory action down at 94s. And even yesterday, a slam into 101s gets picked right back up and then bids up even higher. So it's just like maybe the action is kind of telling us something here. But we'll see if we'll see if that'll come into fruition. A couple other names on my radar today. Earnings names. Stocks in play doing relative volume. Take a look at the path this one is taking off of its earnings report right here. Strong bid into the close. That's a bit of an interesting push. Definitely a buyer there. Take a look at some of these candles. Whenever I see this, I'm like, yeah, there's definitely a buyer kind of running this up. And then look at that on the reaction, just flushes all the way back down below prior day's lows. So I guess even on an okay report, we're pulling back into levels we haven't seen for a week on UiPath, but definitely doing some relative volume there. Bumble, you guys were talking about that, BMBL. I like this one as well. Didn't really look at the report. Oh boy, look at that. Wow, nice. Oh boy. So talk about a little bit of a miss there on EPS. But
well, you might as well go up 25% then.
Bidding up pretty aggressively here relative to what it's priced at, right? So that's what I have on watch here. Don't know if I'm going to get a match on this one in terms of a trade opportunity, but we'll wait and see. What's interesting as well, and the story continues on this one, Sean.
Short float on Bumble, 22%.
That's really good to know. Look at HIMS. This is definitely like the news is changing. I guess the narrative for a strong part of the selling that was happening, and you can see here strong bid consolidation, strong bid holding higher, strong bid yesterday, and now trading relatively higher than in terms of yesterday's range in the pre-market today on HIMS and HERS. Does it continue to do a little bit of relative volume? Probably not. We're getting, 3 days of decent volume here, so that RVol indicator might just be like, okay, well, we're doing about 1 times the average amount we've done in the past 5 periods. So watching that one. Oracle day 2s, if you're talking about day 2 plays, I like the NBIS as well. Strong close yesterday on NBIS. Large cap association there with Nvidia on this one. And yeah, I'm just going to keep it simple. It made a range after the strong drive yesterday, the lows at 108s. 110 was that weekly level here. If you can see a little bit of resistance happening here. You can see multiple bids over the past few weeks or the past couple of months haven't really been able to get past this 110 area. So I'm going to wait and watch to see if this finally kind of unfolds some of that selling pressure that we've been having there. But yeah, that's kind of what I have on watch. Let me know in the chat. Let us know what you guys are looking at. We're more than willing to look at other names as well. I want to know everything that's technically in play today. So we'll figure something out.
Yeah, I mean, look at the market even right now is starting to get a little downside feels to it. I mean, even just in the last half hour, we've really dripped 24,900 down to 24,800. Starting to get a little low here as the market, basically goes back and forth with this whole Iran stuff. I mean, you know, you're just getting so many different headlines all the time as we worry about, you know, what we were saying there, the oil markets here. The US dollar is another look that we can quickly have here. Upside, I was just looking at it, nice upside play there. Over the same time as the market's coming back in, we're seeing a little bit more strength here in the DXY. So, well, it's actually funny. It's kind of still in the range. Like if we go into a 30-minute chart, you're still, you know, you're not breaking that level of the high. We were just here last week and we were talking about 100, and then now it's just kind of hovering around. It's not as exciting U.S. dollar talk as I'd hoped there would be, but for right now, you do see the market starting to tick up. And then, as you had mentioned here today, we've got our watch list out, Dollar General's on there, Alphabet. There's a bunch of different names. We got trade balance, initial jobless claims at 8:30. So we did see a weaker jobs market. We'll see if that can hold as well. Expected 215 jobless claims prior to 213. So it's getting up there on the claims side as well. And yeah, so here, let me push this out. You guys have to get part of our watch list like immediately. And if you're looking for something to look at every single day, all the economic releases, you know, right here, anything trading in the pre-market, Oxy, HIMS, Bumble, Downside, Nvidia, UiPath, Snapchat, eh? Okay. There's Dollar General, Dick's Sporting Goods, Lee Auto, Adobe tonight with Ulta Beauty as well as Rubrik coming. And then here's all the stories, man. And we'll go through them at the desk and we'll talk about them all here as well. But Palantir, Energy, UiPath, Tesla, Uber, Alphabet, Nvidia. This is not even Sharif's note. This is a very condensed version of the top stories today in the market as we continue to go. There's the three earnings names this morning: Dick's, Lee Auto, and Bumble. Right there, Nutrien. I don't even know that story. I got to read about that there. Looks like Upgrade up 3% there, and then that's it, right? So check out our watch list, something that's absolutely free to everybody. You can go grab that link in description. Put a lot of work into that. We want to thank Adara for all of that. And then for all the members, you get Sharif's morning note. I have it open right now here as well. And check out the detail that is in this note. Well, one of the cool things that is available now is you could just click on whatever story. So, I was interested in Lee Auto's profit margin here, or I guess, sorry about that, profit plunge right there. So all the details right here about trader takeaway, what's the near-term outlook, and it's different for every story. What comes through. So Bumble, it's all here. How many pages today? Whoa, good thing that did not fall. Did that fall?
Nope.
Oh, good save. 16 pages of Sharif's morning note. So make sure you guys go grab that. It's something that all 5, 6 of us around here, don't want to say that magic combination of numbers again. It's one of Neil's favorite things to do. Yeah, Neil's in sunny Florida. I mean, I keep seeing yesterday the Jays lost to the Yankees, but it was a away game. So he's there every year. They go down to Dunedin and watch a little bit of spring baseball. So some of the best times. You know, warm weather and baseball doesn't get any better than that. We're getting ready to start our baseball season as well, and excited to do all of that. What's your summer sport?
I like basketball.
Okay.
I like playing basketball. I don't really watch. So the thing is, like you guys already know, I don't really watch too many sports. But in terms of playing, I definitely like to play basketball. Volleyball is a good one. Beach volleyball. I remember we haven't gone in a while. But
beach volleyball, that's training,
beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it gets it gets a lot out of you. What else do I like? It's been a while. I know Sharif plays tennis. It's been a while since I've played tennis. I really like badminton.
Yeah. What about
the quick
pickleball?
reflexes. I've tried pickleball. I've played pickleball with my siblings, and I'm just like, this is kind of a really slow version of badminton and tennis. It's just, yeah. I mean, it's fun. I'm not going to deny that it's not fun. But yeah, those are kind of my sports there. I like mountain biking. So I do some of that there as well. Didn't go snowboarding this winter, but yeah.
Snowboarding, my kids, he
Always
finished
down
his
to
last
shreds.
snowboarding last week. So
Nice.
Oil right now, thanks Hamster. What's up, Hamster? Hope you're doing well over there. Get in that hamster wheel. He says $92, and we're starting to go from CL. So this is the oil futures right now, as we talked about, up 7%, like ear to the ground, right? I mean, this market, once President Trump says, the Strait is open and there's either a ceasefire in the region or something like that, man, I'm just going to try to get over to the futures as fast as I can and either sell off the oil futures or buy the NASDAQ and just let's go. So, I mean, I'm waiting for that. I think that's going to be the big play. But you don't want to, I'm not going to sit on my hands and wait for that. But if that does come through, I feel like that's that next big trade. Yep. You know, the ceasefire trade. And whether or not it lasts, the trade might not last more than a couple minutes. But I think that word, and by a couple minutes, I mean like an all-day thing, but might not last a week. That's the ceasefire. Like, that's the trade that I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for that announcement. When it comes through, that's good. I'm not waiting for like, oh, the war is almost done, or we've almost taken out all the targets we need. And then you get Hegseth at the very next, or even 10 minutes later saying, okay, we're going to drop the most bombs we've ever dropped today. Like, I thought all the targets were gone, you know? So we're going to be excited to hear that when there is a ceasefire, and I believe that will be hopefully soon. And hopefully it's over the weekend, but I'd like it to be during market hours so we can take advantage of that. And we do have Adara dropping all the news, and we're attached to it as well here. So you're in the right space. Thanks for joining us. It's 8:15 right now. I'm looking at the futures. We're looking at a bunch of different names, earnings names and whatnot. Let's go back over to the desk. We will have Joe with options and upgrades and downgrades as well. Adara is here. Everybody's here today. So have a good one. And Obi and I will be right back.
Yeah, a few minutes to go here. We'll bring you some data coming up at 8:30 as well on the job side of things this morning. Lots of people talking about this one, POLA, rocket ship right now, 265 running into a little bit of resistance here in front of 275. I see absolutely nothing on this, so it seems to be just one of those wild runners here so far this morning. Definitely one that fits all or checks all the boxes, I guess, for you.
The breakout's on, Brendo, but as you said, lacking a catalyst over here. But there's the breakout, guys. This is the 5-minute chart on POLA, Pola. It looks like it really got the breakout there at 7:30. I'm going to keep my eye out on this one for any possible headlines, but uninterrupted to the high side, volume-weighted average price, just a bit ahead of 2.5, Brendo. I love when VWAP and the $0.50 overlap. It gives you that extra, room for support as traders look to get in at the $0.50, and VWAP's overlapping. We'll keep an eye on this one, up 35.
Yeah, tons of volume behind that as well. You mentioned this right out of the gate here this morning, some retail action to contend with today as well. DG downside, worth noting. We, if you zoom out a little bit, 140-ish is a bit of a level. We're below that right now, but again, very light volume so far. Dollar General, not the greatest report. We also had DKS was the other one coming through. Again, same story, not the greatest on the volume side of things so far this morning, but definitely a decent report here for Dix.
I don't get this. Like, you see Dollarama and Canada just can't stop opening new locations because demand is surging for Dollarama, an American or a Canadian equivalent to Dollar General. You're not seeing that here, though. You're seeing the Walmarts and the Costcos really do well, but the Walmarts and the Costcos, I'm not saying they're not doing well here, but Dollarama really booming, and you can kind of see that, too, in some of the numbers. They reported Q3 earnings this morning. Even though that top line number for revenue beat expectations, it's down 6% year over year, $10.9 billion. They were able to shore up costs. They brought in a $1.93 EPS that easily beat the consensus of 164. But I'm just really struck by the variances between our two economies.
Yeah, the other retail name that's worth noting here, no real significant news behind this today, but Nike. It's been an ugly 2 weeks, I guess, working on 11 days in a row to the downside here. We had that nice gap up yesterday. There was I think there was 1 or 2 positive notes from analysts yesterday on Nike, and then it just gets absolutely slammed all day long, basically going out on the lows. We're back to 55.40 here, so not a great retail situation so far today, guys.
No, I actually
like that nice.
Dollarama and Dollar General actually as stocks are very similar. If anything, Dollarama is closer to the 200 period than that of DG. I mean, Dollarama here, I agree with Sharif. I mean, it seems like they're opening stores everywhere. It hasn't gone anywhere in a year, Dollarama. So if you do like that, opportunity here in Canada, you can pick some of that up. I mean, I don't know if you do that on the back of this Dollar General number here, but look at the Dollar General chart. If you put your money in Dollarama back in June, like I was just showing you, you're at 0 right now. If you put your money into Dollar General, you're up 50%. So DG here in the States has been working, but to the point there, right now, doesn't look like it, man. Just like we just mentioned about Nike's had 11 straight down days. Obviously, this 5% is hurting right now, this big red candle, but you were starting to break on Dollar General anyways. And the numbers weren't bad, actually. 10 billion, 10.9 beats the estimates. So they beat on the top and the bottom line. They put out earnings of 193 versus 161. It might be the same store sales, 2.2 to 2.7%, which is what's bringing this down. Maybe they wanted a little bit of a better number, but the FY guide 3.7 to 4.2 net sales. So it's looking pretty good. The volume's not really here though today for Dollar General, but I think the numbers look decent there. And yeah, look to pick some up, but you have to get to that 200 period, and that's why I was saying Dollarama again. Like a lot of you don't care about Canadian names, I would assume, but if you were looking to pick this up on any Dollar General weakness today, this might be a good opportunity because you're just right at this 200 period, which has been a good sign. But as I had said right there, over the since June, which is where we are right here, you're not really getting the get up there. But that's cherry picking. You can go all the way down into here into last February, and you're talking about a completely different game. That's 140 to 193, right? So they already had their run up. But the dollar stores, I think, can work. And then DKS, right? I mean, Dick's Sporting Goods, I like it. The thing is that they just took over Foot Locker, so people are thinking that maybe some of the inventory, some of that shoe game that Brendan was just talking about, not as profitable of an idea as maybe they had hoped for in taking that brand over. So closing some of the retail stores in malls, saving some money on the Foot Locker side, and then putting those shoes and those quantities back into the actual brick and mortar stores of DKS. And so Dick's Sporting Goods stores, I'm not sure if you've been into them before, Obi, but they're amazing. They're huge, clean, bright, and just as a sports fan and buyer of equipment and all that kind of stuff, I really enjoy the experience at DKS. So here we go. We're starting to get to the upside. Both names about 100,000 shares, so not huge there. But did you see anything on the chart? I mean, I see you have Nike up.
Yeah,
right
I like the weekly here on Nike, as Brendan mentioned. Multiple days of selling, and you can see back-to-back weeks that are pushing into some prior structure here. So support all the way down at 51s, and we're opening this week as of right now with that top wick as well. So strong selling yesterday that broke down this most recent low. So yeah, I think this one's potentially a good look. You have some support over here as well at 58 that we broke below. Yeah, next stop potentially, if this is to continue, I'm going to be looking for that 51 area as well. But bigger picture, yeah, I think you can already see that's a bit of a trend because the bigger picture trend is down, and then the most recent trend as well is down. So we'll have to look and see if the intraday trend is also in a similar direction there. So I like that. Lots of confluence there on the sell side. For the sell side.
Yeah, me too, other zinc there. Dick's Sporting Goods has lots of my money from the kids, he says, right there. 8Co Holdings, Sharif, right here. ORBS, really getting going right now. Just broke through $1. Orbs, 8Co Holdings. Got to figure out what the story is with here, but it's a big move right now. And what a stock, man. I mean, this stock has been, again, pretty beat up, right? To the downside. This name was 20, 30 bucks, all the way down here into pennies, and now back up to 119. So check out ORBS for those of you that are looking for something going on right now. This name has it. It's got the juice. Let's go over to Joe and get his options input.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the activity from yesterday. A lot going on in the options world. Once again, you can see year over year, month over month, increase in activity, and we're going to start to see that translate from an intraday standpoint, and obviously from a weekly standpoint as well, too. All right, guys, we're going to take a look at USO here this morning at that $120 mark, a little bit north from where we're currently trading right now, but open interest sitting relatively high. And then you can see we're sitting on a pretty lofty spread there, guys. I mean, $35, and that's going to be expiring next Friday. This is where we're going to see a lot of congestion and activity is on that March 20th expiration cycle. Now, as for your delta, I found this to be relatively high considering how far out of the money it is, but also in the post-market yesterday, USO did continue to climb. Now, your gamma exposure relatively light, but that's one thing that we always want to keep an eye out, because this is going to really tell us how much we're going to be paying in premium. And that's why we're seeing such a lofty spread there, and why we have an increase in the actual value of these contracts is you're at the money IV sitting around 150%. Moving forward, we'll take a look at some silver calls. This is some pretty large size, once again, heading over to that March 20th expiration cycle, 60,800 there. And then we have volume around 3,320. Bid and ask, not bad whatsoever, sitting on a $3 spread, and that's going to be at that $80 mark here on silver. I find this to be a little bit choppy as of late, not that clean price action in which we were experiencing a couple of months ago. Now, as for your delta sitting on that 42 metric and your gamma exposure, relatively cool, but the at the money IV, 66.6%, guys.
Yeah, no, I like that that look on silver. A lot of talk about silver yesterday as well. Looking interesting here. We talked about potential backside here. I don't think the position board is really updating. I did get it a little bit involved in this path here, as again showing us that it is selling off pretty decently on those on that earnings report. As of right now, you can see that. I was thinking about it. I was like, yeah, the time to really slam into this was probably 7 a.m.-ish, where you got that break of prior day area. But as of right now, just kind of bleeding out, coming into like an hour before the open. So interesting stuff. We'll see if there's any continuation on that one. But silver, I do like the idea there. Strong volume, definitely a bit of a blow off or capitulatory action there, all the way up into those 109s on SLV. And consolidating lower, so I do like this. But we had talks of this potentially, on its way to 150.
Right. We had that talk last night. That thinking that silver is not anywhere near done. And
yeah.
He was talking about the gold silver ratio. And how that's going. I just wanted to. Yes, Randy.
Yes.
Yes, coffee. Yes. Guys, too much. Okay, here it is, AAPL Holdings. This is a Cathie Wood. They have secured $125 million in commitments led by Bitmine and Woods Ark Invest. So it's just $125 million, but there it goes. Orbs, AAPL Holding. We found the story. It is a Cathie Wood and Bitmine story here. So they're seeing something in this business. Yeah, why not? I mean, this might be something to watch out for. We just bounced off $1 twice. So that's always been a key level, right? And I think that the next time it comes down to like this 105 area, you could take it with 5 cents worth of risk. It might be the good one. I wonder if we're not close enough to open yet where real volume comes in. And then we can really see if that $1 holds. So let's give this a minute. But there goes Orbs. The story is Bitmine, is for what I can see, Bitmine and Cathie Wood, so BMNR and ARK Invest, putting up $125 million to get involved in ORBS. Thanks for bringing that out again to everybody in the chat. I think it's important that we keep that going. Let us know of any moves that are happening that we can look them up for you, talk about them, and give you a little brief look at the stock itself. And then if we can find the story, even better there. So, yeah, I'm excited for Pershing Square coming through soon. That's going to be a big IPO. Oh, we have that other IPO today.
Oh, yeah.
PAYP, is that what it is?
PAYP.
PayPay. Yes, it's in the system right now. Nothing going on right now on PayPay. Of course, my chart still thinks I'm looking for orbs. But as soon as this comes out, PAYP, we'll hope to look at that as well there today. I think it was priced at $16. So we'll see where that comes out. And nothing to show you now. I don't even know why I'm showing you this. But that's let's go to oil. That's PAP. That's going to be today's big mover on the, hopefully it's a big mover anyways. That'll be a big mover on the IPO look. All right, less than a minute to go now, and then we get jobless claims, and we can see what that does to the market. We've often seen the market move on these numbers and then drift right back to where it was at the beginning. I'm not expecting a huge move here. 215 versus 213. Let's go back to the desk and get ready for it.
Yeah, here we go. This is what we're expecting on the initial jobless claims for last week. 213,000 was the print. Again, last week, remember, 217,000, so a little bit of an uptick. expected here, so we'll watch when that comes in as well. We're also getting import-export data for January, some building permit numbers coming through, balance of trade as well for January, so quite a large economic release to come here in a matter of moments. Continuing claims, it's worth noting, has been trending higher over, I think it's been 3 weeks in a row to the upside for continuing claims, so we'll keep an eye on this number as well. The previous 1.86, 1.84, they are expecting a little bit of a decline on that side of things coming up at 10:30 this morning. Natural gas data coming through, that could be affected by everything obviously going on over in the Middle East. Fed's Bowman to come as well at 11 o'clock this morning. There's a building permits number, housing starts as well. Looks a little bit higher than expected, 1.48 million versus 1.35, 1.37 versus 1.4. Still waiting on these initial claims there. They are 213,000 versus 215,000. So a downtick slightly. Same story on the continuing claims, 1.85 million, 1.85 million, the exact number that was expected. 4-week average, 212. Forecast was 223, so a nice downtick there.
Yeah, interesting. No change in the continuing claims, but you see that the trade balance continues to drop, guys. Negative 54.5. Last time around, it was the forecast was 66, and the previous was 70.03. You got to assume the tariffs obviously have a bit of an effect on that. But something to keep an eye on, because we got that jobless claims, right? That missed by about 90,000 jobs. So if we get another good inflation print, I think we're going to probably be in line for another cut. I know we were looking at the rate tool yesterday, and I know the prediction markets are also looking at 1 or 2 cuts. But if we keep seeing some of these numbers, the variables change, and opinions should change.
Big time, as you were saying, big time beats here on the import-export side of things. 356.6 billion. On the import side of things, easily topping that 351 expected, 302.1 exports versus 286 even expected. So both sides of things higher than expected. So as you were saying, continuing to trend in that direction.
And the housing starts, we've been seeing about, like, we have this problem too on this side of the border where supply remains constrained because not too much new homes are coming on. Housing starts here, 1.487 million. The expectation, 1.34. So not a bad look in housing permits. That one missed, though. The housing starts did beat, but the housing permits missed. So looking to the future, maybe not as much supply coming online. Yeah,
which, given the housing market, or the state of the housing market, might be actually a little bit of a boost, too. If you take some of that supply away, I mean, there's so much of it right now here anyways, that just isn't moving. So a whole bunch of numbers, guys, but not much movement.
Oh, I was, that's Canadian building permits up 5%. Beating a forecast of -2%. So Canadian building permits higher as well. And then the housing starts 1.5, as Brendan said, or as Sri said, versus 1.3 roughly. So some good numbers there. Just looking, the jobless claims basically in line there, 213 versus 215. So you get 2,000 extra jobs there, jobless claims. So on the low side, so that's good. So it's less jobless claims, so we like that. But the market, as we just mentioned, I mean, I still have it on oil, but if we just go over here, let's just go to the SPY. I'm always looking at the Qs. Not much going on. And we said, like, being down like 2.5% from its all-time highs seems low to me right here. I think it goes lower. I think we should be a little lower considering what we've seen in the markets over the last little while. And it actually, the only thing I have written down right now so far is shorting the market today. I feel like we are very close to that breaking spot right now, that 670 right there coming back. There's that stupid 67 again. That's coming into play. Like, literally, that's the line that we're at right here, right now on the SPY. It looks like we're going to try to take down the last couple weeks right into here. That goes into last week, that little level that we've been holding on to. So we'll see right off the open if we do wind up holding that. But underneath the 50 period, three straight down days here, trying to get going now. And I don't see anything in our watch list, in our stories or anything like that, that tells me that this market wants to go higher today. If anything, I am thinking a little lower when you get names like Nvidia. I mean, I assume that this move in the market's not really doing anything. Look at the drift down, right? But even before the numbers happening, the numbers aren't doing anything, but there it goes to the downside. That's Nvidia. Then the other big guys, we have Microsoft, seems to not be able to find a bid these days either, hovering around $400. I mean, how many times I know the low was 380, I believe, yeah, but still 400 and not looking any better today. So I don't know. I'm not super excited. I mean, we had, again, you know, we were talking last night, Obians like XOM, thinking that that might be overcooked a little bit to the upside as well. Although that name is up with oil being up today. I think the long names are going to be in the energy space, it seems like today. And I believe the shorts are going to print a little bit early here as the NASDAQ keeps pushing lower. We're looking to take down its pre-market low right now, and we're not saved by any economic numbers. There's no more coming, so we'll have to wait to see what we do here moving forward. And I shouldn't say there's no more coming without me actually looking it up. I didn't think there was. At 8:30, no, that's it. So we're done now. We have Fed's Bowman speaking at around 11 o'clock, and then ear to the ground with Department of War and anything involving energy, right? So.
I do like the kind of curl we're getting here on TQs at the same time. Kind of the most recent low being what is this, 45.17 here, and we got almost there yesterday on a bit of a flush, but strong. Last week on the week lows. But yeah, this is coming in to the same level this week and holding that. So kind of watching it. We'll see if there's continued kind of selling, lower highs, lower lows as well on the weeklies. So yeah, I kind of like that idea, but we keep chopping in and around and orbiting this 25K on the NASDAQ. So that's a little bit more interesting to me, so to see what we're actually trying to do here with that 25K at the same time. So yeah, oil is a winner, says super no. I do like that oil play. I do think it was a little too far too fast. I just like to look at USO here, as that's kind of the one that I've been more involved in. 124s, 125s didn't really come in. You had that strong volume spike, but we'll see how this week ends. The week open is more interesting to me. We're already back in the teens right now. The week open is 119.42 on USO with a high of 124. So I think if we make our way all the way back up to those 119s, could be interesting here as, you know, as we get further developments and further news. Want to reiterate that USO probably the best vehicle to trade off of news catalysts and scalping, I think, is the way to go with this one, because there's, you know, they're talking about some sort of news and then it's getting pulled, and there's a lot of like back and forth. Like yesterday, you had that news of the FBI talking about the West Coast, right, and I think they pulled that as well, something like that. So I'm just like, all right, so I can't really trust anything too much that's coming out.
Chris Wright with that tweet yesterday, or was it yesterday about the, well, it was 2 days ago, the strait was open.
Yeah, exactly.
We were sending guys through.
There's mines, there's no mines.
Yeah, with some manned ships that are helping it go through. This 8 co-holding might break, man. I mean, what's up to Gav Ross there in the chat? Was saying that we nailed that 105 a couple times, and we did, man. We nailed that 105 back up to 115 a couple times there, but looks like we're getting ready to test. So again, like if you've gone 105 up to 110, you now have that in your kitty, because you can take that $1 loss on not $1, but on the $1 break, that would be 5 cents. So 5 cents one way, 5 cents the other way right now on ORBS. It looks like it wants to hold one more time. You could have got long 5s there again, up to 7s. This is that scalping strategy, Obi, that you and I talked about, where it's kind of like on NIO the other day. Remember, it was sitting at 550, and we were saying go short 48, 49, take your 2 or 3 pennies on the win, and sacrifice that much on the loss. So possibly a good trade there for 8 co-holdings, and I'm glad that we're able to talk about that in front of you guys here as well, because it's a legitimate stock that a lot of you may trade. It's only $1 and it's done 25 million shares. Bitmine and Kathy Wood getting involved. Here you can go find that story. So yeah, it's 8:38 right now. We're excited for what's going to come today. Some good talk there. I'm going to find some notes. I did put out, I haven't even looked yet, I did ask everybody what you guys were looking at here today, and after kind of a crazy morning, here we have a couple responses, so I'm going to do this blind right now. So I just said, man, good morning, traders. The oil surges towards that $100 mark. What are you guys looking to trade today? So Adit says Domo and TSSI. Nebius day 2. Let's have a look at that. I think we were already talking about that. My guy to the right over here, Obi's all about that. Referee Ronnie, man, stay out of the penalty box, man. This guy's on Woof today. That's Petco Holdings. A good name, Petco Holdings. I lost money in BarkBox, so that's a good one there. Woof it up on that one. HGRAF, that was a good one. That's been one of the top names in the pink sheets. So Used Gum wants us to look over there. Used Gum is all right as long as it's yours, you know. ONDS there. Oh, what? When did you write this? 36 minutes ago? How did you know? Sorry, that's ORBS, my bad. I was like, ONDS, this guy's got horse sense over there. All right, TPET, all right, we'll look at that. AMD, and who's this handsome gentleman over here? Oh, this is Tradru to Siun. Oh, Stephanie. Oh, this is Stephanie. Oh, hi, Stephanie. That's really nice to see you in my post there. Where are you, Stephanie? There you are, blocked. Right there, so see ya. Hey, good morning, Hang Loose. Nice to see you as well. But man, that Stephanie was a very handsome individual there. I'd be interested to see what's up with Stephanie over there. Yeah, so that's it, man. We're ready to have some fun and some good ideas there. As you can see, ONDS has been on people's minds and some pink sheet names as well over there. So thanks for having fun with us every day. We're live at 8 a.m., if you can believe it or not, all the way to 4. We've got me, Obi, myself, Joe, Sharif, Adara, Brendo. Everybody's here. Let's go over to Joe right now and check out some upgrades and downgrades.
All right, guys, some interesting names here on the list. We're going to kick things off with Campbell's Soup. Wells Fargo giving them the downgrade, guys, from $28 to $20, also going from an equal weight to an underweight rating. Now, moving forward, something that we don't typically see, Aston Martin. I figured we'd have a little fun this morning. Sanford Bernstein lowering the price target, also downgrading them from a strong buy to a hold, guys. And then we have Honda Motors as well, going from an overweight to an equal weight by Morgan Stanley. And then TerraWolf down 1.7% here by Keefe & Woods, downgrading that and lowering the price target to $24, from $24 to $23. Moving forward, we'll take a look at some of the upgrades. Now, Obi was talking about this one this morning, considering it's down 9%, going from a hold to a buy with a $15 price target by Needham, 9.37% to the downside, and looking like it's going to continue to sell off a little bit here, guys. Occidental Petroleum also getting the nod, guys. Wells Fargo, 1.6% here in the pre-market. $46 was that initial target, now getting increased to $69. CrowdStrike, DZ Bank giving them the nod, getting a upgrade from a sell to a buy rating with a price target of $490. And then we have Nike as well, too, equal to an overweight with a price target of $73 by Barclays.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Nike upgraded.
Yeah, Nike upgraded. Path, I'm definitely looking to get involved in that one. But there's one on there with a downgrade that I really like, and today is earnings day 2 for this one here, so we can take a look at what it did yesterday. I think the action, I kind of gave it up a little too early. I was like, okay, we're just chopping up this range here around 24s off the open, but you can see how it sold off pretty well. Decent reversion in the later half of the day, but we'll see if it gives us any sort of a day 2 move there. Maybe that downgrade with a little bit of confluence for the short there. Prior day low 22.41 is what I'll be watching on Campbell's. What else is there? Yeah, Path. I like the Path. CrowdStrike was on there as well, so let's take a quick look at CrowdStrike at the same time. Yeah, choppy mess yesterday. Can't really get past this 450 for the past couple of days here. You can see strong selling coming in. 448s, maybe, you know, catching some longs offside when you had that gap up in consolidation. When you break that pre-market range low, it was pretty much done there as well. And again, on Wednesday, which was yesterday, a push up above 450 there, gets all the way to 452s, but slams right back in. So a little bit of recent resistance there on CrowdStrike. Don't know if that was, I think it was an upgrade, right? If that's really going to help this 450 area as of right now. But I'll be watching it. We'll see if that kind of cracks. We'll go to a higher time frame as well. Let's see what that area is looking like on the hourly. Okay, it's not too much, and we've been running up since earnings. So yeah, I do like that. We were talking about this a couple days ago here at that 431 breakout as well, excuse me. So that's a bit of that. I guess that was a bit of a level you can see as support and some resistance as well. And we're slowly trading above that post earnings. So I think it's a good look there on CrowdStrike, but maybe bigger picture is much nicer. can see the NASDAQ and the ES pulling back right now.
Yeah, I wanted to say a good idea, and I know that we were on this yesterday a little bit when that news hit about Nvidia investment, but I want to say a shout out to those in the chat there on my Twitter, because you mentioned Nebius Day 2. So I think this could be a good little level there as well, 108 and change. You're down about 2% here today. So this name, again, with that sort of money injection there was $5 billion from Nvidia yesterday, at a not horrible level, even right now of 109, but definitely looking to see, like, that was that news sort of bomb story that came out, boom, to the upside. We did give it back, throughout the day, but then we were able to find a base in and around this 108. It's 108.50, but if you're going to give it a little bit of room here off the open, what about 108? That's kind of where we were in the pre-market there, and then we got bumped. So I like that play. And again, that's not, the move yesterday was from here, right? You started at 96, then the story came out, and then we didn't really get going until we broke through that 107, 108 area. So I think NBIS back here to 107 into the 108 area looks like a good little dip buy opportunity if we're able to get into that specific spot. And you're down 2.5% there. So I know I'm a little negative on the market today, and obviously Nebius won't hold up if the market completely crashes, but I don't think we're going for that whole, tank sort of a movement here unless we do get some sort of a story. And if we do get a story, we can pivot real quick, right? I think that word pivot, actually, we don't use it enough, but I think that's important to have in your toolbox, right? I mean, all the time, you and I could be looking for a long in oil, and then the story hits, and all of a sudden it's a short, and you just start to switch to look for different levels. You look for levels more on the downside or levels to short rather than, try to pick up those bids. But anyways, have a pivot there. So Nebius, I'm actually going to add it to the list. I want to thank everybody for bringing that to my attention. And just a day 2 play. Like I said, I'm a little struggling to find big cap stories today. There is one with Palantir. We're going to run through the rundown and go over a bunch of these names. But for me, that's what I'm looking at. The Nike story is interesting. It got an upgrade there despite it being down. Brennan said, it's funny because yesterday one of our stories was Nike upgrade, and it was like, okay, well, maybe it's finally turning itself around, but looks like you're going to have another negative day here. And at some point it gets so bad that maybe it's good, but yeah, a couple weeks of downside play for Nike and trying to find a bottom. And I would say not yet, because there's nothing to base it off of. If you're going to do anything, you got to wait for this $50 mark to come through, which isn't too far away. I mean, if you want to take a 2.5% shot at this, you could buy at some point here. But what's the catalyst for Nike? We talked about the World Cup coming through. Adidas is a much bigger name in that space, and that's ADDY. There it is right there on the pink sheet. So you could trade this as an ADR, right? So you can see there also actually what in the, what is going on? You lose Kanye, you lose everything over here, Adidas. Come on, man. Nice downside play here. Wow, okay. So we thought Nike was somebody heard Nike real bad, but no, someone heard Adidas as well. Maybe it's because not enough people are calling it Adidas, and then that might get it back. But
heard it being called Adidas.
You have.
There goes the size on 11s on path.
Yeah, hit that fail again.
There's a lot of size there on.
Yeah, you're short, but it's not showing up. Are you still short?
Yeah, I'm still saying. I'm looking at.
Maybe if I take a little small position somewhere, it will show up.
I don't know.
Anyways.
I guess I can show my chart. I'm looking at different charts here. So this is where I got involved. Look at that. That 11 definitely was worth a little bit of an add here in the pre-market session.
Here, I'm going to go short.
As path.
And then I'm going to get out.
Continues to... No, nothing.
It still doesn't show up. Okay, so the position board is not working, Andre, which we'll get working in there. I just punched in and out a UiPath. Sometimes to get it, it's just going to look like, Sean, what are you doing, man? You have no idea how to trade. But I just went in and out of UiPath there to get the position board up. We'll get it going in a minute. So, yeah, interesting there, Sharif? We just saw Nike and then Adidas to the downside. I guess the World Cup isn't having that much of an effect on some of these apparel companies.
Business for them, Sean. I think the direct-to-consumer channels really was kind of hurting Nike a little bit there with their focus on online as well as focusing on their Nike stores, and they've shifted completely. They want to go back to that 3-wall setup with Dick's and Foot Locker and everybody else. But Adidas is not a company I keep my eye on too much. Do you have a lot of Adidas stuff?
No. I was just thinking too, and I think a lot of this comes down to from the shoe standpoint. A lot of this comes down to the fact that you've had, the ONs, the Hokas, like there's a lot of other options now. It's not just from brand recognition specifically. It's not just Nike and Adidas anymore.
And I gotta say, I gotta build on your point. I think there's shifting consumer sentiment. A lot of the young people I see at the gym, they don't wear Nike, they don't wear Adidas.
No.
Like I feel like an old head around with my Shox and my Nike Air Maxes, right?
Yeah.
They're all wearing New Balances, like those wide moon-looking shoes, Asics, right? Even Brooks. Brooks coming back
Brooks.
from the dead.
I love Brooks.
When I was growing up, Brooks was a thrifty kind of shoe that you picked up at like, Payless Shoes or something like that. But not anymore.
They're really targeting the running space right now specifically, which I don't think there's, I mean, ASICS kind of does as well, but just be aware for AI in general. Perplexity CEO is live on CNBC currently. Not that that is going to change anything, but who knows what he's talking about. AAPL. Wanted to mention this as well. Sean was talking about the headline for Palantir. This is coming up at some point today. They never actually come out and just say it's starting at whatever, 10 o'clock. The live stream, Adara was telling me, live stream set to begin at 10 a.m. Last year, she was saying he didn't actually take the stage for the keynote until about 2 o'clock. So it might or might not be something worth noting today for Palantir.
Absolutely, and they have a new tie-up today, Brendo, with GE Aerospace. Just before I get into that, guys, Iraqi oil minister says we've decided to continue producing crude oil at a level of 1.4 million barrels per day. That's being reported by the Iraqi state news agency, so something to keep an eye out there for oil. But yeah, Brendo, so AIP in focus, and so is this Palantir and GE Aerospace tie-up. They announced an expansion of their partnership to deploy advanced artificial intelligence solutions for military operations. It's going to be a multi-year deal. The company said the goal here is to deploy agentic AI systems capable of automating repetitive workflows. They're going to allow engineers and maintenance teams to focus on other things. I'm sure we'll get more on this probably today at AIP.
Yeah, there will be a keynote again at some point. Adara will keep an ear on that. I just brought up XLE here just to see if we were moving around at all for energy on that Iraqi note, but it doesn't seem to be affecting things too much. I mean, 1.4 million barrels drop in the bucket, I guess, on the grand scale, guys.
Yeah, more supply. It would seem being
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to go a little to the downside. I believe oil there. You're still in your UI path.
Yeah, I don't think the position board's working.
No, it's not working. We know the position board. It'll get working. It'll be up by market open. I think we got to get Fabian in here to figure that out. But yeah, just to the point on Palantir. I mean, it's always nice when they start, having these conferences and they can sort of demonstrate some of the use cases there. We just talked to that. Sharif just mentioned there about GE Aerospace. So again, another name there. Plus, we have the department. They say the Naval Department here as well. Palantir. To me, it was this bigger one here. Nvidia and Palantir are collaborating to create a sovereign AI operating system. So Palantir, that's a check mark, in my opinion. Nvidia, that's 3 or 4 check marks. So, and they're collaborating. I like, I like that. I have to, tell everybody, obviously, I even have a hat over here that says Palantir Investor. So I really like that. And shout out to Prad. He's the guy that got me that hat. But I like this 149 to 150 area for possible dip buys. I mean, it's hard not to look at this and understand that there's dip buyers, right? I mean, we absolutely made a huge move. Not huge, but 150, the biggest one of the day, 153, right down to 150 and stopped, and then went right back to the upside. Did a very similar thing here when we gapped down that morning and then ripped back to that high side. So it was like a gap down, hold, rip up, gap back down, hold again, and then we start to go. So I know it's only a 5-minute chart, but I think Palantir is something there. And even if you go to the daily chart, that's the same level. So if you're going to zoom in and have a quick little look at PLTR, it reminds me of that. What did we do with this? We did this on the SPY, right? When it looked like we were potentially going lower. Well, Palantir has a holding spot there with good news. The conference is going on here today. It's 9th ever AIPC Con. So that's happening today, Thursday, March the 12th. So we'll be able to hear little tidbits drop throughout the day. And it's not even about Palantir, really. It's more about sort of the other names sometimes that get announced instead of Palantir, right? Like deals with Palantir. But for me, the deal that they've made there with Nvidia is the one. And only being down 0.38 versus a market that's down 0.7. I'm not super excited to go long, but I think 150, let's call it 149 to 150. That base was 149.50. Worth a look. especially if the market does not have a big move again here today. I mean, yesterday the NASDAQ closed at zeros. Obviously, we had the up and down, but that's what you're trying to find as a trader. You're trying to find those peaks and valleys. And I think we did that in Palantir. And if we can come down into this 149.50, I think it's a long. And, you know, you hold out for a break of 149. Like, how bad can it be if you take 149.50 with the idea of a possible $4 move higher, instead you hold that against those lows of 149. 50 cents one way, you know, 400 cents the other. I like the opportunity there for Palantir.
You know, I like that Palantir look as well. Kind of it could go both ways where it's at right now. We saw that. We talked about that pullback down to 126s, and a pop into 140s as well. Oil's taking a little bit of a pullback as well right now. I guess we see some there's some news coming about Iran's electricity capacity. Something more about 200,000 barrels per day are being transported via reservoirs through Turkey, Syria, and Jordan. Some strong selling coming in here on oil. Don't know if that's the reason why, based off of that catalyst there, but we'll wait and see. And off of the open is what I'm more concerned about. And again, we talked about this yesterday, and Sean mentioned this as well, where it seems like the stronger news or the stronger price-driving news is coming out in the afternoon this week more often than not. We saw that what was the push towards 124. I think that was on Monday. Gets slammed back in, and then beautiful fade into that 100 or towards that 110 level is what we saw. That was pretty solid as well. But no, I'm looking for some of these levels to hold. Just yesterday, I was talking about those 108s being interesting going into the end of the day, and now we're gapping up above some of those levels. So short-term squeeze, short-term shorts, definitely getting a little bit hit there on that action. So I'm going to continue watching Path and USO coming into the open. Let us know what you guys are watching as well right now. Almost 9 o'clock. The market is pulling back a little bit. We did get those economic numbers a little bit earlier, but nothing really that was market moving. I think we were already kind of looking at that progressive selling that did come in. That 25K mark, I am pretty interested in as well. We keep kind of knocking on the door of it, orbiting that 25K mark. Let's see what the boys are up to at the big desk there.
All right, a few other things to just still keep my eye on this. I mean, it's XLE. It's not necessarily oil. It's energy companies, but not a lot of movement. Again, if you missed that, Iraq coming out saying, or the energy minister at least saying, they're going to maintain production 1.4 million barrels per day, according to the state news agency. So some of the energy producers definitely going to be worth a watch here this morning. None of them, however, we'll get into this more on the watch list, but none of them with a tremendous amount of volume so far this morning. Just dealing with these macro headlines from overnight, but I mean, huge day for all of these yesterday.
Absolutely, yeah, keeping an eye on those. And there was a lot during the midday as well, so we'll definitely keep.
You're muted there.
We'll definitely, there was a lot running during the midday as well, so we'll definitely keep an eye out on that, guys. With respect to this morning, well, let's have a look quickly here at some of the small cap gappers, Brendo. Looks like the biggest one right now, TLYS, but it's a little bit off the highs. Let's take a quick look over here. Breaking down a little bit. This one was moving more in the aftermarket with that $3, $3.10 high, coming back into that 270 area. It's holding VWAP. This one's not a bad look. We'll keep an eye out on this one. But yeah, more information coming out here, Brendo, with respect to some of the comments the Iraqi oil minister is making. He says the tankers targeted on Wednesday did not belong to Iraq and were carrying naphtha. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but not claiming those as well. He says he's also going to sign an agreement regarding oil exports via the Chehayan pipeline, another area I'm not too familiar with.
NAFTA?
But another way to get oil through, especially such a sensitive area with Hormuz.
North American Free Trade Agreement?
I don't think so.
Probably not. BlackRock, you and I were talking about this before we came on at 8 o'clock, back to the lows essentially right now. I just saw for the pre-market anyways, but still off of this, 925 going back to a couple of days ago. this private credit situation getting a little bit sticky. JP Morgan getting caught up in this as well. Worth noting, BlackRock actually just coming out saying Hormuz oil shock likely short-lived as well. So they seem to think this might pass quickly, but I mean, on the credit side of things, not necessarily.
Yeah, Blue Owl in focus again. And as you mentioned, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, they're all caught up in this private credit situation today. It's Blue Owl. Investment firm Glendon Capital Management is warning that private credit funds run by Blue Owl and peers may be understating loan losses. That is according to a report or printed by the Financial Times. The criticism does focus on how loans are valued inside of Blue Owl Capitals, which is one of the largest credit funds with roughly about $17 billion in assets. So Glendon here is suggesting that the market price for similar debt instruments are lower than the valuations used in the private portfolios, which of course raises concerns about actual losses. So more of this story with respect to private credit. And we saw BlackRock also on the receiving end of that last week.
Yeah, JP Morgan tied up in the Oracle debt side of things as well. So who knows how that's going to play out. This has been probably a 15-minute or more interview by now, but Perplexity CEO is still on Squawk Box right now on CNBC. May have to play that back a little bit later and see what he has to say.
He's an interesting guy.
Yeah, he's a really smart guy.
Arvind guy, yeah.
Let's talk about the market.
Absolutely. Let's take a quick look at where we closed out yesterday. Just a little bit below where we closed out on Tuesday, guys. So 676, pardon me, and a third is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. As you can see, we're down 2/3% right now. We are still putting in those lower highs and lower lows, however way you look at this. So we're in a bit of a downtrend. We were consolidated. We were sideways. That is now kind of changed. So here's the deal. We're looking at 670 as our first level of support. If we can hold that $10 area, that'll be aces. If we can move back up, we start catching a bid for whatever reason. We're looking at yesterday's closing print, Brendo, at 676 and a third as resistance.
Just seeing as well, I don't know if that feed we have is delayed a little bit, but Alex Karp apparently going to be on Squawk Box as well coming up here in a few minutes. So stand by if you're watching Palantir this morning. Grab that as well. We discussed it a little bit earlier. Description below has the link to the sign-up page. You need an email address, and then you can get that absolutely free every single day right to your inbox. Oil, energy, all sorts of things moving around on this. Once again, this morning, if you zoom out a little bit, it's a 15-minute chart of the futures. Crude futures back to the upside here. We're just below 94 bucks. We got all the way up to 96 yesterday, but yeah, this situation over in the Strait of Hormuz far from settled, it seems.
And Brent touched $100 yesterday again per barrel. 3 additional cargo ships were attacked, sadly, in the Persian Gulf. Iraq minister coming out saying one of those ships was not his. The incidents occurred, of course, in the energy shipping lanes of the Strait of Hormuz. Authorities reported that 2 oil tankers were struck and left burning near Iraq's port of Qasr, while another container vessel was hit by a projectile near Jebel Ali in the UAE. In response, obviously, to the growing supply risks we saw yesterday, Brendo, the IEA, the International Energy Agency, announced the largest coordinated release of emergency crude reserves in its history. 400 million barrels is what we're talking about. The U.S. is going to contribute 172 million of those 400, and it's expected to go on for at least 120 days. So we'll have to see if this makes a dent at all in some gas prices. Anecdotally, when I left the gym yesterday, so it was about, say, 5-ish, it was 170.9 at the gas station near my house. I woke up this morning, it was 152.9. So I'm not really sure what to make of that.
Like 20-cent swings is the norm now. Just seeing a couple other things here as well. Microsoft rolling out an AI health assistant in a consumer chatbot form. Why? Who knows? Also, Uber launching a new chauffeur ride option targeting corporate and executive travelers. I don't know how that would differ from Uber Black.
Yeah, isn't that the same thing?
Maybe they have actual white gloves on or something, or it's actual not SUVs maybe, or nicer cars.
That woman, being able to choose a woman as a driver seems to be making a lot of waves. One of the Toronto local area sort of accounts that posts meme and stuff like that was posting about it, and the response to that was pretty exuberant.
Yeah. Thoughts, guys? Lots of stuff going on. Oil, Sean.
Yeah, right now let's talk about this segment, first of all, being sponsored by NextGel. Their ticker is NXGL on the NASDAQ. NextGel develops advanced hydrogel technology used across medical, healthcare, and consumer applications. Their high water content gels are designed for comfort, performance, and next generation healthcare products. To learn more about NextGel and their technology, please go ahead and visit NextGel, NEXGEL.com, nextgel.com. Thank you for them sponsoring this opening rundown. I mean, look, Obi, we keep going back and forth about this whole oil trade. And for me, there's a couple different tools you can use to make this trade happen, right? You can either trade the oil futures, which a lot of you do have access to. If you're just sitting on an equity account, maybe potentially your futures funds are not available, then you can use USO, you could use XLE, you could use OIH, and some of those other ETFs that are, you know, Gush or something like that, that's a 3 or 4X oil play as well. When I'm looking at USO, though, I've already written it down on the sticky note. I'm just finishing up the wording on it, then I'm going to get it out. This is the only real spot for me today to look for potential support is kind of yesterday's top. So that's between 108 to 109. Like, that's the only space I'm going to say, like, I think this is where, you know, if the move comes down, this might be a spot where you might think about buying. Because you know what? The thing is like, do you really want to get caught, you know, playing on technical areas like VWAP or something like that? Because all of a sudden news breaks and then your whole day is either won or lost or made on, you know, breaking headlines. And if you're caught long or going short on VWAP there, you know, that's a great trade there, but then it comes back up and then VWAP is no longer available anymore. But then when things start to settle down and we stop getting sort of those news bombs, that's when you can sort of start to see where dip buyers are coming in, right? These little wick, maybe I zoom in a little bit more here. It's some of these like little wick bottoms here that hit on certain levels, you know, into VWAP, things like that can start to print out. So when we look at today, I mean, I didn't even see what it was doing this morning. I was just looking in the past. And then we come over here and the very first example I can give you is already 2 wick bottoms into VWAP. So that's that kind of undercutting, right? Like uppercut, like undercutting the current price that we talked about before. And so if you come in and you make a move and then you bounce off that level, that's when you say, okay, we bounced, let's go. And then you take the long off of that and then use your last piece of reference as your out. So like right now, 113.50 is going to be a level, but I mean, honestly, like when this market opens up, it's already open because oil is going right now. But when money comes in probably right away at 9:30, there's going to be market on open imbalances and things like that. You're not going to want to look at that. But as the market starts to open and get going and we have, you know, 20, 30 minutes of data and there's really nothing happening in the oil space and we don't get those news drops, then that's when you want to start to look at some of these kind of plays, right? Like I said, not worth sitting here to take the long because all of a sudden, oh, the straight is open, whoosh. You know, then this is going to go down to like 100. Like this is not the oil. Here, let's just do oil instead. Anyways, just to talk about the right price. You know, that's going to whoosh down to $80 or something like that. You know, if that happens, you're going to get a big move. So there it is, same kind of play. There's into VWAP. There's into VWAP. You take the long on the bounce. I don't think it's worth sitting around and doing anything. Play the news or wait for a move like this and say, oh, there's the bounce and try to take it to the long side. So for me, it's trading USO will probably be on the rundown here for myself today. I'm glad it's the #1 stock that we're talking about. Obi probably has some great ideas as well. What's your weapon of choice today?
I guess I was looking at this XLE, but my choice is definitely going to be USO. But strong bid on this XLE yesterday. You can see strong push off of the open, and then tight bidding with relatively less muted selling. We closed pretty much at the highs there on XLE. Bit of a range over the past couple of weeks here as well, from like 57s to 55s. Bounce, 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 bounce. So yeah, could be watching this one as well. Maybe I'll throw up some alerts there as well. But I do like USO here. Now again, I'm gonna sit on my hands. I do like that this broke out of this level. Look, double. I don't know if you want to call it a double top, but a bit of a resistance there coming in on Tuesday around 110s, and then that steps down a little bit lower onto 108s. And after hours, pre-market, we're trading well above this. So I really like this area right here on Monday where we had that day one strong selling. So I think in terms of levels, I already have them marked out here, Sean. You can see that these are levels that I was interested in on Monday, Tuesday. I didn't mark anything from yesterday because we were within that bit of a range there. But if I were to mark some more levels here now, these levels could mean absolutely nothing at the same time. Right? If news comes out, it's not going to care about some sort of a level that was marked on Monday or Tuesday. If there's a sentiment shift, people will potentially be positioning in slightly differently. So it's like, okay, fine, I'm going to use these as like guardrails, as just indicators. And if it's following the indicator, I like it better. But if it's not, then I just throw it out the window. Right? That's usually how I deal with my indicators as well. Interestingly enough, the strong bid that we got off open into that 24 on Monday. Look at that volume bar. Towers over, even some of the opening bars there as well. So I dropped that anchored onto there. We attempted to touch it a few times yesterday pre-market, prior day in the after hours, and then during the middle of the day going into the end of the day as well. And we finally kind of look at the action that comes in when we break out of said resistance, short-term resistance there on USO. So I like this, kind of just knocking against some of these Monday levels at the same time.
I do want to say what's up to Bhavin here, because you guys would note right here, thank you, Bhavin. What was that level that we talked about on Orbs? 105? You know, I mean, Obi, we sat here and said you could take 105 all day, give it to 1. If it breaks 1, you gone. That's 5 cents worth of risk. Welcome to 6 times the gain on a one-time risk. So 5 cents there for 30 cents this way. Well, I guess it's 25 cents, 5 times R to R right there. So I know Sharif is looking for some of these. I just gave you one right there. Long at 105, up there to 130. I mean, I have no idea it's going to 130, but if you are still in, there's that ratio. And I know that's something that we talk about, especially on the midday. I don't look at ratios too much, except for the first trade. Like, so if you're going to go 1 to 1, take half out for that, or 2 to 1, and then you can hold. And it looks like Orbs right here gave you that exact trade at 105. Look, sometimes, like we said yesterday, the clock is right 2 times a day, and at least I'm right 1 time so far. So we'll have to watch out for Orbs. I don't have it, but I know that some of you do. Mike, Peter Ryder, and everybody in the chat loving this name right now. So good call out early. BMNR, Bitmine, and Kathy Wood pumping about 125 million into ORBS. But do your own due diligence. It looks like it's a good one here today. Orbs, 8Co.
All right on cue, Alex Karp live on CNBC here as we start talking about Palantir. There's already been one announcement, I guess, pre this event today. Palantir announcing with Nvidia sovereign AI OS reference architecture with Nvidia, which delivers customers a turnkey AI data center from hardware procurement to application development. So again, Alex Karp live right now from the, I guess, arena or theater that they're going to be having this event in today. So a nice little uptick already here for Palantir.
That hair. He always looks like a
wild
mad
guy.
scientist. I got God love him. All right, that's obviously a really good headline as well, because we've been seeing sovereign AI really boom, especially in the Middle East. So the one that I'm going to cover today is the partnership that they announced with GE Aerospace. Essentially, they're going to integrate Palantir's AIP platform across all of GE Aerospace supply and operational systems. The goal here is to deploy agentic AI systems capable of automating repetitive workflows. The system is expected to improve aircraft availability and maintenance turnaround times. Those are 2 critical metrics for defense operations. The expanded collaboration as well follows a recent U.S. defense contract where GE Aerospace actually selected Palantir to improve the readiness of the Air Force's T-38 training aircraft. And defense contracts remain Palantir's one of Palantir's, fastest growing segments.
The live stream scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. this morning, so there's a good chance we might get even more announcements prior to that, but we'll keep an eye on anything that comes through, guys.
We wanted to make sure that we had told Alex Karp to wait until we discussed it to get onto CNBC there, because we didn't want to get front run this play. But no, I written it down. I'm just getting the sticky note out right now. And it was just about trying to get Palantir long into that 149 area. So I think I'll pass it over to Obi quickly because I've already sort of talked about this, but I thought that a dip buy into here would be something to do. We've seen so many times when these conferences are on, there's announcements of, new business model or new business directions, areas that we might not have thought about. We already know that Palantir is big, obviously, into defense contracts and that spending side of it deals with the Navy, the Army, U.S. border control, big contracts in Israel as well. We know what's happening on that side of the world as immigration's going to, be the talk of the town. Throughout, the presidency as well. They do have, border security, as we just mentioned there. It's a reason why I like Big Bear AI as well. But yeah, for right now, Palantir and the drones, that's another talk there. As we get smarter with our sort of the way, war or conflict is resolved right now. And I think Palantir can continue to be a big part of that. So I really like Palantir. However, I am nervous, and I've already said this today, about the market. The number one trade idea on the note is going to be a short to NASDAQ. So it's hard to say like I'm loving Palantir long, but that 149.50 to me looks okay. Are you looking at any high sides? Because I think there's going to be a possible for a short today as well. But I'll pass it over to Obi and see your initial thoughts, if it's even on your radar today.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. Every now and then during the day, I will pull up Palantir just to see what it's up to. What I find more interesting here, Sean, is that we did get up to that 161 on Friday, so end of day push there on Palantir, and we've been making lower highs, kind of consolidating near some of these support levels from last week and this week as well. Here back down into those 150. So I want to see this 150. If it can sustainably hold below 150, I do like that idea, as we've been making lower highs into that 150 mark there. So I don't know if I would really call it a clean kind of bouncy ball, but it's just. I like this 150. I think if I'm going to start looking at it, it'll definitely be in and around this 150 if it can distinctly get below it. But as of right now, it's been support, 4 times in the past couple of weeks, maybe even 5 times if you count this day here, with a strong bid coming into and through that 150 on Palantir. So yeah, 150 key level for me.
Let's go on to Tesla. Back downside right now, but we had a nice little pop early on this morning on an optimist note we'll get to in a sec. This is on the back of what happened yesterday. Pretty good day, actually, even with the pullback that we had yesterday on the China numbers. Initial move was huge, and then we come all the way back to about 50% of that. But Optimus Gen 3 coming pretty quick here.
Look, Brendo, I'm as excited as the next guy. I know you're excited as well, but my excitement was tempered by that Mark Benioff video that I was telling you off camera about. It didn't look good, okay? It was super laggy. It didn't really understand. It couldn't connect to the internet either, so it was super limited. Now, in fairness, there are multiple versions, according to this report, of the Gen 3. And accordingly, we're supposed to get the latest version. So Elon saying the Optimus humanoid robot is nearing the final development stages and could become the most advanced robot ever built. Always a guy ready for hyperbole. Musk said initial production could begin in the summer of this year, though early volume is expected to be limited as Tesla scales manufacturing. High volume production is targeted for 27. He also hinted that the robot could be released publicly after early production ramps. They recently also teased a video of Optimus Gen 3 robot in the Shanghai conference, the 2026 Appliance and Electronics World Expo. Reports are suggesting that the version displayed in China differs than the one in the Benioff video. So if that's the case, I'm pumped. Apparently it was well received in China.
Lots of videos floating around of competition or potential competition for Tesla's Optimus as well that are already seemingly out in the world.
Oh yeah.
I was reading about this is specifically made for manufacturing and factories and bigger work, but sure. The Hyundai, I think, it makes it, but it's there was a comparison I saw of Optimus versus this Hyundai version of their robot, and it was about $150,000 or something along those lines, and it only lasted like 4 hours. But it was designed for lifting heavy things and doing, more cumbersome, I guess,
Sure.
things than Optimus will be, but it seemed way too expensive.
Like a warehouse sort of thing. What's interesting here is you feel like the Chinese are ahead when it comes to the mechanics. Like, I don't know if you remember the Lunar New Year of 25 versus Lunar New Year celebrations this year. The robots that they displayed last year looked anemic compared to the robots they displayed this year. But that all is the mechanics. I think for me anyway, what will come down to is the brain and, you know, the AI capabilities that it has. And so I don't know, I feel like maybe the American's still a little bit ahead in that.
And I think in Elon's case, as Grok gets better, these will get better.
Exactly.
So, Tesla, though, still holding higher, guys, from yesterday.
So I like the Tesla trade. I think it's one of those things where you really want to get on the back of momentum, right? And it does have crazy moves as the market opens up. Like pretty much all, like yesterday, this was just on talk of better than expected Chinese deliveries, I guess, or sales, and just boom, like crazy upside there. And I think there is an upside trade to Tesla too, although I think oil is an important aspect when we're looking at Tesla. Not so much now as it was in the past, as people already know sort of the advantages of, you know, EV versus combustible and so on and so forth in this environment. But I don't know if that has anything to do with that sort of spike up there. But this is what Tesla can do, man. And then it bases out and then goes again. So I'm going to try to do something like that. Today, because I'm thinking downside in the market, I just wonder about this real early break of 406 to the downside. If we lose the pre-market hold here, which it's close, it's only $1 here, it's at 407 right now, then potentially it doesn't find a bid, I don't think, until, like, that's 405, so that's only $1. I mean, then 404 would be that low. So if you took like 25% out there, 25% out here, and the market really gave it up, then you probably are going to revisit 400, and then everything's in your pocket. So if you go short this trade, 406.50 basically, I think it's $2.50, maybe $2, then $3, and then downside. And that just gives you your out, where I would think a decent out would be, you know, even if you're right into here, 407 to 408, like this could be your stop. So I think it's worth it on the short side for Tesla. I mean, look what the market's doing. But remember, in just 5 minutes, we're going to get those imbalances again. So although Tesla's not down as much as the market, I'm just really not proud. But, you know, when we came on at 8 o'clock, which is right here, I was saying short, you know, the market. And now it's starting to go down. So I do feel a little bit of FOMO that we've maybe missed a little bit of this move. But Iran's supreme leader right now is talking. And apparently creating some oil scarcity right now. So he is saying right now that I'm hearing, the supreme leader, which I believe is the son, right, is now saying that he believes the strait should remain closed. That's the story that I'm hearing right now, which I
Trump
think
also posted on Truth Social.
Did he? Okay,
Yeah,
so
he said well, I'm just reading it off here. He said that the United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil goes up, we make a lot of money. But of far greater interest and importance to me as president is stopping an evil empire, Iran, from having nuclear weapons, and show more, destroying the Middle East, indeed the world. I won't ever let that happen. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And he signed off, obviously, as President Donald J. Trump there. And as soon as I saw that coming up, oil spiked through that 150, or USO spiked through that 115, 116s now. So we are getting back up into some of those levels. I talked about that 119 was Monday's open. Could be interesting if we kind of breach some of those levels as well on oil. When it comes to Tesla, again, very strong opening drive yesterday, but sold off a decent chunk of it. So I'm going to continue watching this one. It's showing some signs of strength over the past few days here. You can see all the way down from 381s, leg consolidation, leg on this one. We'll see how these legs kind of continue or not on the day-to-day. Again, market dependent as well. Being a large cap, being a Mag 7, being one with a pretty decent beta, which follows the market every now and then, I'm going to be watching the market as well. You can see the market's kind of continuing to sell off there as oil picks up the bid. Tesla also coming in with a little bit of selling. So I want to see, unless and until there's a break in that you know, the beta there, however you want to call that, Tesla's going to be a little bit interesting if it does do that there.
I was just confirming that as well. A couple people in the chat mentioning that this was just a read statement from the Supreme Leader. It was not an actual speech, which for obvious reasons was just a speech. So, I mean, there was rumors floating around late in the day yesterday that people don't even really know if he's all right. I was reading that he was injured in the initial attack, but I mean, there's still more comments coming through here. So yeah, oil moving around. Let's get to Bumble here. We're getting on in time. BMBL still an absolute disaster of a stock, but got to start somewhere if you're going to make a comeback. Back to 360 here. Session high is almost coming in right now.
Absolutely. A lot of good here, but you know, when you compare it to year over year, it's a little bit more tempered. Let's talk about it. Q4 revenue, $224.17 million. That's up about 1% year over year, slightly ahead of estimates. EPS, 26 pennies, beating the 24 and rising from 22 pennies a year ago. Modest revenue growth here and cost discipline, though user growth metrics kind of remain mixed. Let's talk a little bit about that. So we'll just go right down to their revenue mix and monetization and show you exactly how each app is doing. So they got a couple of apps here that they rely on. Badu, the first one here, app revenue came in at $43.2 million. That missed expectations and also declined 14.2% year over year. The Bumble app revenue, though, that rose substantially, $181 million from 179, though declined again 14.8% from the previous year. Average revenue per paying user across the company reached about $22.20. That is slightly ahead of expectations. The fact that we're up 20% makes me feel like analysts in the market in general were really looking at this to continue its slide. It didn't slide as aggressively, and you know, because some of these numbers, they're not that great.
Yeah.
But the reaction of the market is quite good.
I think anything is better than nothing at this point for this company, but about to take out the highs right now, guys, for Bumble.
You were looking at Bumble. I just got to get Adara wants some shorts in BlackRock here today. So get ready for that one. We actually talked about Adara last night, starting to get the trading going as she's been doing. So I'm going to do that, and we already sort of talked about Bumble and where that stock has been coming from. But a nice upside day today with, I think it's 22% short float.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a bit of a disconnect and doing its own thing, doing over 400 times relative volume here in the pre-market session to start off with. Now we've kind of dwindled down to about 200 times. Still relatively decent amount of volume being done on this one in the pre-market session. You can see strong bid off of that earnings report, consolidation, and trying to push some of those highs coming into the open. Only about 4 minutes left here on Bumble, but I'll continue to watch this one. Any sort of midday or after the first 15 minutes, I might tackle some Bumble after that. We'll wait and see. But I like the strength that it's showing. It does have a lot of headwind. We did look at the higher time frame chart here. You can see a lot of headwind right here. Multiple weeks of resistance around 380, and that's only about 15-20 pennies away from some of those highs. Look at all those top wicks, absolute craziness. If we can get past this 390, then I might like it a little bit better, but gapping up into some resistance on Bumble. Wow, there's some size on Path getting taken out right there. I stopped out and then it started to come right back in. So Path on a path of the downside.
Yeah. Just real quickly, and then we'll go over to that last story because we do have the PayMe IPO coming today. So this is just a quick look to see if there's anything popping off here right now. There's your UI path. That's starting to go to the downside with a 400K sell imbalance. SCO there, that's going to be something to look at. We talked about that the other day. Sable offshore, a lot of traders looking at that. There's USO with a small little buy. Obviously, it's done 5 million shares with only 190,000 on the bid rate there. And then nothing else, man. There's no major NASDAQ names on here, despite the NASDAQ giving us the impression that there is, with a little bit of an upside move right there. All right, let's go get a couple details about the PAYP IPO. We'll talk about if we're going to trade it or not, and then we'll get ready to ring this opening bell.
PayP to come today. That's Bumble. Nothing to look at. Obviously, it's an IPO for PAYP. I think there's going to be some PYPL references down the road, even though that's not even really a thing anymore. But yeah, PayP coming today.
Let's talk about this one, Brendo. So the IPO price was $16 a share, notably below the original target, which was 17 to 20. Valuation at this price valued about 10.7 billion. So not a small company here, guys. Significantly lower though than the $20 billion figure that SoftBank Masayoshi-san was reportedly pushing for earlier this year. The offering raised about $880 million through the sale of about 55 million ADRs. This is an ADR, guys, American Depository Receipt. Anchor investors. We got heavyweights like Visa, Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, Qatar Sovereign Wealth Fund, all committing about 220 million bucks combined.
I can't stop looking at Bumble. It's still like just absolutely ripping right now. Thoughts on this IPO, guys?
Right now, Palantir is ripping to the upside, but yeah, we have the numbers up there, but PAYP there. Sorry, PAYP. PayPay. We're going to keep it updated here for you guys as the market opens. Right now, there is no, tap there, so there's no market on open. It is going to be a NASDAQ name. They haven't come through until about between 12 to 1:30 possibly. So something to look at. We just wanted to make sure it was on everybody's radar. So thanks, Brendan, for putting it up there. It's also on my radar here today, PAYP. And then there's the IPO calendar that you have with a couple different data points there. Yeah, 1.3 billion. Let's go over to
1.26 billion here, and again, SEC filing. This is their F1 here. Just looking at some of the underwriters here: Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Mizuho, Morgan Stanley. Some of the big boys there. Now this is in apparently in alphabetical order, but yeah, the smaller you can see those are the top ones. Smaller ones there, pretty interesting as well. Good luck to everyone here off of the open. I'm going to be watching that path, catching a bit of a bid, and Bumble as well.
Yeah, here we go. We are now open. So welcome, everybody. Yeah, that opened real quick on us right there. So NASDAQ opens up down 0.8%. The ES opens up right now down 0.8% as both names getting to the downside here. But as we've seen many times, there goes a move to the upside right now. And oh boy, Obi, there goes Palantir up to 155. Wow, what a monster, man. We talked about this one, that AAPL is there. We are talking about it. Alex Karp is all over the place now. And you can see a nice little movement to the high side there for PLTR. About that 149.50 or so dip buy opportunity, not yet for Palantir. Market goes up and goes down. We said that we would look for that Tesla break of 406.50. That's a good one there, but of course happens little pre-market. But there's that 406.50 right into 404 as we called. That might be a little dip buy opportunity as well. So yeah, that's what we're doing. ORBS. Okay, there we go. It's open now, the position board, so that's good. Orbs just lost 105 right there off open. As we said, wait until you get the market to open up. You'll get some real big sell volume come through, but 130 was a nice touch. Watch out for this bid here to come in and around this 90-cent mark. Kathy Wood, A Company investors here. Market coming back just a little bit. Tesla might get close to that $400 mark pretty soon.
Yeah, that path, I guess that came in, took a little bit of a chop on there. I was like, okay, maybe those 70s get cracked, but swipes right back up into 11s, maybe some resistance there. VWAP coming in and around those 11s as well. A lot of size kind of showing up on top of those 70s, so we'll see if that guy gets taken out. There's 390 on Bumble, so we'll see if this can kind of actually break.
How much is that up to?
Get up to 4 there.
20.
So we opened up from 3.7s to about 3.9s, up about 35, almost 36% here, Sean, on the day. So looking interesting. We'll see if this one comes into fruition as well. There goes path coming right back down. So GG's on the first try. Market's pulling right back in as well. Let's see what else is going on here. So
I mean, Morgan Stanley is at 6-month lows. Morgan Stanley down 4% right now and getting absolutely crushed. Right now, as people worried about private equity, loan losses, everything like that. It's Morgan Stanley that's getting wood shedded today to that downside. A lot of the banks, same kind of situation, but it's Morgan down 4.5 right there. It's Palantir that just made a move to 155 and back into VWAP 152 and change. Almost getting ready to pull the trigger, but it's so early. Every time I do this, the first trade is GG, as you just mentioned, Obi. But for right now, it's Palantir time. I like this stock. We're going to go over to Adair and see if there's an opening story here.
Well, no, I was just going to mention here with Morgan Stanley, because you brought it up, I wanted to add, so they are actually the latest following BLK and JPM to restrict redemptions at their private credit fund. So that was as of this morning. No, really not much pre-market volume on this, but obviously dropping off the open. That's the deal with Morgan Stanley. Just wanted to address it in more detail, Sean, because you mentioned it. Economic data right now, I'm not seeing any. At 11 a.m., we will get Fed's Bowman. And at 10 a.m., we're supposed to be getting the start of that AIP conference. Last year, it was actually much later in the day, and there was a lot of, pre-banter before we had the keynote. So I'm not expecting the keynote speech from Alex Karp right at 10, but of course, anything can happen or change. I'll keep you guys posted once that stream opens up, which again, we're expecting around 10 a.m. Back to you.
Hey, Miss Adair, everybody. Thank you so much for that. And that jacket is hot fire. I love that jacket. That's a great looking jacket there. So, okay. Yeah, we did miss that opportunity to get into VWAP right there at 153. Now you're at 154. So we do know this is the way it goes, man. This is a fast mover here. It is Palantir. Tesla does... I feel like the Italian, you guys see the Italian a baseball team, they hit the home runs and they're like, hey, they crushed Mexico yesterday. And you're welcome, United States, for Italy winning that game and putting you guys into the second round of the WBC. That's crazy that they almost didn't make it. I cannot believe that. All right, market right back there to the upside. Tesla, what a good bounce, man. Right at those levels that we had mentioned, possible there. Right on your 50 period, sorry, your 200 period moving average of 405. We'll see if that wants to get going there. 403.50, nice downside. I can't even look at the chat because everyone's American. So if I start saying something bad, it's not going to be good. So I'm just playing around. Obviously, we need some content over here. The WBC has been awesome to watch. And it's actually Canada. Uh-oh, this is where it's going to get bad. It's Canada versus U.S. in round one of the quarterfinals. So that's going to be an oh boy situation. Come on, man. You already beat us in hockey, man. Take it easy over here. Okay, there's Tesla going. Palantir really trying to take out the top. Not trying to, is taking out the top. So my hat's off to you, Alex Karp, as you continue to win right now. And I know it's been a downside drift for Palantir, but what a great bottom that was around that 1.25 mark right now. All right, I'm not into anything, and I'm getting antsy, but it does, sitting on your hands is also a trade. We are getting into VWAP right now on the NASDAQ. I do think short today, so I don't think there's anything wrong with me making a play. I wrote down $49 on here where the 200 period was at that time, and I never know what's going to happen in the pre-market, so I just use the levels that I see then, but now we can use 48.70 or so as a possible area for us on the TQQs. But I think it's best to maybe wait for that play to come through. So maybe a little starting here at VWAP, and then we'll give it a shot as the market is sort of maturing up right now. Now, VWAP might not be enough. I'm actually going to wait for this 48.60. Maybe we do get a bump up there, and we can put on some real shares.
Wow, look at this Bumble go. This Bumble is absolutely crazy. I'm here trying to get, getting a little chopped up here on path, finally kind of working there. But Bumble through that $4, 20 pennies past that $4. Talk about a call out that I didn't even take myself. So definitely GG's on that one as well. So we'll wait and see. Well, path though, I like this kind of that size kind of coming up. Size also getting taken out on the ask as well. So I do like that a lot. We'll wait and see if this one comes into fruition here as we trade back up into 1120s, 1123s. We've already been here in the pre-market session, but I do like that. Again, it's an SSR name, kind of struggling to sell off here. So we'll wait and see if it comes into fruition. But I want to see a hold above the quarter there. There's a little bit of a pullback on Bumble as well. What's the high that we hit? I guess high of a 425 on Bumble there. So one to continue to keep eyes on. I want to see a hold above that 380, 380s, 390s is what I said. And it definitely did. And it gave you about 30, almost 40 pennies on the run up off of the open. So beautiful, beautiful price action on that Bumble off of open.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back to like a different playbook now because none of these levels are really hitting again. Like we could short the TQs there. There's lots of stuff we could wind up doing. But okay, let's go to Adair and we'll come back.
Keep an eye here on oil and on the market. We're seeing comments from the new supreme leader of Iran, Khamenei, saying that, quote, Iran won't forgo vengeance for those who have been killed. So looks like there could be more Middle East tensions after these comments from the new supreme leader of Iran. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, interesting there. I just called up USO right here. We can also check. I don't know. I should just have oil. I should just have oil up somewhere as a chart. That's for sure. Just as you had mentioned, though, screen time space, interesting and valuable. Okay, there it goes. What do you got on board right now? UiPath.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you're long on UiPath, and I just want to look at oil here. It's coming back into the 50-period moving average on what I thought was bullish talk for oil there, but it is coming back down. So you got to be very, very careful with that. And as oil comes down a little bit, you could see the market trying to get back to the upside. So I'm actually waiting now at 48.60 to see about a short here on the TQQs. But what you got going on over there on UI?
This path, again, we're getting, sprays into the ask there. There's a first kind of selling that I'm seeing. We'll see if that comes in. I do have to be kind of nimble. You guys seeing what I'm doing with this over here. So I do have to stay a little bit nimble. Kind of pieced out of a decent chunk there. I did get really aggressive here on that second entry. And then we'll see if that one holds here, only holding a little bit of the position out. I guess about, 10%, yeah. So roughly in and around there. We'll see if it can hold the quarters. I guess that's what I was looking for. 11.25s. If that holds well, then I'm going to continue to stay interested in this one. But that Bumble, that was the one to have as a, crazy move. Talk about $3.90s to $4 to $4.10s to $4.20s. Absolutely beautiful opening drive on this one. Maybe we're getting the backside, but I don't want to necessarily touch this one short. Maybe for a scalp down into VWAP, because that's sitting above 390s. But again, pointed out that weekly level on Bumble. Let's pull it up right here. I still have it on. This was that level right here. Look at that multi-week breakout. I like daily breakouts, I like weekly breakouts, I like monthly breakouts, as well as breakdowns as well. And this was a classic example of a multi-week resistance, gapping up into resistance, and then breaking out of that level here. Ultimate double top highs in and around 390s, and that gives you, I guess, well, if you want to measure off of these highs, let's see what that gave you right there. About 8%, almost 8.5% of a move to the upside on a $4 stock. We've already done about almost 9 million shares traded on Bumble. Definitely buzzing.
Yeah, there's what I meant to get to there before we went to the oil story there was I'm just going to try to play off VWAP now on Palantir. I mean, it's definitely a strong name. If we do dip by, let's do it at VWAP. So between 154 to 153 is an area for me that I'm looking at right now. So we'll be able to figure out if it gets into there. That'll be my first trade. And normally I'm in more at this point, and I can't. Trying to be specific here because yesterday at this time, we started to short oil and then it was wrong and it just kept on ripping my face off all morning, and that was not great. So trying to be specific here. Here's Bitcoin, 70,000. Not much, again, happening over here on BTC. Very specific to the different spaces today. SoFi and some of these bank names, 850. Oh, where happened? I thought maybe Mitch was supposed to come today. Maybe he didn't. Maybe tomorrow. I want to talk to him about SoFi because look at this name, man. Wow, boom. Right there to the upside. A nice little level for SoFi forming out now in and around this $18 mark. Looking like it could get longer here off of those bids. So we'll see if SoFi wants to hold down here. Nice play to the upside. I think the move down in Morgan Stanley is probably too much. Wow, as soon as I say that, of course, now it's only down 3%. Was down 4% at the lows. We might have missed that NASDAQ short. I didn't. It was a little early, but I think now that we see VWAP and it's trying to hold right there, that's probably a good trade. It's too bad because, as I said, more aggressive we had been in the morning. We normally have this short, hitting VWAP, giving us topping tail candles. So I do like it. Let's put on a unit or two there if it does come back into VWAP. But it's looking like we're breaking lower. Sometimes you can play momentum, Obi. You don't have to wait for something. You play the move to the downside and what we figured out after that. So it's looking like right now TQs might be that break. So we'll wait for VWAP if it can come in, but maybe a break of 48 as we get aggressive here on the TQQs.
Yeah, funny enough. So I got, that's on NY. Let's look back at that path. So I got triggered in, sometimes just a little bit of a luck there. So if you guys remember, I was short in the pre-market above these levels, and I was like, I definitely don't want to be long above that 1130. that script was still in there, Sean. So it added to the position I was already in.
Okay,
I was piecing off. I was like, all right, cool. And then instantly 20 pennies from 1130s to 1150s now blasting off. Talk about a squeeze there. So I did flip bias, and we talked about this in the morning session, kind of being a little bit nimble, being slightly malleable on your bias there. I was short coming in off of the open. I got blasted. Not really that blasted, but definitely took a little bit of a hit there on this short, because I was like, okay, 77's coming in. But guess what? I observed, held bid, couldn't break through it. Then size coming up on the ask. Don't forget it's SSR, and then that size just getting slapped out of the way. I'm like, okay, I got to get long into or through that 11, and it got long above that 11. Now we're squeezing 1161s here on path. So absolutely crazy. Let's measure some of those extensions or some of those legs that are looking absolutely beautiful right now. So if that 11, I mean, this was a bit of a trend break as well, right? Talk about reversion. I love those as well. So yeah, right here, just a simple trend line. Let's kind of start from here. You can see that trend line broken going into 11. That's why I liked the short if we were going to continue. I liked being short in the pre-market session as well, because of what I was seeing. Understanding that the SSR mechanic doesn't really come into play until the market open, and then sellers definitely very dominant here. Now we're retracing some of these levels. Imagine if we get past this 1197 high, and we're making a beeline towards some of those highs right now, 1167s here. So absolutely crazy kind of price action. But this is a beautiful thing. This is the kind of Momo I'm looking for. And I'm going to stay involved with the Momo until the Momo is no mo.
No more Momo? Okay, well, let's hope for Momo then as we get going to the upside. We have a new position right now. It's Palantir. So we said that we would take, I don't know why that's on. All right, so right into VWAP there again, 153.50. I'm just going to hold this to 153, very, very tight stop. Both trades coming in right now. It's Tesla at a tight stop of 404. I actually got to put this in right down there. Let's go 403 bottom on this one, 402.99. Let's not make sure. Let's not like struggle bus with this entry. Let's make sure that it's the right one. Yeah, just trying to move my watt out of the way here. I don't want to get stopped. Like I know the market's moving in. I mean, we wanted to go short, right? But that's, yeah, okay. So 403, that's going to be a good level. 402.99, we will exit out of that one. And Palantir, as quick as we're in, we're out. So there comes right back. Shoot. Nice move there, man. I mean, we had saw this NASDAQ play. We had seen it there at VWAP. We actually even mentioned potentially joining this move right there. Tesla will probably get squashed, but it's actually holding out okay. It's Palantir that just came into 152.50 right now. Okay, here comes Tesla. Nice move back lower there. Too bad, man, because we really did like that short in the market and just missed it off VWAP, trying to wait. See, sometimes it's like, I feel like you sometimes got to do the same thing regardless of what's been happening the last couple of times. I know we always talk about adapting your styles, but that VWAP trade has been in our pocket for a long time. And, you know, sitting here trading the Qs in the NASDAQ, we should have definitely hit that futures trade right there. All right, we'll just average in here. We're down 30 cents. We did get that good Tesla bottom take. So maybe if the market battles from here, we do have a nice upside take here, potential for Tesla. You know, again, maybe we'll lose 80 cents here if it breaks below 403, but that is the low of the day. And I think it's worth taking a little bit of a shot right now as we do average into it. So as you can see, we're in right now at 403.87 now to the downside. So potential look right here, right now on Tesla. It looks like it may want to break. And look, Palantir, I don't know if they said something. Obviously, it's following the market, but you're all the way down too on PLTR. Probably a much better, not probably, looks like, and there goes Tesla. A much better dip buy opportunity here at 151 on PLTR. I'm going to give that a go as well. But yeah, with news in Palantir, I think there's a chance this name might want to get to the upside. Oh, okay, and there's the drop down again. So nothing holding out right now. Look at this out. Holy crap. Like that's why if you don't have an out, you don't have anything. There goes Palantir. There goes, see, look at that out on Palantir too. Looks like we're going to get a little exposed to the longs right now, and that's not necessarily a good thing, but we are into Palantir. Let's see what winds up happening into the low of the morning time right here at PLTR.
Yeah, this market is coming in real hot right now, Sean. And so I did get out of those last pieces of Path. We'll see if it gives me any more opportunities. Wow, yeah, 200 AMD, that could be interesting as well. I talked about this Bumble scalp, didn't really get involved, but take a look at this backside move, absolutely beautiful as well. 411s maybe on the break of that trend, all the way down to 390, so a nice little quick 20 penny scalp on a $4 stock. Yes, please, on that one, definitely swiping right on that kind of price action for sure. Let's see what else is happening. I was watching HIMS. As know, it's been kind of in play over the past few days there. We got that day 3 move yesterday, which was pretty aggressive here as well. This is, I guess we kind of talked about this. Yeah, I have some trend lines that were in from yesterday. Nice little pullback. Maybe it gets back down into anchored VWAP here. Let's see what prior day VWAP is looking like. Wow, look at that, beautiful consolidation in and around there. Definitely following, respecting the market move as well, and strong resistance yesterday as well on this trend break. I kind of tried to scalp this in going into the end of the day as well. Trading a little bit higher today, but if you were just keeping it simple and looking at the pre-market range, the break of pre-market range lows brings you into a good position to kind of look at this, even if you're not taking the breakdown. This little consolidation continuation is pretty nice on HIMS at the same time. NBIS, another one we were watching as well.
What about NBIS?
Yeah, so this one, again, a little bit of selling, nothing too crazy happening on the day today. 106s, back into 106s. So I did mention that this was the range that I was looking at coming into the day here. I definitely, not trading everything that I talked about, but I think I did okay with trading the one I was focused on off of the open there. But this one as well, just looking at that range, I was like, if it comes into these range lows, I kind of might be interested, and you can see what it does with those range lows straight smack alongside with the market. 108.40s was that level. We got to a low of 106.50, so about almost a 2-point run on that one. Let's see what else is going on here. USO, nothing too crazy as of right now. Just a kind of a chop fest. Hey, would you look at that? Would you look at that?
Oh, look at this.
So these are some of the levels that I marked out. Let's go to just like a 5 or a 15-minute chart here to see where those levels are coming from. So opening range low on Monday is what we're knocking against as of right now on USO. So interesting stuff. Let's see if we can get above that. Maybe news-driven catalyst can bring us some volume to get us on that. Thank you very much. Launch 911 for the super chat. Caught SPY puts. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, you're welcome. And anybody that was recommending the short there, good on you. Oops. Bullish, not bearish. We're now $1.50 in the money on this Palantir trade. So we go right back into Greensville. We swing and miss twice. Right there, the first one on Tesla, and this was fine. I mean, we got to take shots. I mean, you never know where that low is going to come into play. And then Palantir, small little trade there at VWAP. We said that we weren't exactly excited about VWAP, but we were excited for a dip buy opportunity into the pre-market low, and we were giving ourselves that room into 150.50 there. So that was a good trade there at 150.150. Blasted to the upside right now. We're just out of half right now, so we have half still on board as we continue to go a little higher here on PLTR. I'll take another piece here at 75, and then we'll be able to see if it goes back up to the upside. Let's hold. Why not? Let's hold for 155. Let's go 154.50, okay? So if we can get something at 154.50, maybe we should do that, and then we'll celebrate. I mean, that'll be $3. The amount doesn't matter. We're just looking to see if we can get all the way back up into where we were before the market decided to take a little bit of a dump on that move. All right, big check-in back on Bumble. I know Obi was just looking at it, still bouncing off that $4. Huge move today, up to 420 and reversing right back in. So got to watch out for BMBL on board right there as well. And I mentioned, as Obi was talking there, that AMD had cracked through 2 bills. There goes. Yo, what's up, David? Scott Tomlinson, you would love 154.50. So would I, man. Let's just hold out and see if it gets there. Yeah, AMD, but come on, man. Like, we're not going to get to 154.50 on Palantir unless the market can somehow figure itself out. And right now, downside there, push for AMD, man. I like the name under 200, like, for shorts. So now we've broken underneath that $200 mark. Just looking here at some of the charts. I mean, we got to get back up to this 201.50 VWAP before we decide to short it, but not a bad push there for AMD. What's its friend Nvidia up to as well? I'm going to go check on that Orbs as well. 183.50. So this one might bounce a little bit, but remember what we said already. Nvidia, there's two things to do on Nvidia. That is short this 195 or go long 175. And right now you're literally in the exact middle at 185, trying to battle around with that 50-period moving average. I wrote down Nebius 107 on my sheet as a dip buy opportunity level. Now we're right into 107 right now. So if this market does want to rally, I mean, we gave the bottom of 106.50. Good potential here for Nebius to get going back there to the upside. So I think I like this level. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, it's a stick. You know, we have TQs on here short. Man, that was crazy. Nebius, this area. USO on a dip, if it gets to 109, that's not going to happen. And then, of course, we mentioned on the sheet Palantir as well. So right now, that's what we're doing. Palantir, a little bit of a kick down a little bit there into 152 again. We've taken out a little more than half. We got some more outs there at 153. So right now, I'd say we're holding 40% of Palantir with a higher look potentially coming. I am going to Scott, I'm going to go to 154.50. I'm also going to go to 153.50 right now, just where VWAP is. So if we can get a bounce into that, I will offer up there as well. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, I am seeing some more headlines out of the Middle East. 2 drones reportedly targeting an Iraqi army headquarters east of Mosul. So we're getting some drones within Iraq. Also, we did, as I mentioned earlier, new Supreme Leader of Iran was making some comments earlier, seeing one of the comments circulate here. Apparently, he said the Strait of Hormuz will, quote, remain closed. So oil certainly going to remain on watch, as Sean mentioned. No, he's watching this one as well. It is near intraday highs. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, I just looked at USO, and we can go over to oil as well. But USO, yeah, as Adair mentioned there, hitting the intraday high level right now. I was saying that my hands were starting to feel cold up in here. I don't know if that's a thing or not. And then I feel now like got this headache. Like I don't know what's brewing over here. I hope we're all feeling okay in and around this space. But drinking lots of water and tell me you're fine. My hands are frozen.
Yeah, they're kind of chilly.
Yeah, so okay, so good, fine. That's probably fine then. All right, man. Yeah, so watching out for USO right there. We looked at a little bit of Bumble. We said we look at ORBS as well. 8Co Holdings, trying to get above $1. Wow, what a good break that's going to be. 103. You want maybe we'll just put a bid at 103, man. Breaking through that area gets us long, and then we can use something like this as our out. I mean, I think that's a reasonable opportunity there. We've already been to 130. Nice kick down. We said that once the volume really started to go, you know, most likely seeing a downtick there in orbs, and that's kind of what's happening now. So we could see a 103 break. That would be kind of cool if that came through 103 and change. So we'll see if that's a play or not for us pretty soon on 8Co Holdings. Still just looking around, man. UPS, I'm hearing, has settled a lawsuit right now with some whistleblowers. That's just coming through now. So downside move here, maybe a nice upside play there. The name that I'm looking for to earnings, which is about a month away now, can you believe this or not, Sharif and Obi, is Meta. Like the big tech earnings are just around the corner. So I want to look at Meta as well, down 1.6% today. Wow, look at this future trade, Obi. Darn it, man. That's a nice downside play right there. And we should have had it on VWAP, and we didn't. Huge move to the downside right now. Well, let's just continue to watch out for some Palantir. But nice move downside right there on the market. Despite Palantir trying to make new highs right now, yeah, the market is an interesting story today, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, you know what this kind of
magnesium
market action reminds me of. I'll pull it up in a second. But absolutely beautiful selling coming in here on the markets. Pretty much you could be short anything. So shout out to one of our viewers who had that SPY puts. Apple, I'm looking at as of right now, some of the most overextended one to the downside. And whenever I see a little bit of overextension, I do like to take a little bit of a closer look at it. And relatively strong on the sell side here. I'm just looking, I guess the next closest one I'm seeing is Tesla now. I guess Nvidia is catching up as well, but Apple definitely going to be on watch for me. If and when this market does a little bit of a turn, maybe we get a bit of a reversion back into VWAP here as well. But we talked about today being one of those days where you gotta, you gotta be a little bit nimble. You gotta wait for these market moves based off of news. What do you got going on?
No. I didn't mean to interrupt. Tesla was just at $400. I didn't even notice that right now. That's at 400. Palantir's coming up. I am gonna take a piece right now. This is the highest it's been at. It's just bouncing off the 50-period moving average. So we're gonna take a piece out right there as well if we can get. We just took a 152.50. We're gonna take a 153. I know I said we were gonna wait for 153.50, but VWAP pushing down, market getting sick with it right now to the downside. So yeah. Oh, I'm frustrated a little bit, Obi, because we had that short, man, and we just didn't pull said trigger.
That's the one I always think of. Whenever the
I know, I've seen that one before.
Yeah,
Elmo?
this is one of my favorite
It's like
memes.
the worst Elmo thing, though. That's like doesn't even look like Elmo. Look at those arms, man. Hit the gym.
I love this. I mean, Elmo's always been a little bit, you don't underestimate the Elmo there.
Oh, no, definitely not underestimating Elmo.
So I really like this this meme here. What do you think about this?
I guess that's
meme?
not mine, Randy.
Look at the market here. Boom, straight down. So, yeah. So the market's straight down.
Look at it. Do you see his little meme over there?
Yeah.
Man, I used to have a, what were those Elmos called? Oh, Tickle Me
Elmo. Yeah, those things made a dent.
Kids had one of those. Yeah, that was
a great product.
Man,
yeah.
you don't have kids, but I'm sure Randy's like.
Not that I know of.
You go, not that you know of, yeah. Not that anybody's told you about, yeah. So, yeah, go check the, anyways, okay. I was gonna say, Randy, you go through, when your kids grow older, and then you go in through like the attic and all this stuff, you realize how much money you've spent on just random stuff that they no longer even, like, do you know how many bikes? We have like 10 bikes in our house. Like, as they kept going, I got them taken into the pawn shop or whatever. Yeah. Maybe I'll just see if there's anybody who wants them. But so many bikes, scooters, those LOL, Lego's fun, but you know those little LOL dolls? There used to be little, you might not know, but they're these little dolls, and we have so many of those. And I remember they were like $10 each, and I'm just like looking back. And I said to Marissa, and she's like, "Well, what are you gonna do, man? Kids are gonna get toys," and it's like, yeah. Okay. Anyways, I might go get, Randy, if you don't mind, I'll take, I can't even feel my hands over here. So I would love a coffee. That would be fantastic. Okay, bang. Man, I hurt my shoulder. Ow, that's, remember yesterday we had Mark was always
the throwing.
But I actually hurt my, I feel like.
Yes.
Boom, then. There it is, man. Yo, Scott. Where are those hands at right now, man? We're throwing hands right now. Good move there on Palantir. Let's go. $2 in the money. We just get our, pawn shop. I didn't mean pawn shop. We have a bike shop right near our house.
Okay.
That takes used bikes and sells them, and I know the guy there. And isn't that not called a pawn shop? I don't know. Anyways, it's a bike shop.
Yeah.
They also have skates there as well. So I don't know if you guys. There's many places like that, but anyways, yeah, shout out to Alex Karp and company as Palantir making your boys' day right now. And there it goes, man. And we talked about this yesterday. That's your daily goal met right there. We have one trade in Tesla that no workout, but we have one trade in Palantir that worked and one that didn't. So despite now going 1 for 3, as we've talked about, you can have a positive day. And there it is, man. Daily goal met. With that one trade, here we go, back up to the upside Palantir. Trade the names with the news, and we can go far with that play. USO hovering again. ORBS right now, still doing nothing. This would be a name potentially for the midday show here as, and for us. We've talked about it bouncing off this 200-period moving average. For me, I'm not excited in 8 holdings until we break 103. So pay attention if that happens in your accounts, if you guys have your orders ready to go. And honestly, man, let's go. Palantir right there, 153.90. I'm sitting there waiting. If we get that fill, good for us. Then we go to 154.50, and there's the 153.90 fill just taken right there. Boom goes a dynamite. All we had to do was wait for that 200-period moving average. Took a little shot. Like, this is what we mean, Obi. Look at the risk, right? You take the shot there. You go long at 153. Look at my out, 153.50. Even if we have the same shares, right? Which we didn't. We have more down here. That right there is a 50-cent hit. So right there, there's the move up, 150, 150. Our first outs are 50 cents. So that puts that trade 1-to-1, and then, you know, rest. All right, Adair, what you got for us?
It's happening now, and there is a lot that is happening now. But we'll start just by taking a look at the market. Really nice pop here off of these lows for the NASDAQ. Right now, we're coming into this pre-market area of support around 601 halves. Let's see how the Qs fare, because we already did briefly breach that 600 area. Here's the S&P 500 looking very similar to the NASDAQ. So we're going to talk about oil. I have a little bit more on that in a couple slides here, a couple seconds. But I think certainly you have to keep in mind, in addition to these geopolitical tensions, you also have more concerns about private credit. We know Sean mentioned that, but you've got now BlackRock, JP Morgan, and as of today, Morgan Stanley with some of these credit withdrawal limits. So that's certainly going to be a story to continue to keep eyes on. Not any massive economic data this morning. We, of course, got jobless claims, housing starts, building permits, and trade balance. But tomorrow, 8:30 a.m., you get core PCE and non-core PCE. You'll also get GDP. Then at 10 a.m., you get JOLTS job openings and University of Michigan consumer sentiment. So tomorrow, massive day for economic data. Palantir, PLTR, we know this is a name that Sean has been involved in, and they have their AAPL event right now. I have that stream open, so once I hear or get any sense of anything, I'll certainly keep you all posted. But ahead of the actual event, they've already announced partnerships with GE Aerospace, Nvidia, ONDS, and LEU. Then you have USO, and I'll talk about some of these oil headlines here. Comments from the new supreme leader of Iran, reportedly saying that he believes the Strait of Hormuz should stay closed. We also have President Trump saying that when oil prices go up, the U.S. makes a lot of money. He's, basically expressed the idea that they obviously don't want high oil prices, but he thinks right now the conflict in Iran kind of supersedes that in terms of levels of importance. Last but not least, earnings on watch. PATH, we know Obi was involved in this name. They did have a double earnings beat, better than expected guidance, and a new buyback. But at least initially, that was not enough to lift this stock, though certainly bouncing off of lows. Bumble also posted earnings. This is another name that I believe Obi was either trading or looking at here. After the bell, we get Adobe and Ulta Beauty. But in the meantime, we get Sean and Obi. Do make sure to like, subscribe, and join us every single day.
TRBH, I do want to talk about your comment in just a minute, because right now we have a note from Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool last week hosted, hey, is that Randy? Oh, it is Randy. Hosted a live draft where 12 stock coaches built their starting five. 5 stocks they believe can survive the bracket and win the tournament. Now it's your turn to join the madness. Challenge number 1, pick the coach. If they have the strongest team and win the tournament, you could win, an evaluation trading account. The second challenge, you think you could beat the coaches? Well then, build your own core 5. And if your stocks outperform the tournament champion, you win the grand prize. If you do sign up as a group though, your prize pool doubles. Trade the Pool is putting up $2 million in prizes, so go grab it right now. The tournament starts March the 16th. Please make sure you scan that QR code right now. And by the way, we did get Palantir at $154.50, baby. So that's $3. That was a good trade there to start the morning. What's up with you, Adara?
Yeah, we do have comments from Alex Karp. He's currently speaking. He started his keynote. Last year, it wasn't supermarket related. This year, as of yet, kind of the same, talking about meritocracy in the U.S. military and how long that's been a thing for. If there is anything of note, I'll keep you posted, but I do think it's worth mentioning that he has begun speaking. Back to you.
Yeah, I don't want him to talk too much, but the move is upside. Because sometimes, remember, we take this trade. It's rate listed on here, right? One of 4 ideas on the list today, and it is because of the event that's happening. So I just think you want to be very, very careful that you make sure to do get out. At any moment he's done talking, stock drops. Any moment he says something market doesn't like, stock drops. So take advantage of upside moves, especially when it's a little bit of a news-based story, right? I mean, whenever you have these conferences, it's just like Nvidia. Will it be a sell the news situation? Buy the dips when their conference is on? I'm going to do exactly what I just said. Take a little bit more out there at 154 and then ask it, when are we going to 155? So I'm offering right now 154.80, offering 155.50s. And then, Obi, the play for me is then leave it alone. If it does come back into the downside, then we can reload it. Let's not throw good money or bad money after good here and take our trades. Yeah, this goes after this note. This is the one thing, and it was such a good note because it was what I was talking about. The trader's name was T. I have to go find it. Obi, I'm going to pass over to you and see if I can scroll up and find it. It's about structure and trading. So I'm going to go find that and see if I can put it on the screen for everybody.
All right, cool. Thank you for that one. I did mention that, yeah, I was interested in a little bit of Apple there. Apple catching a bid with that market turn, but you can see that we're catching a sell right back in. So maybe this was just a momentary green. I have no idea, but I'm going to wait and watch and see here. Pull up the Apple book for you guys as well. 256.30. So I did like this on that trend break, very distinct trend break, and you know it's being kind of pressured to the downside. Now I forget where I got this this analogy from. It's just like you know the selling off is on is off of that oil news, and we've been seeing a lot of like reversions and volatility based off of some of these news articles coming in and being pulled back or whatever. But if something is getting overextended and falls within range of where I like to get involved, I definitely will. And Apple was the one. Sure, there was Nvidia and Tesla as well. Let's see if this one works out, though. No idea, you know. I kind of understand what my win rate is on some of these reversions, and more than willing to take the hit on it if it does not work. But if it starts giving me actual structure to pyramid into, I like that as well. But we definitely need a little bit of market tailwind at the same time. If the market continues to pull right back in and sell a step right back in, more than likely going to get stopped out as well, right? Because we are, again, in a very news-heavy environment. Anything can drop in the next second and be like, all right, cool, sellers stepping right back in here as well. Path, I like as at the same time, holding this 1150s level as well. Did I hear a call for Adara?
Yep.
All right.
Keep an eye here on USO. A little bit of a spike up here. It looks like we have comments coming in right now from Chris Wright, Secretary of Energy for the U.S. He's in a Fox News interview right now, and he just said that President Trump is concerned about rising energy prices during the short-term period. That did have a little bit of a spike here in USO. Now, we know that President Trump has said he believes that prices will eventually go down for energy, but Chris Wright saying he is concerned, at least in the short term, with energy prices. Furthermore, Energy Secretary Chris Wright going on to say that the release of this reserve oil is in part about ensuring near-term supply of oil over in Asia. If I get more comments from him or Palantir CEO Alex Karp, I'll let you know. I am listening to Alex Karp live. Back to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, just letting people know that, you know, we did get, so there's USO. It's not doing anything right now, but thanks to Dara for those stories. I mean, they're just talking about they're looking to load up the strategic reserves heading into the next year, despite the release, is what I just heard. So I'll just try to keep it up to date here with Adara's readings of the news as well. But okay, so just a couple outs up here. I just don't want to be that guy. Like, so right now, I do have only 10% left, and I'm now going to, because we only have 10%, now I'll wait for that ultimate high of 155.50. And it looks like we are getting into that, so I'm just going to wait for that print. And hopefully it comes through in 155. I'm actually at 155.40s, so we're pushing higher right now. We put that trade out. It is a name that we liked on the dip buy opportunity, so far so good right now. Wright is saying that he takes full responsibility for that erroneous X post that he had made. I guess Trump told him to say that, most likely. So that's good. I mean, whatever, man. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's a good thing that he's taking responsibility. So that's a story right now. He will personally approve all posts moving forward. So see, so there you go. So he takes responsibility for it. Then the very next word is that he will approve all posts moving forward. So that's good, at least. But anyways, the story goes for oil. And by the way,
What's up? Nice.
there it is, man.
There it is.
It is
Look
now
at that.
a $1, a $2, a $3, a $4 now
Boom.
in the money there on PLTR. Your boy just needs to use more. We did a good amount of shares, but you know, you can always amplify the wins and the losers with share size, which I think is not that important that we worry about share size. I'm just more about the process here. Yes. Like, for the first time in a long time, shout out to Adam DeLuz and everybody that's in the chat. Shout out to my friends to the left of me too, Sharif and Joe. And just for, like, you know, when you get the trades and you have the ideas, stick with them. I wasn't able to. I will talk about that Netflix trade in a minute. Thank you so much for that. If you're not in a position, oh, you're in lots of positions. Okay. I was going to say the comment that was made was about structure, and it said something like, it looks like, you know, once there's a structure to it, that I'm just going to talk in third person or whatever it is, but it said Sean can trade better when there's a structure. And I think that that's exactly the point. I mean, how many times have I sat here and gotten sort of pissed off because I'm not following sort of the rules that I'm writing down? You know, I have multiple sticky notes with rules on them. And then like yesterday, when oil was going against us, we just kept averaging. Like, that's not a strategy. Averaging into the wrong trades, bad strategy, right? So stick with your plan, and this is what sometimes can happen.
That path position is wrong. I think it's a little delayed. I already got out of that a while back. But,
all right, let me take a fill here because we're doing a nice little play upside there as we get to 156. I still didn't correct it. It might have to be the next time you take a fill, but okay. So just everybody knows you're only in the Apple long.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, Adara, what you got over there?
Alex Karp finished his very brief keynote. There was a lot of, don't listen to the news when they tell you about your company. It was kind of an odd speech, but it's done now. Now he's got someone involved with I believe the Navy. Looks like they're just gonna have clients speak now. I'm gonna keep listening to it in case there is anything of note. Specifically for any publicly traded companies that make comments, and if and when we start getting public company CEOs making speeches, I'll let you know, but I do feel obligated to tell you guys, Palantir CEO Alex Karp finished a very brief and not supermarket related keynote. Back to you.
You know what? Then I'm just gonna get out. So right now I now have 8% left. So I just 7.5% left. Just took out a little bit more there at 155.50. If the star of the show is no longer there, then I'm happy with the move up, and we can hold whatever we have now. Let's go with our out at 154. Let's put that in. I mean, I have to cancel my 50-cent out right there to the downside because right now we're $4 and change. So we'll go 153.99. We'll put that as our stop. Is that right? Let's go to 153. 84s. We don't have that many shares left. We just want to give it a little bit of room. I don't want it to come to 154, do that little wick there, and then dance. So good couple trades. Always learning more and more every day. And this time we did hold for a good trade there. All right, so you're not in UiPath. We did get a note there. Can we put that super chat back up if you get a chance? No problem, Andre, if it takes a minute, because it was about. Takes a minute. How good is this guy over there? Thanks, nice. Andre. All right. So he's liking this Netflix trade. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I actually really like this Netflix trade at $95. I actually meant to talk about it, and then Palantir just went haywire. So, yeah. This is that sort of that structure that I was talking about, right? You do now have these downside looks into 94.50. So, you know, right here, you take the long, you give yourselves even 50 cents is a lot. You don't even have to give yourself that much. You give yourselves down to 60s. I would extend it 50 cents into the 200 period. But this looks like a good spot. Maybe you average in down there, then you give it to 94. But I think if you have $1 in your bag, I think that's a good trade for Netflix. I don't know why it dropped, honestly, off of 100 there. I think it's probably just a key level drop. And yeah, I believe in Netflix. I like that deal. They don't have that debt on their balance sheet. Netflix a winner moving forward, man. I mean, especially with AI, they're going to get more efficient. You know, they can now spend that money on acquiring different aspects of content, right? I mean, they have a video game system, video game department as well. Netflix live television. I'd rather them spend money on the live television spot. I think there's a big opportunity, as we know, in the fighting game, whether or not that be MMA, whether or not that be boxing. I really like the opportunity that Netflix has moving forward. They're just in so many set tops, man. Like everybody, not everybody has Netflix, but a lot of people have Netflix.
Oh, yeah,
so
definitely.
I definitely think that that's something that we like there. So yeah, all right, Obi, that's what's going on for me, man. And it's been a good day, man. We actually wind up a little bit higher, obviously, than our daily goal, and we're happy with that. Yesterday, we lost our goal, so we got to make some back. And Netflix today, good little move there, $95. I think that's a good trade.
Nice, yeah, no, solid trade idea there on Flakes there, and solid trade on Palantir as well. Bit of a snipe at the lows. Apple's just consolidating sideways. I think again, if the market pulls back in, I think that'll probably you know.
Who punched Apple in the face today, eh?
Yeah, exactly. It's down more, well, relatively more. It was down relatively more than everything else, but right now, I guess it's Google, which is showing the relative, I guess, alignment with the market there. So quickly go to Google here and see what is going on with Google. We'll go to a 3-minute chart on the hourly currently here. So Google, relative weakness as, I guess not really relatively weak, but relative weakness compared to that of some of these other stocks here is what I am seeing. Now, I'm not really looking at Meta. Meta might be telling a different story here, but take a look at Google. That just cracked its day low once again here on this 3-minute candle while the market bounced up as well. So no real kind of a bounce happening here on the Google. So going to continue watching that. When it comes to the other Mag 7s, we can go through them real quick to see what they're up to and what I really mean by why Apple was kind of the one that I was watching. Nvidia here, you can see that it's not really, it's not really doing anything more different than the market. What's up?
I wanted to ask you because you traded this beautifully yesterday, Oracle.
Yeah,
You're watching it, okay? Because I was going to say it's right down here and thinking about support, but I know that the short yesterday was pretty hot, and if we break, excuse me, if we break that pre-market low, maybe something there on Oracle. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention for sure, because I know that was a trade potentially that you may have some interest in. All right, I'm going to get out another piece here at 87. See, that's the problem with offering. You see, like I offer 87s and then it tanks 10 pennies. Not because of my offer, but like trying to get that rebate just costs a little bit there. Now I don't have, we just got a piece out just before it tanked there at 155 again. So we have 5% left now. Of this trade, but the market is coming back in quite nicely. That should have been maybe a reload, not a reload, but we should have had it right there, first of all. And then right into there, the 50-period moving average on the NASDAQ, right? That's not the be-all, end-all. I really do like look at VWAP here. You know, VWAP hold, that little spike down, that's probably on some sort of a dark pool. But right into there, we break it, not much action on the break. I mean, that was tough. That was pre-market trading. And then it comes right back up into there again, shows us its face about 20 minutes before the market opens and is like, all right, well, you know, we're fine hanging out. And then it comes right back up. It does the exact same trade again and then whoosh. So that's that structure trade, man, that I'm trying to be all about. And we actually did identify that. So, okay. All we do is we sort of tap ourselves on the back and say, good look, good identification, but next time take the trade. And that's part of the game, right? And we said earlier, like we were going to sit on our hands a little bit, so maybe tomorrow we just get a little more aggressive early on. All right, I have a smart portfolio. That's good because mine is the dumbest portfolio you've ever seen at Schwab, but it had wiped gains from 20K down to 1K. That doesn't sound that smart. Should I take it out and wait? Wait a second. I have a smart portfolio at Schwab, but it had wiped gains. Okay, so you're up 20 grand. Now you're up $1,000. Should I take it out? Okay, so we don't, the one thing that I have to make sure we tell everybody is here is like, it's not our thing to give, you know, financial advice about those kind of ideas, all right? Like, what you're gonna do with your portfolio is completely up to you. Like, there's not even enough information in that question, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know what stocks you have, if it's a futures, if it's an options play or something like that. I was gonna say, if it's stocks related, stocks can be a long game. I mean, it's been a bad couple of days. So if you're long, right now being down 1.2%, yeah, possibly not the greatest time to take it out. We've seen the market battle back, all right? So I would just say, the idea behind that kind of a trade for me, and you just saw me execute it. So this is like, I'm trying to, here, let's go props up. Because I'm trying to do what I'm trying to do here every day. And that is that watch the upside, but protect the downside. So even if, like right now, I'm costing myself, even if it's 10 shares, whatever I had left, like that move down there, it breaks 154. I already said that was gonna be my out. So it goes down there, it just fires off. As I'm hosting the show and talking to you guys, the order goes out and I wipe my hands clean of it. So for me, the advice to everybody, including Obi, Sharif, everybody, Adara, anybody, Neil, anybody, is, and you can get this in the academy, is make sure you have that protection. Do not take a trade or a portfolio management unless you need to protect some of that capital. Now, some of us, like, if it's in your long-term portfolio, you may not worry about that kind of a trade. You know, buy 19 grand. I mean, I don't know what the position size is in that account, but I would say have an out. So that's my advice about anybody that ever asks me what to do with this kind of a loss is not much to do now. Just think about it for next time, right? What are you going to do next time to preserve your capital? So without knowing your positions, that's a hard super chat to talk about. But I think the mentality there is what wins. And I think even on, I know we're gonna have to go to Adair, she has an update, but even being on a prop floor, we actually talked about this last night, right, Obi? And that is that you're taught to, make half of your risk or vice versa to protect, give yourself some one-to-one on the risk to rewards as far as your P&L is concerned. So that kind of stuff is well taught at prop firms because you're forced risk management. All right, let's go back to Obi, rant of the day done, and we'll go back over and see what Adair is up to. I think she agrees, especially on those spready names that you like, Adair. If you don't have your outs, next thing you know, that loss just becomes amplified, right?
Yeah, no, 100% agreed with Sean. You have to be able to trust, know your ticker enough, especially if you're day trading, to trust your instincts on when to get out. Because you're right, the type of stuff that I'm looking at, especially if you don't get out, you're never going to get a shot potentially. So thank you very much to Sean and Obi for that awesome conversation. We're going to transition into small caps. I do have one headline I want to mention. I didn't really see it moving any of these stocks, but keep an eye potentially in some of these robo-taxi adjacent plays. Tesla and Lucid for sure. Executive from Lucid reportedly saying that robo-taxi rapid scaling is expected within the next 2 to 5 years. Now, let's talk about these small caps. We'll start with FLY, admittedly not the smallest market cap name. We're talking about $3.5 billion market cap. Short float in the single digits, I think 7 to 8%. This is going to be on watch here after announcing that their Alpha Flight 7 Stairway to 7 mission has apparently successfully launched and delivered a Lockheed Martin payload from Vandenberg Space Force Base. POLA, this was a name that was discussed in the morning show. Polar Power, they are in that electrical equipment and parts sector. Market cap here, $6.3 million market cap, 1.85 million shares. So small market cap and very small float for POLA. Last but not least, ONDS. This is a name that I know has been traded on this show relatively recently. It is a smaller cap name, rallied in the past, and again, rallied fairly recently as well. ONDS, one of the many companies that Palantir has announced partnerships with. Apparently, they're going to collaborate alongside Worldview, whose CEO is currently speaking at AAPL on this Stratolite ISR project. If and when the CEO of ONDS or any other executive from the company does appear at AAPL, because of course there is a chance of that happening, I'll certainly let you all know. Back to you, and do make sure to like and subscribe.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, no, going back to the conversation on risk, I was kind of, maybe in slight disagreement there, where yes, of course, we're taught how to manage risk pretty well, but when you start off with such a small shutdown, you're almost forced to risk. It's a double-edged sword. I'll say that much. It's a double-edged sword because it's just like when you have a small shutdown, you're more kind of directed towards risking it all on what you think is a great setup. So that can almost force you to be like, okay, what are the best setups? It kind of teaches you that way as well. But eventually, when you do have a larger shutdown, it's just like, okay, am I really going to be putting that much on the line? Then you have to kind of break that shutdown up into segments, being like, okay, well, we talk about risk units. I think that was a great kind of transition in my trading as well, where I'm just like, instead of going like, okay, well, I'm going to do half shutdown or full shutdown on something like this, of course, an A+, you might even be thinking about risking like a daily or a double shutdown if that opportunity, if you think that's like a once in a year kind of opportunity, maybe I'm risking 2 days worth of a shutdown on that if it's really that good. This is why trading's
so hard, because there's so many variables.
There's so many variables, and you have to get good at all of them, right? We talk about getting good at entries, getting good at position management, getting good at exits as well, getting good at sizing, getting good at managing risk, and then you gotta get good at stock selection, get good at a lot of these things, and you gotta also have like the runway to kind of make sure you spend enough time doing all of those things properly in an efficient way as well, and that's why there's a good reason why trading is as hard as it is. And again, it's a journey. I'm on that journey as well, and I'm loving every single step of it at the same time. So if you guys are wondering what those risk units are, I personally, whatever my daily risk is, I break it up by tens, and each 10% chunk is one risk unit. So when I'm taking a trade, I'm just like, all right, does this deserve one risk unit? So I can potentially try it 10 times. Or I'm like, this trade on the day deserves 3 risk units, but then I have to break that down as well, because I know that, if the strategy has a 20, 30% win rate or a 40, 50% win rate, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to allocate this much of my daily risk to this, 3 risk units worth, then I have to split that up as well on the tries that I'm taking, right? So it's just like, okay, there's there's levels to this ish.
It's just
what I'm trying to get at.
So many levels, man, to all of this. I did want to bring up PayPay. So
yes.
I feel like so silly calling it that, but that's the name. So it's there, man, and it might open sooner than we think. This is not a lot of interest there. Like, so Neil and I have, sat here and traded, these kind of plays many times, and waited for the right opportunity to strike on these IPOs and whatnot. And I don't know if this is the right one. It was priced at 16. It's now at 21. We've seen sort of the financial, and I don't know enough of what PayPay is, and maybe I can ask Adair. Hey, Adair, yeah, why don't you find the core business there for PayPay? Because like, if you're going to look at it, PayPal, as we had some jokes earlier on this morning about that, not a great look, right, for PayPal or Block or anything like that right now. Like, if they're more of an upstart, that might also be a problem, as upstart's funding for upstart companies, like companies that are potentially in the software space, and names looking for financing there in Silicon Valley and whatnot. You could see upstarts not really participating in this. The best IPOs for me, the Coinbase, the Bullish, the names like that when the crypto space is hot. Like Coinbase literally IPO'd at Bitcoin's height back when it was. At that time was the height. So, you want to make sure that you get it in when the time is right. Like, I feel like if StubHub IPO'd during Taylor Swift craziness, it might have been even better because people would understand the amount of money. But anyways, let's go back over to Adair and figure out what PayPay is.
So PayPay, I have their website up because I wanted to show you guys something. Obviously, they're not open yet, so I can't show you the chart. But what it says here under service, that's basically the essence of their business. I did do a quick dive into them. They've got about 38 million users, and they are the largest Japanese mobile payment app. So how this works, again, starting in 2018, what they did was they started a QR and barcode-based payment system. They were developed in collaboration with an Indian payment services company, but basically, you use a smartphone app, you link your bank account, and you can add money to your PayPay account directly from your bank account. Now, when you go to purchase an item, you can make a payment either by scanning the QR code or by having the clerk scan a barcode on your smartphone. So it's all phone-based, and again, that is actually how you also link your actual bank account. Now, as you can imagine, there could be some security risks with this. And this leads me to one kind of negative headline with this company. In 2020, they did fall victim to a cybersecurity incident, hacking attack originating in Brazil. Of course, a little bit concerning given the fact that your bank account is linked, but I hope this does give you guys some more perspective as to what PayPay's business is and some of the benefits and risks related. It also, I think one last thing worth noting, they were developed or established, as a joint venture with SoftBank Group and Yahoo Japan. So, as we mentioned earlier, some heavy hitters are involved in this company. Back to you.
Okay, so maybe some reasons there. I'm not against taking that long print. It might be better to have a look to see how it opens up, and then I kind of hold this for Obi, but there is potential, reversion trade there on that name as the financials continue to print lower here today, as the ES and the NASDAQ now at day's low. So bad, man, to not have reloaded that, or to not have taken that short in the first place on the futures. I really feel like I missed an opportunity there. Silver, I just wanted to say, is breaking lower as well. It just took out the day's low there. And this name is a little easier for me to find that structure now, because we do have a relatively close VWAP and 50 period, 25 period moving average right here. So I feel like, we talk about getting your money in when you have an edge a little bit there. Looks like the market wants to come down, and then we have, pushing VWAP's already held pretty much all morning there since the open. It opens up at VWAP, hits it again, and we're still going lower. Silver's not moving around that much, so this is not something that I think we need to get super excited about. But silver, a nice move to the downside right now. It's only down 0.2, which is generally a hedge. Like, I was wondering, because the market's getting crushed, is silver short really the right play? It's setting up, it looks like to me, but you know, potentially not. Gold is actually doing a little worse than silver is today. And then you're going to go over to oil again to have a look. That's at its highs right now. So you're kind of cruising upside, up 10% there for oil. It's just funny because Donald Trump, he didn't say two things. He just said kind of different things. And that is that, sure, we want to have lower oil prices because it's better for the consumer. It's better for the U.S. economy. We all know the story with oil. But at the same time, he then said that USA is such a huge producer of oil that, you know, the higher it goes, the more money they make. And that is also, both can be correct, and both are correct. So right there, Palantir, oh boy, cold hands, coughing, not great. There's 154 breakdown right there, and that was our stop. So there you go again, right? I mean, we had that super chat about, you know, risk management, and someone asked me if am I reloading Palantir, and the answer is just no. Like, you gotta wait until you get something that you like, and we're coming into 152. So on any part of a reload idea, I think 152 would be that idea. Tesla, by the way, I'm gonna throw it over to you, Obi. I think I might have to go get some more water. Tesla just broke through 4 bills. So down goes Tesla right now. Down goes Foreman. And I just didn't get a prediction. Did we find out if that Ronda Rousey fight is boxing yet or not? Because that's going to be interesting. And all right, let's go to the downside right now. 399, 398. Looks like it's breaking a little lower here on Tesla. The market's getting sick, wicked, and nasty right now as we get lower, man. Down 1.5% here, down 1.25% on the on the ES. The market is getting nasty to the downside. I'm not reloading that Palantir. There's no way now. I'm not going to take that risk right here. The market is free fall, you know, big time. I mean, this is no bids. In the last about 15 minutes, there's one up, or maybe two up candles. So we're gonna wait on that one. Yeah, we got some snow coming next week, by the way. Thanks for that, Adam James abroad. Are you Canadian, Adam, by any chance? Oh, he is. Okay, so. All right, so you know the life there, but you know, it's no different. Like, we always get ragged on a little bit here, but like, East Coast is not like Philly, New York, down in upstate New York, you know, Buffalo, Rochester, you know, that whole area, like Boston, like that whole East Coast, man, gets bombed. We actually don't get as much snow as you think here. It's more than probably 95% of our viewers, but it is a slippery slope when it gets wet around here, man. That snow can be nasty. I'm more worried about the -15. Like, I'm not down with that. But you know, if you're prepared for it, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, wear that winter jacket and deal with the rest. Nvidia getting hammered, AMD getting hammered. Would I recommend? Okay, Obi, here you go. This is your thing, man. Something about books. I never heard. I mean, what's a library?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Oh, I thought. Oh, okay, yeah. Mike Laurie. I didn't realize it was off of a super chat there. Yeah. Would you guys recommend any books, or do you guys have training classes? I just want to keep growing.
No training classes
and
at all.
I don't mean my stomach there. Yeah, no, I think Sean was talking about the academy in terms of books. It really there's a lot of good information out there. I really like certain types of books, but again, that's just my opinion, right? Like, I feel like at different points in your trading journey, different books are going to do well for you, and I think that it's really hard to kind of recommend something like that. So if if you're giving me information about maybe like if you're just starting off, or maybe you're well into the game,
is there one you like? Here, I'll give you some information. What about for mentality?
I mean, for mentality, there's the classic, what do you call, I always forget his name. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas is a good one there. And the ones I really like are, the Market Wizards books. I'm just going to get out of this.
I like One Good Trade.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, One Good Trade. Yeah,
that's I think that goes with this whole structure thing as well.
Yeah, I like the Playbook, again by Mike Bellafiore. He's one of the founders of SMB Capital. another solid trading firm as well. But yeah, no, One Good Trade is pretty good. I like the playbook, his second book that he wrote as well. The playbook really kind of wrapped a lot of concepts for me as well. So I really like the playbook, maybe a little bit more than One Good Trade, but both of them solid books as well. All the Market Wizards books for sure. A lot of the Market Wizards books, and you also have. I used to mention this one a lot. Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets by John J. Murphy is kind of like one that I reference every now and then. And a lot of some of my reversion ideas as well I got from that book as well. But there's a lot of good information out there. Now, throw it up in the chat. What are some of the books that you guys have read that have helped you in your trading journey and given you perspective and given you ideas and brought out maybe some of that passion as well? That's why I like the Market Wizards books. It definitely, when you read that and you read okay, there's so many different types of players in this market. Some of them think totally differently, but they're still able to knock it out of the park, and it really gets you curious about the game and how deep it can really go. So yeah, let me know in the chat. Murphy's book is the Bible. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people consider that technical analysis of the financial markets pretty much a trading Bible, and yeah, it's pretty good. I know that. Was it Brett Steenberger, who is a performance psychologist, a trading psychologist? He has a couple of good books as well. He has a new one as well, which I'm looking to read next. Currently, I'm reading How I Made $2 Million in the Stock Market by Nicholas Darvis, which is pretty solid. It was a pretty solid read as well, kind of his life story. I like that. I'm liking that one. But yeah, you got to keep on reading, keep on educating yourself, getting different perspectives. I think that's a solid part of it. Alpha Trader is also a pretty solid one as well. Talking about mentality, we're talking about mentality and mindset. Alpha Trader, and there's one more. I remember the cover of it, and I'm thinking, you know what? I have a picture of it somewhere here. Let me, I actually sent one to Jose recently, so I'll look that.
I did want to say something about, because no matter what book you read or what you're doing, right, it's like, as you said, it's just going to help you, see other people's perspectives and potentially give yourself, a little bit of an edge. That's why I asked you about the mental aspect of it, because you still got to sit there and hit the keys, like a lot of the times what you're writing about in books, like trading live and right in front of you. That's why we always talk about going into sim mode and things like that. Like, read things to get ideas, broaden your perspective, and educate yourself, and just get smarter about the game. But there's not one book that's going to tell you this is how to trade. They might tell you how they look at the markets, what some different perspectives of stories of successful traders, but you got to find your own path, because Obi said something yesterday that really hits home, and that is like every trader has a different personality.
Yes.
And that is that, one person, and we talked about, Neil's more slow there with the rebates and things like that, and taking different setups. I'm one way, you're one way, Adara, like everybody is one way, and that has to go with your personality as well, because if you're that rah, go get 'em kind of guy, then there's going to be certain strategies and certain stocks and methods that you're going to trade. If you're more of a, let the market come to me, patient kind of guy. And, you can see a lot of that in the way you deal with your spouse or your, conflict in your life or your kids or.
Trading will bring that out in you for sure, yeah.
All that stuff. And then another important thing too, physically, your sleep patterns, your eating habits and everything like that, and different little habits that you have in and around here, like someone bringing you a coffee every once in a while. Shout out to Randy. All right, Adara, it's 10:40. What you got for us?
I also want to mention SAP Chief Operating Officer giving a kind of interesting speech here at Palantir. He just mentioned Frodo Baggins, so keep an eye on SAP. It did get a little bit of a pop once he first began to speak again. That is the COO of SAP. So yeah, maybe watch that stock, or if you are trading it, just be aware he is speaking. Let's talk about the sector board. There are some notable spots of strength, so I'll start with those. Utilities and energy minerals. Energy minerals, of course, rallying alongside oil. I do have to give an honorable mention here to Occidental. OXY up almost 5%. Occidental, in addition to, of course, overall oil strength. It got a double upgrade from Wells Fargo from underweight to overweight. Utilities also going to be a strong one here, as I mentioned. Distribution has some areas of strength. Industrial services really mixed, but waste management, KMI, Kinder Morgan, and RSG are all going to be really strong today. And tech services, some of the software continues to kind of rotate back into strength. CRM up about 5%, but Google and Meta, two of the three Mag 7s in the sector, sharply to the downside. Electronic tech, red across the board, just bright red with Micron, Broadcom, and AMD all notably weak. Finance is going to be absolutely a sector to watch, and there is kind of a sector-wide catalyst for this. These concerns here about private credit withdrawal limits. Producer manufacturing, lots of weakness. Health tech, lots of weakness. Consumer durables led to the downside by Tesla, despite some robotics excitement with TSLA. Tesla's back below $400, guys. Transportation and non-energy minerals weak as well. So long story short, if you're looking for strength, energy minerals and utilities, as well as some of these software rotation plays, those might be the best places to look. And back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. So yeah, a couple more books that I thought of. Atomic Habits by James Clear. That's a pretty solid one as well. I think just for life in general, and it definitely carries over into trading. There's also Thinking Fast and Slow. That one was absolutely solid. Again, not just for trading. That one's by Daniel Kahneman. That one's pretty good. I really like, if you want about price action and volume, I really like Anna Culling's book, A Complete Guide to Volume Price Analysis as well. So that one's pretty solid. I read that one every now and then. I've read it every now and then over the past couple of years here. So Purity Financial saying Psychology of Money is one. Yeah, Psychology of Money. I really like that one as well. And there's a second one as well that he wrote. It's Psychology of Something, Psychology of Money, and there's another one as well. Yeah, those are pretty good ones.
Okay, thanks, Obi. Yeah,
saying, has Obi just Googled trading books? I mean, no, not necessarily. I come across like different recommendations. I have like a list that I want to finish this year that I'm going through. I know you see it on my screen here. I've checkmarked all the ones that I have read and I am reading as well. So no, you can even with a Google search, so maybe you'll find the most popular ones as well. But some of those ones I definitely really have liked.
Here's a good example of knowing when to step away. I mean, there's ORBS. We talked about once it breaks that dollar mark, you don't want to be involved. And if anything, you might have thought about going short. And we were saying first of all, in the pre-market, the get long was there. We had sort of mentioned that, and that was a good trade if you're able to get it. And then we also mentioned that if you were to take it one more time, and we knew, I mean, again, like as it was open, I said like sell volume's going to come in on the open. So you got to get ready for that. It does break $1. I would have thought it would have bounced back there. And then I don't have any problem if someone went long $1 there, hoping that it was back upside. But then when you see this, then you got to think about getting out at that low break there. So I feel like this is a 5 or 6 cent maximum loss right there. And then if you had noticed anything, breaking sort of that 200 period moving average and that new low, that gave you another short at 95. Of course, we look back now and it's 87. So I just feel like this was really well structured for a small cap name that is now under $1. So I just like that was just a great structured trade there. We nailed it on the long and on the short. So congratulations, anybody that had that one. And you remember what I was saying, and people were asking me about, is Palantir here a good reload spot? I didn't really. Yeah, okay, thank you. Right there for Dart. I mean, it's just funny. You just mentioned this, and I was just talking about it randomly right there. And it was this Palantir level that I was talking about. But it was you guys in the chat. I said the market looked like it was coming in, and I didn't want to reload it right there. But there it was right there, man. I mean, we talked about that level right into the 200 period moving average, and there's the super chat. So there's $1.50 for you right there back up to the upside on again, like, it goes back to what we just talked about. Like there's your line. We've done the work. It's on there for a reason. And then my mind goes, the market's coming in. I don't want to take it. But if the market wasn't coming in, then this stock wouldn't have came in either. So it came in right into the level that I had marked as a buy zone. So should have sort of left my opinion aside there on the overall market and maybe taken that trade. And I think back to how I can improve myself on that, and that would be maybe take less shares. Like if I'm not as excited about the trade, then take half a unit instead of 1 or 3 or 4 units. This was a 3-unit trade down there because came right in, right at the open. That's the kind of trade we like. The market's not giving any signs, so we do that, but boom, nice move to the upside right there. We'll see what's going on, but 154.75, looks like Palantir wants to keep going. The market just spiked. Was there news on oil there? Let me go over to oil just real quickly. Yes, okay, there goes oil down. So bang, man, we're getting good now, Obi. We just saw that move to the downside. Now we're gonna find out what's going on. What is the Jones Act? They are set to suspend the Jones Act. I just heard in my ear. I'm assuming that's an oil thing. I don't know enough about this.
It looks like it's a federal statute that requires that all goods transported by water between U.S. ports be carried in ships that are U.S. flagged, U.S. built, and owned and crewed by U.S. citizens. So yeah, I'm seeing this headline now. Basically looks like Trump administration is going to be suspending the Jones Act to tame oil price. Seems like what that means is they're going to, as far as I can tell, allow ships that are not U.S. built or carrying or branded with U.S. flags to cross through in order to help tame the oil price, is the wording the headline uses. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. That's all I'm seeing right now. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, so there it goes. So thanks, Adair, and that's why you're going to want to be tuned in here to us every minute the market's open. Like, we had that news almost immediately there. Adair broke through it, and again, Trump administration set to suspend the Jones Act to tame oil prices. So they are. That's funny there. What's up? Why not? Why not? They are keeping up with the Joneses there. Okay, so yeah, Toby, man. Toby's like, man, you missed that dip by big time. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we didn't miss, like, we talked about it. It was there. And I'm just glad that we mentioned it, man. I mean, I can be him, that's fine, but you got to be you. And I mean, you guys got to be able to, no, but you know, we got to make our own trades. Like I also said, silver, like there's so many trades as we sit here and look at it, right? I mean, silver to the downside there as well. It's just, we all got to make our own trades. And I'm glad to talk about them all with everybody. But yeah, I feel bad. Sometimes we miss those trades. We also, like, we talked about Tesla breaking 4 bills. Like, how good was that? There's the hold of 400. There's the break and downside. So there's always other trades. And that's the one thing that I've sort of dealt with my own ways. Like, I get upset when we miss trades. So I am upset about missing that Palantir trade, but trying to mature up a little bit and not worry too much about it and just look for the next opportunity, right? Yeah, because that's all you could do. There's so many trades. Like, I've come back, man, and we had a crazy great afternoon yesterday. You know, we didn't have a good morning. We had a great afternoon. So it's like, that's the kind of reloading that sometimes you need, and you're not going to catch every trade, man. So market going downside there. So I guess maybe crude, that might not have done it for crude right now.
Crude, it just bounced right back.
Right.
Like all that selling was absorbed like this, and it just slammed right back up. And it's funny, I was talking to was that Bastone on in the chat there, and he was like, Obi, are you shorting USO today? And I'm like, I'm waiting. And then 1 or 2 minutes later, slam from 117 to 115 halves there, and I'm just like, all right, cool.
You can put that up. This is something that's pretty sensitive. I mean, we don't really, I mean, I'm not doing this on purpose, but you mean like these bangs and stuff like that? I do think that, you know, when the market gets like this.
That's just trolling.
It is. No, but they're in Abu Dhabi. Like, I was just going to say, like, for me too, like, that would be some scary ass shit. Like, you know, hearing all that, hearing those sirens and all that warning stuff. But unfortunately, you know, we are doing a show, and those sound effects are just that, right? So, oh my God, see, now Stone Cold's here. What's going on? But I love that sound effect, Joe, because that reminds me of the good old days of the WWE. So, anyways, well noted, and thank you for that super chat. We do appreciate that as well, and I'll take that to heart. I mean, I do, you know, do understand that that is a sensitive thing.
Look at the
sure.
bid coming in.
Yeah,
back at 117.
Sorry, go ahead. I missed what you said there.
Look at the bid coming in now. Like, we're back at 117s, as if like nothing happened. Right there. So that selling on the news just gets absorbed. And what's funny is I've been watching this thing, right? I'm like, yeah, maybe I'm looking for the backside move. If it can get to certain prices and do certain things, yeah, definitely. I'm more than willing to slam into this. But yeah, take a look at every pullback into VWAP on USO. Boom. Once there at around 9:30. Once again at 10:05. And then now an aggressive ping of this area right here slaps it right back up. Sure, it got below VWAP, but the idea is that there's been buyers kind of slowly bringing this up, and even on the news on that flush, it gets bought right back up. I'm like, all right, cool. I see that happening. I tried to take a quick scalp on Apple here as well, once again in and around that 255, and I saw that coming in. And I'm like, yeah, no, the market. Yeah, that's why I was just like, yeah, these hedges are crazy because you're seeing that dichotomy between both USO and the futures here, and there are definitely people putting on hedges on both these I guess assets or vehicles, and I didn't want to be in Apple anymore if that was going to bid right back up to the high. So I'll be patient. I'm waiting and looking for the next trade, just as Sean just mentioned. Sometimes the best position is literally sitting on your hands and waiting for the next opportunity. I don't want to bleed out whatever P&L just because I feel like an itch for a trade. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say, like, oil's back at day's high.
Yeah.
Like Trump or somebody's gonna start to get pissed off because everything that they're announcing, they released the oil reserves last night to get it going. We're talking about this Jones Act. It's not working. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on here. This is sort of that power that Iran has with that strait, right? So we'll see what gets done soon on that one. All right, we're gonna go. It's Money Talks time with Adara, so we're excited for that. Let's go find out what she has for us with Money Talks.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of go over that headline again here, the headline is a report that the Trump administration will be suspending the Jones Act in order to tame oil prices. So again, this has not been confirmed yet. This is just a report. I did post an X at TTV Research kind of explaining this headline and what the Jones Act is. But once again, it is Section 27 of the Merchant Marine Act of 1920. It's a federal statute, and it basically says, hey, if you are going to be transporting goods between water or by water between U.S. ports, you have to be on a ship that is U.S. flagged, U.S. built, and owned or crewed by U.S. citizens. That's the detail there with the Jones Act. But again, you can check out on X at TTV Research for further details. Let's take a look here at the U.S. dollar. DXY, I think, liked this headline because if you look at the 15-minute chart, you can see when we got this most recent spike to the upside. And to be fair, I think the DXY was already climbing. But nice look here. We come now 3 touches into that 99.7s area right now, around 99.6 halves. Let's see if the DXY can break out of this area of resistance and make a new high for the year 2026. In terms of economic data, as I mentioned earlier, we did get some prints today, but I cannot overstate how big tomorrow is going to be from an economic data perspective. At 8:30 a.m., you get PCE and core PCE month over month and year over year. You also get GDP. Then at 10 a.m., you get another double whammy here, JOLTS job openings and University of Michigan consumer sentiment. We are expecting a lower consumer sentiment print. Consumer sentiment is certainly a number that can move the market, specifically the University of Michigan consumer sentiment print. JOLTS can also move the market. So A, I think it'll be worth keeping an eye on these numbers, but B, it's gonna be interesting to wait to see how the market reacts. We'll be reacting to one or both of these prints because the fact that we're getting 2 major prints at once, twice, could be an interesting look for the market and for the U.S. dollar. Back to you.
Same trade again, pops into the same area where sellers stepped in heavy.
Oracle.
My average was like 168s. I liked selling around 168s, and it just comes right back in today, and you get the same trade again on Oracle. So a bit of a miss on my part not getting involved in Oracle day 2, where sellers show up exactly where they were yesterday, and I'm just like, okay, well, what am I doing? What am I doing? That's the question.
I mean, what's that thing that we do every time around this time? Every day around this time?
What's for lunch?
Oh, that's a good point.
Right.
Yeah, let's find out what's for lunch right now. So, funny story about yesterday was Brazilian pork. I asked Brendan what he thought of the Brazilian pork, and he said he thought it was chicken. Yeah. Okay, today's flag right here. The flag of potentially the #1 baseball nation in the world.
Ooh.
Italy.
Okay.
Okay. Adara knew exactly where we were going with that one. And the good thing about the Italian flag is, unless our caterers start, dripping, tilapia with tomato sauce or something like that, I think we're okay from tilapia. So I see people in the chat definitely want to get us riled up with the tilapia. It will not be a tilapia Thursday because today it's always the same when there's an Italian flag. Never had pizza. Never had lasagna. We've never had chicken parmesan. We've never had eggplant parmesan. We've never had gnocchi. No, there's no ravioli happening here, anything like that. Today it's a beef bolognese. One more time. But this time it goes / Beyond Meat. So here we go. So get ready, Andre, for everybody. It's for vegetarians. So everybody that's not in the camp of meat eaters, you will be a Beyond Meat bolognese. So good luck with that. Italian salad, steamed vegetable, and the classic noodle of
Spaghetti.
spaghetti. There you go. You nailed that one, my friend. That's it. Props up to you. That's what's for lunch in a dramatic fashion. And we're happy about that. The beef bolognese is generally okay. So we'll see if that goes down okay today. And sometimes it could be a little too tomatoey for my liking there, but it should be good. And because I get the salad, so it's going to be like the bolognese on top of a salad. So that'll be exciting. So that's that. What a great show I feel like again today. I mean, I always kind of feel like that. So, and I hope you guys do as well. Thanks to Dara for all the information today. On the ever-going strife there in the Middle East. USO still doing its own thing. All right, get ready, Sharif and Joe. We do not have PAYP yet. So this is a name to come through. Just to give Sharif and Joe an idea, the highest tap I saw today was 21, and it's now 20. So it's coming back in a little bit. The important thing to do, and I don't need to tell Sharif or Joe this, but it's only 1 million here on the paired value. Generally speaking, we like to see a little more than that to get super excited, but there still is a bid there of 1 million. So that looks like that's gonna go to 2 million at least. So I would say they're not really that close to opening this up yet because they've only dealt with half of the open interest on that. And I don't want everybody to think that I actually enjoy the caterer. I don't think there's anything wrong with the caterer. We're having fun here every day talking about it. So I think they do a great job. And there's 30 or 40 people here in the back office and everything that are associated with real trading, including the team of 10 or so of us here. As well. So it's catered lunch, and I actually think they do pretty good, right? I mean, generally speaking, it's a good lunch. So I would not vote for a change of caterer at all. And actually, we befriended a lot of the guys involved with the business. So it's definitely a harder take to do it for that many people than you think. I would assume, but. That's all good, man, and we're excited for it. If there's any, I'm looking to go on a vacation like at some point here. So if there's any travel agents or anything in the chat, man, you know of some good place to take your family over there, somewhere nice and warm, Costa Rica, I don't know, somewhere in Mexico or I don't know, something like that. The kids, I want to take them to a nice little hotel and get a good experience there. So shout out to my good friend Nelson in Miami. Hit me up, man. Hit me up. On my Instagram or on Twitter for any ideas there. Even a timeshare, man. I don't know. I don't mind. You can figure it out. Marissa was actually like, maybe we should do something like a Airbnb type thing where you're not worried about running for the pool spots and the towels and all that stuff. And but I don't know. I kind of like playing those games. Getting out there, getting those close seats, waking up early and grabbing it. But she's like, nah. We don't need any of that, but I don't know. I don't mind it. And then, like I was saying with the kids, man, go get your own food and go crazy at those resorts. They're fun times. You've been to a couple of resorts.
Yeah, for sure.
So they're fun.
They're a lot of fun. Yeah.
I haven't done enough of that. So my kids, we haven't gone anywhere in a couple years. Yeah. So
no, I've been with friends. It was funny. It was like kind of going back and forth, like in between like semesters. Kind of staying at a few resorts there. Where
we went to a place for reading week, but that was a nice gong show, if you can imagine, when we were in school. Oh, Rivian, right here, before we throw it back over, where's the warm spot for you?
Where I went?
Yeah.
Saint Martin.
Oh, Saint Martin. Okay.
Yeah.
Boom. We'll love that.
Sand. I love those white sand beaches.
Just heard a little something about Rivian, but then it didn't continue. Oh, they introduced here. It goes. Rivian introduces their R2 lineup, including pricing. So maybe that's something for Sharif on the Midday show. Rivian just announced pricing and trims for R2. So you guys can cover that. Okay, that's it, man. We always get in trouble by Joe if we go over. So we do not want to go over anymore. He gets really offended if we ever do. So, all right, Obi, great show. Thank you so much to everybody today, man. Thank you to all the viewers. Thank you to Dara in the back. She's not going anywhere, so more news, more love, more life. Thank you so much to everybody in the back, man. Andre, Sharif, Joe, Brendo, Ramin, Fabian, everybody. Thank you so much. How much? 57.9 US.
For
Not
the
bad.
buy-in.
So you had 1.3 to that, and that's your Canadian price of around 85 or so. All right, thank you so much, everybody. We'll catch you at 2 p.m. That's Obi, I'm Sean, and that's Sharif and Joe. See you guys soon.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif. And the R2 Assassino is going to be a very light, a very cheap, and not too expensive $57,990 USD to start. Eh?
That's the performance package.
That's the performance package, Katina Man? Yeah, the Katina Man oh yeah. That's additional premium configurations. All right, let's say hello to everybody, then we'll go through this thing line by line. All right, guys, shout out to Mr. Laws, Nikki, Front Porch Trader, Britt Brennan, shout out to Real Dangerous, and why not, Other Zinc, the OG in the house, Sarah McCarthy. Right back at you, Sarah. The Real Dangerous Becky joining us as well. Ola, right back at you, girl. We got Hangry Wife. We got Matthew, Santa Cruz, Bristol, 69, Uptown Pigeon, Jacques, Ronaldo, Callum, Mitchell, frickin' Miller, Bastone. Shout out to Chris Onion. He likes those onions, Joey. Don't get too close to him, though, because, you know, he could be a little stinky. I'm playing. Trust Fund Baby. We got Voki, Andrew Chow. Shout out to my man, Mr. Rookie Man. All right, Smoochie. You're not going to get no smooches for me, I promise you that. Anurag, we got Jaguar Nut and Trader Sniper TV. Shout out to Black Sheep Trades and Minnesota Trader. Hit that wick. I like that. Shirts and Surf. All right, man. The trades, we got Brian Go. Right back at you, brother. Frank Hong and Ichiro, the OG. Always love what Ichiro has to say. We got Darth Trader, the auspicious turtle. Who else, man? Mimi Wasabi. Get it, Mimi. We got, I'm trying to get to names that I can actually read. Freddie Lou and Apple G King. Just a very, very small amount of the many people joining us today. Welcome to everybody. Welcome to you, brother.
Yeah, welcome everyone. Yeah, let's get right into things as we typically do. We'll start off with ONDS. Just timing off on this one, we were on the long, and then sure enough, you get that nice move up into 1040. Doubled up the size on the second attempt here around the lows, holding that support level, but then we get wicked out eventually, and then it climbs a little bit higher. We try the short, but then it squeezed, and I'm like, you know what? Not really working for us there. So another slow start here for the kid. We are long some TQs off of the lows, so let's see if we can get this working for us. Obviously, have to keep an eye on some of the bigger names and see what they are up to. I mean, NVDA selling here a little bit, guys. We have Apple starting to head towards its low of the day once again. We've seen Obi in the longs with that earlier. Microsoft, nothing crazy, but trading above the volume-weighted average price. And what is Goggles doing? Hopefully we can find a rebound. If this name decides that it wants to find somewhat of a pullback, but I'm kind of getting the same vibes in what we experienced here on AMD yesterday.
Similar.
This channel down. Right? I mean, we've been on a monster run here, and then things are slowly starting to crack to the downside in GOOGL. So let's see if it can hold up. But what we're seeing right now, not too pretty. So that's what I got going on here right now. What was on my list here today? Nice work, Obi and Sean, respectively on Path, UiPath, and also on Palantir. That was it. So let's see if we can find somewhat of a rebound in this overall market and get this trade rocking and rolling here for us on the TQQs, guys.
All right, let's get right down to work, ladies and gents. All right, there's a couple of runners that are in the middle of breaking right now. I would say they both look really good. Choose carefully. AGRZ, 8180 high. I'm talking pennies, not dollars. Clean hold here off the 10 EMA / VWAP. They were overlapping at the time. To me, it looks like it was holding here at VWAP at 2/3 of a dollar. High day, as I mentioned, 8180. Prior bar is a doji candle, so keep an eye out on that. Looks like there is possible support at at 75 pennies. EONR up about 40%. This one is on the rampage to the high side. It's about to hit the $0.25. The last time it touched the 10 EMA on the 5 was at 10.45, 20 minutes ago. Getting a little extended. This one could see $1.50 before, you know, the day is over. We're going to go through some more. Those are the main two that I want to get to. There goes EONR into the $1.25, but we got to go up to the big desk with Adair.
Big Fed-related headline coming through here, guys. Traders are no longer fully pricing in one Fed rate cut in 2026. Now, as we know, we're definitely not expecting to get a rate cut in March. That meeting is now less than 1 week away. But now 91% of participants aren't expecting a cut in April either. In June, we've got 68.4% of participants expecting no change. July, we now have the majority of participants still not expecting any cut. And then odds kind of get a little bit closer here for September, but again, majority still does not expect a cut. October is when you start to see the majority of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut. But long story short, it was early on we thought we'd get at least one cut this year. Now there isn't even one cut that is fully priced in for 2026. Back to you.
Scary, spooky. There we go. October is the day or the month that we're looking for the first rate cut. All right, we'll have to see how that all works out. TPET. This one's putting in some great higher lows off the volume weighted average price. I was watching this earlier. I didn't hit the gym today. I was doing some coding here on the risk calculator. But as I was watching this play out, there it goes into 181. There seems to be a lot of selling in the low 180s. A lot of aggressive short selling. Didn't really feel like there was a lot of profit taking, a lot of hidden orders, mind you, as well. So keep your eye on TPET here. This is a former runner. It's an oil name. It's moving with oil. We got a little bit of a reprieve there earlier on with the Jones Act. I think we've kind of since recovered off those lows. In fact, yes, USO is right back into the highs. So that was a really short-lived recovery there for some oil names. So we're going to keep an eye on TPET. With TPET goes BATL, another oil name here, having a good day. Why isn't this on the side chart? BATL. Into 23 3/4. Not a bad look on this one as well. 24.29 high. There is resistance though, guys, between the $0.75 and the whole dollar. Take a look at those three topping tail candles. 9:30, the initial open. You get another one at 9:40, and you got a third at 9:55. All in and around $0.75 to the whole dollar. So I would say expect resistance up here, perhaps before we make it into 24, with the ultimate high of the day, 24.29, as I mentioned. Turbine is losing the bid, and it's, kind of less interesting to me at the moment. ATPC, this is a bit of a compression pattern, and that's fine. We don't have to hate on that. But when there's other, cleaner trades, I would say at the moment, we need to concern ourselves with the ones that are not, setting up in the best way. But this is a bull pennant, the way I see it. The breakout 725, 730. We get that higher low essentially from 915, 930 onwards. But we are also on the other side of the coin getting lower highs. That is ATPC. Woof. Also doing decent here. I mean, it had a nice move in the aftermarket. Looks like an earnings report. Don't care. Coming down into about 305 would be of interest to me, just because it is the volume weighted average price. It's already lost the 10 for the moment. Let's see if it holds up at the 20. If it doesn't, there is a zone that I want to articulate here. There is a bull flag zone, I want to say between the $0.05, so 320, and around, a little bit lower than 10. It looks like the range starts there at 8. So that could be the bull flag consolidation area. That could be an area of support as well, so be on the lookout for that. And then LWLG is looking awfully crappy here. Nice breakout at 430 yesterday. We try to continue. We don't ever actually get above the aftermarket high in the pre-market or regular trading hours this morning. 739 high. We almost matched that 744 high that we put in the aftermarket yesterday, but not quite. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that one as well. So there are some running. AGRZ seems the best to me, EONR, but TPET and Battle could be making a move here, especially if oil continues to trend, Joey.
Yes, absolutely. All right, guys, slowly starting to work for us on ONDS. The NASDAQ right back towards the lows, so that's not too good of a look there. Choppy one is right, guys, as we're slowly starting to bleed. And I mean, if these big boys don't find somewhat of a rally, then this trade's going to be in a little bit of trouble and no rebound back towards the volume-weighted average price. Tesla starting to climb higher, but one thing that I want to point out is just the strength within the price action prints, right? Like, so you can see how aggressive and how bearish these 5-minute candles are, and then look where we're sitting kind of in the 5-minute time frame of these ones. So they're not overly strong. They're not, they are closing green, but they're not aggressive and they're not strong. You don't see the volume stepping in, so that may not be too good of a look there for me. Now moving forward, Amazon heading towards the low of the day, and if we take a look at all these from a daily, man, oh man, it looks like we want to curl over in Amazon. Nvidia heading right back towards the low of the range, and then this is a really good example of Tesla. Looks like it wants to break out of this downward sloping channel, but then immediately rejects the top end of that range, and now is starting to come back in. All right, so just trying to correlate a couple things here. The daily with the intraday time frames, we are starting to get somewhat of a rebound, but you can see on the grand scheme of things, it's not very much, and it doesn't look like it has very much strength behind it, all right? So the market is putting in a new low. We'll hold on to this for a little bit longer, but if it cracks and the volume and the momentum starts to pick up, then we'll just have to get out of Dodge on this long here. Why was I deciding to go long? There's so many things that saying, hey, don't, but there's some tomfoolery going on and just typical market action, essentially, is that we have this inverted hammer candle on volume, but I thought we would get an additional bounce because we had a double bottom right here, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's not too horrible of a sign. Let's get involved and see if we can get that move back towards the volume weighted average price. But right now it doesn't seem to be the case. Oracle's still grinding to the downside. What does this look like from a daily? I mean, you have that gap up. Now you're starting to fill a bit of that gap there. So ONDS is slowly starting to work for us, but the NASDAQ is not. So a couple pennies right here on ONDS. We'll take that all day, kind of offset what we got going on here in the TQQQs. A break of 980 is going to be ideal for me and a price target potentially. And then we'll piece some off, especially if the momentum really starts to pick up here. But yeah, what we got going on in the NASDAQ is not looking good.
All right, man. Trying to get into AGRZZ, sorry. Looking here, multi-time frame. We're going to be using that on the top screen now in addition to the 5-second chart. Keeping an eye on this one. Perceived support in and around 75, not to, unusual. We are in a bit of a downtrend, topping tail, couple of topping tail candles, in fact, through 80, with the high being 82.60. This is AGRZ coming back down now into 76 and change, waiting for that 75.5 to get filled. We're showing 76 3/4, 76 4/5, depending if you're looking on the bid or the ask. If this one prints a first 1-minute candle to make a decisive new high, and I'm going to say about 77.5 to 77.8, I'm going to punch manually. I won't wait for the dip. If it comes into 75, then fantastic. We give it to 69er, okay? There it goes. Now we're filled. So now we have to throw in the stops. Let's go ahead, put in 69er as our out, and we'll kind of see what we get with this bad boy over here. Now we're going to give it to 68, just so that, if we get caught a little bit in some downtrends there, Joey, we don't want to be caught a little too aggressively. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one. All right, so my entry on this one, 75.5. It says 76 there, but that's because it doesn't round up or down, sorry. And my 2R on this one, 87, 3R is 93. Let's see which one goes. Oh, sorry, how this goes. So 2R 87, that necessitates a high of day breach, with the high of day being 82.60. So keeping an eye on that. But, oh, that's not what I wanted to do there. Oh. There we go. There goes EONR into another high of the day, $1.29 now, into that high, up 44 and 4/5%. I see it, Bovin. I see it, my man. Shout out to Bovin, always keeping me apprised of what's moving here. Bovin, it really didn't give me much of an opportunity. I actually take that back. That's a lie. It gave me the 11 o'clock candle, the 11:05 candle, but we were doing the introductions. I didn't get an opportunity to. That's when it touched the 10 EMA on the 5, and that should have been my entry. So packing the patience here, Joey. Here we go on AGRZ. We're looking for some prints. Now, mind you, just like we've been doing, we're going to wet the beak lightly here, okay? Saving a great majority of the prints for my 2R. Again, 2R87, it says states a high of day. But right now, I'd feel a lot better if we can breach prior bar high on the 5. Prior bar high on the 5 takes us to 79 3/4. Current bar high, 78 1/3. So we're not even close. The reason I want that is because obviously we come down into a technical area of support, which means buyers are stepping in there. Fine, that's fantastic. But are there enough buyers to be able to clear the prior area of resistance? That's what always concerns me. 78 and change showing up over here, keeping an eye on that one. And I'll get to your question in a second, Bovin, once we get back from Midday.
Keep an eye here on GE, the CIO or Chief Information Officer of GE Aerospace, currently speaking at Palantir, so this Palantir AAPL event. So keep an eye on GE. Now, none of these speeches thus far have been super market moving or of any interest. Like both Accenture and SAP got slight bumps when their executives first took the stage. That did not happen here with GE, but just be aware. Speech is happening. I'll keep you guys posted if there's anything market related. Furthermore, some more oil-related headlines, and I guess market-related headlines as well here. JP Morgan saying to short the market until the Strait of Hormuz reopens. And also, we've got some individuals from the UK saying that they believe Iran is very likely deploying these mines within the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
That's no good.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Luis Valencia, let's take a look at the SPY. For quite some time, guys, I talked about this, right? Like you have this consolidation, and I think that it's a very different nature when we talk about buying the dip. Is when you have a nice steady uptrend. I don't know if there's such, again, I'm just speaking my mind here essentially. I don't think it's the same narrative of when you have kind of this form of a consolidation. Now, if you look at the bigger term and you break through some of the key support levels in which we had around 675 and you head towards that next leg, then I think that could be a good opportunity. But just buying this range at the lows, just be prepared to get out at the highs. Like the SPY was on a multi-day green streak, within this congestion zone right here with 2 red days in the span of a couple of trading weeks, but you didn't go anywhere, right? So it's a little bit different of a narrative. I think it's just be patient right now. And I was talking with Jose this morning, and I'm like, hey, do you think we're going to break these consolidation lows? And he's like, yeah, man, I truly do. But if the Strait of Hormuz opens up and then things get rolling, I just think there's a bigger picture going on. I know it's not a good conflict whatsoever, but I don't think it's going to change the narrative of what we got going on from a CapEx spend in the hyperscalers. They're still building data centers. And I don't know if we're at the tail. I don't think we're at the tail end of this AI trade, but I think it can get going once again. A couple positive catalysts fall under your belt and in the market, but I just think it needs to digest the move that we've experienced the past couple of months.
All right, man, continuing to watch. I just got into TPET as well. This one seems awfully flat top breakish. Higher lows into that low 180s, resistance 181, 182. Let's see how this one ends up going. But I got to tell you, I'm displeased here with ARGZ. It did, I think, breach prior bar high in a techno 79.70, 79.77. No, so it didn't. It's a little bit shy. I've moved up my stop. I've moved up my stop now from 69 pennies, which is below the volume weighted average price, to the flat shelf that we have here on a 2 candle support basis, 1110 candle, 1115 candle, the low of which is 75. So I've put it just a skosh below that. It doesn't look like it has the kind of continuation legs. So we're gonna tighten up the risk on this one because I don't want to get caught with the long goggles again on this one. So let's give it a little bit of room, keeping an eye here on the top time frame. There it comes back into 77. This looks like it's going to be a lower high. Now, the 5-minute candle is forming into a topping tail. On the one, it just breached prior bar low. So multi-time frame analysis, got to keep your eye out on that. So AGRZ coming back down a little bit here. Not the look I was going for. There comes into 76. I'm going to give it room into 75. So I will get stopped out. I will insist that it breached 75 because I know there were buyers there before as there was sellers. So let's see what this one does. Now let's have a look at TEPET. TPET. Reason I'm involved in that one is because what I perceive to be a higher low, flat top situation. I realize that we were up at 188 before, but now we've got 3 topping tail candles, 4 in fact, through 180. All the while, we have these higher lows. So buyers are getting more and more aggressive at the price at which they're accepting to buy this. The sellers, well, they're pretty convicted in their cost so far. They're still defending that low 180 level. In fact, no closing print has printed above 180 since this candle over here at 955, which is fine. It gives us an idea of what's going on. So that's the look there. T2 trades, TPET, LOL, never mind. You just said it, my man. Grunfeld, LWLG, right top corner of your screen. I mentioned this one at the beginning, Grunfeld. My issue with this one is we're still below aftermarket highs from yesterday. So this one started breaking out. Looks like around 430. It looks like maybe the news came in at 4, but the price action certainly came in at 430. This one rocketed up, I want to say almost 50% into the highs. Sold off a little bit though, as per usual, into the 8 p.m. close. Today, we don't quite make it up to the pre-market high. So first and foremost, here's the deal. I'm going to put an alert. If we can take out a prior area high at that 1045 candle, I'll get involved. That'll tell me some of the sellers have been shaken out. So that's my look on that. All right, I forgot to mention my risk and reward here on TPET. So TPET, we're in at $1.81. So my 2R on this one is 192, which will necessitate a high of day break, and 3R 198. We're going to keep an eye out on that as it's starting to run. There it goes into 82. We're going to wet the beak ever so lightly. Let's go at 83s, just for you know what and giggles. And we'll keep an eye out on there, okay? But there goes AGRZ. Now it's breached a couple of prior bar highs. It's a couple of pennies below the high of the day, so let's not get too carried away with this one just because it breached a couple of prior bars. But I have a bias that if we get into the mid 80s and we start trending in the way that we've been doing all day on this name, that there's a good chance we at least glance at the dollar. It doesn't have to hit 99 or $1, but can weasel up possibly into that level. We're going to pack the patience here as I see sellers coming in again at 80 pennies on AGRZ. That's going to probably cause a little bit of a top there. Now that's 3 topping tail candles, all of which reject the 80 penny level here on AGRZ. So I'm very alive to the fact that the shorts are really gunning. And look at this one, off the high look at the aggression with which this one drops down. The high 81, it took forever to get there, and it takes no time to drop back down into 76 and change. We're pausing, we're going to Adara.
Headlines. I'm seeing a spike here in XPeng as well as Stellantis. Stellantis reportedly in talks with both Xiaomi and XPeng for potential European partnerships. That is a headline I'm seeing coming through. Stellantis reportedly, again, in these discussions, they're seeking Chinese EV technology and investment for their business, which is, of course, based in Europe for the most part. Stellantis also reportedly weighing a stake sale in Maserati and other European brands as part of the strategic review. If I get more details, I, of course, will let you know. I'm also seeing that the Israeli military is saying they have begun, quote, a wave of strikes in Beirut. USO continuing its nice little trend here to new high of day. So if I get more headlines, I will certainly keep you posted. But again, Stellantis and XPeng both popping as Stellantis reportedly in talks with Xiaomi and XPeng for a potential partnership in Europe. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Where is it there? Daniel? Yeah, I mean, I agree, man. I think we both have some solid points there. The situation that's going on right now is not good. But, I mean, are we going to be talking about it? Of course we will be, but is it going to be the front of the headlines 6 months from now? I don't know. If things escalate, things, it can obviously get a lot worse than what we're currently sitting at, but I think it's like there's so many conflicts going around the world. First it was Ukraine, now we're talking about Iran, and then it was Venezuela. I just think that unfortunately it's a revolving door of conflicts, but eventually the market does digest it and we'll find somewhat of a rebound. I don't think the sky is falling at this point. And that's just my opinion, right? Okay, coin. Now, as for coin, not doing so good. I seen someone mention that IBIT was getting a pop, so I wanted to take a look at that. It was heading back towards the volume-weighted average price. Yeah, so there it is, knocking on that door. Let's see if it's going to bounce off it. Maybe we can get a stronger rebound in the overall market. ONDS, it's climbing higher, and I'm short it, and I'm long TQs, and it's starting to find somewhat of a rebound here. So we'll hold on to this a little bit longer. I'm going to strike out at the plate here on ONDS. If it doesn't get going at this time, I'm looking for the crack of the low of the day around 979. But right now you can see on the 5-minute time frame, it's starting to form these higher lows, which isn't necessarily good for my trading thesis. But we also have a potential resistance zone on this level at approximately $10 flat that seems to be holding up. And if we break through that, then we'll just have to get out of Dodge and wait for something else.
All right, man, I'm trying to get into EONR, Bovin. It gave me a red candle, and then it followed with another lower low. I'm talking about, pardon me, the current candle, the 1125 candle, the low of which is 27s. I put my dip trade at 26, seeing that the 10 EMA was at 25, so I'm like, front run that bad boy. And I missed it by a penny, which sucks because it rocketed right back up into the freaking high of day, $1.34. EONR is all gas, no brakes, 50.5% in the Ville of Green. Be careful with this one, though. It looks, I don't want to say it's extended, but it's just ridiculously strong with no breaches of the 10 EMA on a closing basis and only a wick here and there, the last one being at 1025. And it was immediately retraced with a higher high and higher low. So that's a look there. Guys, I flattened out of AGRZ. This is not the look I'm going for right now. We took the profits. We got the hell out of there. I realize it didn't break through 75, but I'm alive to this downtrend. I'm also very alive to the short seller here at 80. If we can shake the short seller at 80, squeeze them out, maybe I'll have another look at this one, but I'm not going to fight this downtrend. There goes EONR into another high of day, 137. This one's on the way likely to the $0.50 here. Be strategic in where you try to get in. Perhaps a third of $1, 130, 133 would be a good area. I'm going to pack the patience. I'm not going to chase it. I'm going to insist that it come into an area of technical support before we get involved. TPET broke through area high. It weaseled on up, I believe, into 83. That is a high coming back down now into 80. I'm going to be looking for a hold of structure. The structure is quite simple. It's an upward channel of sorts. We can kind of do that by creating a parallel line with the downtrend. So I'm not going to be trading it as a channel, but I do see that it is channeling, so to speak, with the lows being defended and the highs also being rejected at the extremities. So we're going to keep an eye out on that, but I'm very interested in working my way into EONR. But at the moment, I'm going to pack my patience there. BATL as well is another oil name. This one seems to be doing a bit of a compression pattern, lower highs but higher lows, obviously a far higher than the volume weighted average price. This one is a bit more expensive though, and it's a bit more spready. So you're going to have to account for that in your risk management. And there goes EONR again into 39. It's on the way to the $0.50 here. Be careful about how you get in. We're going to stop for a second. We're going up to Adara.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about crypto here. We'll do the crypto update while I'm here, but I want to also mention another headline. Now, this one we already kind of knew. It was already reported. Now it's been confirmed, at least on a speculative basis, from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. So in case you missed it earlier, we did report, I think probably about like 10 minutes before the midday show began, that the U.S. was considering waiving the Jones Act. Now, that is, of course, part of this Maritime Merchant Act of 1920, and basically it means that if you are, I guess, transporting goods between U.S. ports, you must be on a U.S. manned ship built by the U.S., U.S. flagged, etc. Now, again, we mentioned they were going to be waiving that to potentially try to get the oil price lower. Caroline Leavitt saying or confirming rather, the U.S. is considering this waiver of the Jones Act, but the action has not yet been finalized. Now, if that is the case, that could lead to a drop in oil. Crude oil futures did actually spike lower when we first heard the headline, but as you've seen since, they've certainly recovered. Let's talk about BTC. Bit of a flag pattern of sorts over the last few days for Bitcoin. You get this nice push up on Tuesday with decent volume, then you get waning volume on Wednesday and Thursday, and in both days you get these ranges in which it's trading get tighter and tighter. You trade entirely within Tuesday's range all day on Wednesday, then on Thursday you trade entirely within the range you had on Wednesday. So these ranges are just getting tighter in the daily chart. Right now trading just above 70,000 for BTC. Now with that in mind, I guess what would be a change of trend here is if we break above or below the range on Wednesday. If you look at this weekly chart, though, Bitcoin is nicely poised for its second straight green week after a 6-week selling streak. So let's see if we're able to clinch that on Bitcoin. Ethereum actually poised for its first green week. It was not green last week, and they have been selling for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks. So let's see if Ethereum can break that nasty red streak. We'll take a look at the daily chart for Ethereum as well. Ethereum looking quite nice on the daily. The level we'd have to take out here for prior resistance, that would be that 2,200 level we made during last Wednesday's notable crypto rally on March 4th. Let's see if we can get to 2,200 as of right now, just shy of 2,100 for Palantir event is still happening. Market is not really reacting to the presence of any of these companies. If there is anything, though, that changes, that I'll, of course, keep you posted because I'm still listening. Back to you.
Unreal, man.
All right, so yeah, there goes NVDA, a nice curl over there, guys. We're almost back to the break even on the TQQQs, only a couple of pennies away, but the momentum definitely starting to pick up to the top side, a bounce off of these bottoms, so not a horrible look whatsoever. And then IBIT blasted through, as Adara was just talking about Bitcoin, IBIT blast through the volume weighted average price, and the volume really started to increase on that 5-minute print there, guys. So not a horrible look whatsoever on that front either. Let's see what else we got. Has Apple found a bottom, starting to slowly curl over, double bottom right here. Essentially what I was looking at on the NASDAQ, it did an additional wick out, and then now starting to climb a little bit higher. My boy Stevenson, I'm long Qs down here. We break VWAP's day high. That'd be nice, brother. We're going to try to hold on to this, but we do have to keep into consideration that the downtrend is still fully intact until we break this bad boy, which it may seem like we kind of have right now. If we're fortunate enough, my friend, may the trading gods be in our favor and odds, we head right back towards the volume weighted average price. That would be ideal. I like what I'm seeing on the lower time frames. Could be an add opportunity. Let's see if we can take advantage of this trade and try to get a solid winner here for us today.
All right, man. Excuse me. I do apologize for the hot mic, guys. You know, it gets heated around here, right? And this piece of EONR is not letting me in, Joey. Just keeps rocketing up. I keep trying to I'm not going to chase after it. It has to come in to a technical level. Chasing after it just opens the door for all sorts of, you know, craziness and it gets your trading structure just goes all over the place. So it's not letting me in. I'm trying to pick it up off of a key moving average, and it just keeps rocketing up. I guess that's kind of this one's characteristic. EONR continuing to go. But I want to tell you guys, Mob Deep is absolutely back. MOBX, 83.70 high, coming back down now in 80 3/4. Good breakout. I want to say the breakout really happened at around 77.5. It looks like that's where the flat top came in. In fact, that was the implied balance high. 9:55 candle and 10 o'clock candle, all rejected. 77 and change. That's all until, of course, the 11:20 candle, which sent this one absolutely rocketing to the high side, 83.70. Now it's up 21 and change. My estimation here is this: if it loses 80. Could be on the bigger part, or could be, you know, a bigger retracement, possibly down. Let's see if 80 holds. If 80 doesn't hold, I'm looking to that breakout area I just articulated, 77, 77.5. I'd likely front run it because it's going to get to be a crowded trade, much like EONR. So I'm thinking maybe even around 78 with risk all the way down to about $0.75, maybe even a little bit higher if you want to shore up your risk there. So MOBX on the NQ up 20 and change. Not a big percentage winner on the day, but a nice breakout there off a key technical level. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Here comes EONR. Let's take a quick look at this one. Topping tail candle. Not the end all and be all in the world of small cap gappers, quite frankly. People got to take profits, especially when you're on your way to the $0.50, much like EONR is with a 44 penny high, right? So let's see if this one gives us an opportunity. Now, what I keep looking at on my top screen is this. This is the multi-time frame analysis. Top left, 1, top right, 5, bottom left, 15, bottom right, hourly. So we're going to keep an eye on the multi-time frame, see where it's picking up support and or resistance so we can make educated guesses about how to get in and where to get out. So this one, it looks like it's holding up, EONR that is, again at the 10 EMA. When you perceive this one on the 1, and I don't chart on the 1 often, but it's going to help in these cases. The deeper retracements come into the 20. The more shallow retracements all find support at the 10. That's on the 1 minute time frame, top left of your screen. Doji candle that just closed, prior bar high above the Doge is 140. So if it gets into 141, that could be a reclaiming of trend and a possible move into 1.5. But I hate the fact that it's already close to the $0.50 because then I know I'm going to have to deal with the resistance at the $0.50, and that always dissuades me a little bit from getting in, especially in the 40s, high 30s. But that's my problem, not yours. So,
all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I thought that was a little tricky. A little move over there. No, I was just going over a couple of the stats, guys, and I wrote this in the chat. So it pleases me? It grinds my gears. It irks me. You know when you just have a bunch of frustration built in. So I'll tell you guys, full disclosure, and I've changed nothing methodically. So I have as many, and it pains me to say this. It truly does. I have as many red days this month already. We're in the second week that I had all of last month. Right? Yeah, that's all you can do, man. Eventually it'll come. So it's just you try to keep them as small as you possibly can.
Exactly, Joe.
But you don't even understand the level of frustration is beyond any form of means, all right? You can't allow that to cloud our judgment too much, though. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Like, this is part of the nature of the beast. Super chat, we can pop that up there. But there goes the momentum. I thought, hey, we didn't break that level that we were looking at here on the NASDAQ. We did form some indecision prints, but now we breached it to the downside, so not too good of a look. Can you look at SPY and VIX and Oxy? Oxycon's killing it. All right, yeah, I mean, no contracts. Oxycontin.
Oh, yeah, I'm like, no. They didn't go there.
I thought that at first as well,
I'll
too.
see you even saw it. Okay, Joey.
All right, so yeah, let's go over those couple of names. And trust me, I'm not looking for, I'm just letting you guys know, like, I don't need, I appreciate the apologies and, like, we'll rebound and absolutely everything, but again, we push the keys over here, right? Okay. So we gotta figure something out. All right, OXY. Let's take a look at that bad boy.
2R.
Not too bad on the 5 minute. This is what we want to see, nice and steady up and to the right. I bet you USO is climbing higher here as the NASDAQ is diving. So we're getting that inverse correlation. Unless we get some form of news, maybe it's just continuously stay long this name. And I don't know, whoever it was said stay short the overall market until things change. It sounds like they're onto something. All right, so I mean, that's how it goes there. And then what else was it? SPY, did they ask there, Sharif? If we can get that super chat popped up one more time there, brother. That'd be fantastic. But we'll take a look at the SPY. Can you look at SPY/VIX? Yeah, and we'll pull up some VIX options activity here momentarily. And we'll take a look at some of the charting. So here it is, SPY finding somewhat of a bottom, hopefully, and maybe we get a rebound back towards the volume weighted average price. But once again, we have that inverse correlation. Now, as for the VIX, baby, let's see what we got going on here. Boom. We don't want to look at the options up to the top side.
Top side?
Yeah, exactly. And what do we got here on the daily, Sharif?
What do you got, Joey?
Wow, a nice steady uptrend all the way up to 27 and change. When the volatility kicked in, 35 schmackers. And I was having a conversation with some individuals the other day of just, hey, it's a little bit more difficult, in my opinion, that is, to buy and anticipate the increase in volatility opposed to waiting until things start to cool down and buying the puts in the VIX. So that's exactly what I'm looking at. And also, we had an opportunity. So we experienced this run here, so kind of moving all over the place, but I want to head to another underlying, and that's going to be SLV, right? And I want us to look at this from a daily. So there's multiple ways that you can play this. Okay, so you can buy the puts, obviously you can short the underlying, or you can be patient. And if you're an options writer, you love these high volatility events. Why? Because in the near future, you're going to be able to collect some premium from these contracts. Now, what am I leading to? Let's head over to the options chain, because we've seen in silver, it was significantly high implied volatility, and then things cooled down. So we were looking at 180%, 200% at some time, and then now we're sitting at a cool 69% in SLV. So you can collect premium off of that itself. As I'm talking, we're getting a little bit of a move here in the TQQQs. This is what I'm talking about. We're gonna hold on to this bad boy. Tesla climbing higher. Now let's move over to USO, okay?
Obi's getting lit, Joey. Obi's getting lit.
Yeah, my boy's short. My boy's short over there. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, sorry. Someone asked us to stop hitting the bang, so we'll hit the stone cold from that one.
That's
yeah,
crazy.
because we're not gonna go with this. We're not gonna go there. 175%. Yeah, I mean 175%.
Oh, okay.
175% at the money. I'm pointing at the screen.
Yo, oil is dropping, Joe.
I know it's dropping because the NASDAQ is climbing higher here. We got NVDA climbing higher. It's starting to rebound. I don't even have to look at it because of the inverse correlation between the two. Let's hear what Adara's got for us.
Minister in Iran saying they're not laying mines in the Hormuz Strait, as reported by the Associated Free Press. So no mines being laid in the Hormuz Strait, as reported by the Associated Free Press, citing a deputy minister of Iran. Back to you.
I need the keys to your apartment. I'm not going to steal anything, okay? Just bring it over here. Let me know what the code to the safe is and everything.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
I can give you the keys to my apartment, but I cannot give you the code to my safe.
Why?
Oh,
why?
Stop.
Why?
That safe is for...
for what? For your pals? If you're from Canada, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're American, you're like,
we keep that... that
all right, can I show this?
Locked and loaded, baby.
As soon as Obi started yelling, I knew oil was dropping. Couple reasons. TPET, obviously an oil play. We took a big boy trade on this one, but as soon as Obi started freaking out, I knew that oil was coming down because this one actually reacted. So I was like, no, that's it. There's oil news. This is obviously marching to the beat of oil's drum. Got out, profit on everything. Didn't give back anything on there. In fact, waited for the big print there, which was at 87s. Obviously, it didn't make it to 2R, which is fine. We got to march to the beat of oil's drum, but in any event, ends up being a profitable trade.
But look how headline sensitive it is right now, right?
Super headline sensitive. I mean, it's aggressive. Yeah, oil, guys.
Good tank. Like literally just sell off to oblivion, essentially.
Bro, this I don't mind. Bring it to zero.
Bring it to zero.
Bring it to zero. I don't care, right? Like I've had it. Obviously, probably not that good for the province of Alberta, though, Joey.
I mean, I think they're doing all right. And too bad we don't have our own refineries and just make our own and not have
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of stuff we don't have that we should have had. We were building aggressively for those 10 years. Don't forget about it. There was a lot of economic activity between 2015 and 2025. It was the booming period of Canada.
2025?
Yeah, of course.
2015. I thought it was.
I'm being exactly the opposite of what I mean. Exactly the opposite of what I mean. Give me a break, bro.
Let's tax the investors more. We'll hit them with some capital gains. You know what I mean?
Why not? You got money to give.
You got money to give, so you can give it to the government, and we can obviously hire some more government jobs.
Yeah, exactly. Let's juice those. Let's juice the economic numbers by hiring everybody in the public sector. Fantastic government they were. In any event, let's have
That's how we like to party.
Guys, all the oil names, USO is at VWAP, okay? So USO hasn't dropped, it's still up 7 3/4, but look what Battle did. It was trading in a compression pattern, drops all the way down, TPET all the way down, EONR all the way down. But here comes LWLG. My breakout level is coming in pretty soon. We'll talk about it. There it is when we get back from Madeira.
I have another detail here from this headline. So again, a deputy minister of Iran saying that they are not laying mines to the Strait of Hormuz. They're furthermore saying they're actually allowing some ships to cross the strait. So they're not only saying, hey, we're not laying mines, they're even saying, yeah, we're letting some ships go through, not specifying where or what ships. I don't have any specification here, but just keep an eye on that. Also, I mean, we were starting out Obi with oil. I have to start Obi with this next one, unfortunately. BW getting a short report from Wolfpack Research. It did spike a little bit lower here. We've got like a 60-cent move to the downside here in BW again. This one is the victim of a short report from Wolfpack. Back to you.
What do you got going on? And
Remember?
there it goes.
Do you remember what's it called? What was that Vegas movie again? The Hangover.
Yeah, the
and it's like
Wolfpack,
the
man.
Wolfpack. They're on the roof of the hotel.
Yeah,
and this guy cuts himself, and
Yeah,
it's
he cuts
so
himself.
good.
You're like, what are you doing? Yeah,
like,
yeah.
We're blood brothers now, man.
He's like, that's Alan, but what's Bradley Cooper's character's name?
I forget, but he's like the teacher
like-
who hates his students
Yeah,
and he
yeah,
steals
yeah,
from them
yeah.
because like they're
But it's like
going
Alan's
on a
best friend.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
He
he
tells
steals
them
all
that they're
the-
going on a
the
field trip, and
and
that's
takes
his
all the
Vegas money.
Yeah.
Unreal. I would never do that. LWLG. Here we go, guys. That's taking out the let's say 13, 14 in any event. It's showing 714s right now. I'm talking about LWLG. Let's load it up on the multi-time frame look. What do we got over here? Let's bring it down and have a little discussion about what this one's looking like. All right, multiple topping tail candles. You can see that on the hourly bottom right of your screen. And then when you look at the 5, we're still putting in a downtrend, but most notably, I would say we're still above, or we got above, number one, $7 on a closing basis. This one has not been above $7 on a closing basis since it dropped at 10.15. Consolidated, held VWAP. That's the good look. Now it's above 7 on a close. Here's the deal. We're going to get long if this breaches prior bar high. Prior bar high 716. That would necessitate a 17 long. We're going to do it now, Joey. I got to send it to you. Throw in order.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. So there it is up on the TQQs, guys. We've been long off of these lows. I mean, we'll wait a little bit longer. See, the thing is, I'm going to get a little bit greedy on this one because if this downward momentum continues in USO, then I think we're going to be able to get a nice pop. We've seen it in NVDA and some of the other larger participants that we did have the ability to breach. Microsoft is slowly coming back in, but it could be something positive. We could totally reject everything, but Apple putting in some nice indecision prints off the low, and we have the Mag 7 starting to find somewhat of their footing and a rebound. So may as well hold on to it. If it's working, may as well rock and roll. If it comes back against us, so be it. But yeah, I like this potential trade as USO. Oops, I just kind of switched those up. As USO it's going to be volatile, right? We looked at the options chain, so there it goes. It gets a rebound. It pulls the NASDAQ back in 20 cents off of that previous pivot high. Let's see if we can continue. But the volatility is most definitely in. We've seen that on the options chain, probably even increased a little bit more. So let's pull it back up. We were sitting at 170%. Now we're sitting at 173. So you can see the increase in implied volatility in the USO. So we're right back to our entry point. Didn't take anything off, not going to feel any type of way just in case that the oil, the U.S. oil ETF continues to slide.
No.
All right, so yeah, it's not looking too good as it's rebounding, bounces off the volume-weighted average price, but a drastic increase in volume, right? So we talk about headline sensitivity, we're in that. So they're saying, somebody's saying they're doing something, the market tanks, someone says they're not doing it, the market rips, and vice versa. So just be prepared to sit through these volatility spikes because you never know what's going to happen or who's going to drop what. All right, so we'll definitely keep that into consideration. Meta is heading right towards the low, but if we look at the tech space, really, really weak right now. Broadcom, rebound too. Like it did head towards the volume-weighted average price. You get a little bit above it, but then unfortunately you come right back in. Same with Meta, heading right back towards the low of the day. Let's see if we can find our footing on this one. We just did that. Tesla was looking pretty good to me, but then now you're starting to come back in. But most definitely the strongest one is going to be at the top of the list. So I'll keep an eye on it. But I liked also what Apple was doing. Let's get Apple above Softy up there. A nice 5-minute print here. How does it do that? 2 different styles of prints on the, oh, that's Microsoft, that's why. Okay, I like this candle right here. If it had more volume, I would love it, but I like it how it is right now.
Whoa. What happened? Was that you, Fabian?
No, it was Assassino hit the thing.
That's Fabian on the 1s and 2s.
Possibly.
That fades?
Possibly not.
Fade?
Who knows?
You got the button for it.
I can't hear you, brother.
You gotta listen, man.
No, I still can't hear you, Fabian.
Well, everyone
I'm
can
logged
on
in,
stream
too.
Yeah,
can.
Fabian, I can't hear you either, brother.
Okay.
All right.
Let's. I'm keeping an eye here, Joey, on LWLG. I was getting a little gung-ho to punch in. I'd rather this candle close. I'm talking about the current 5-minute candle on the 5. Yeah, 5-minute candle on the 5. Calm down, Sharif. The low of which is 712, high 718. So I'd like to base my out on the current bar low, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait, okay? High of day 739. If we breach, we're likely going to 7.5. That's my bias. I can give it to current bar low right now, but it just feels a bit top heavy. I'm keeping an eye here on the multi-time frame at the top. It looks like the 1 minute, you know, they're selling here into the 1 minute, unable to breach prior high. So yeah, I don't feel exuberant about it at the moment. So I'm going to wait on LWLG. Bovin is telling me about QNTM. I took a look at it, Bovin. I wasn't exactly enthralled by it, but it's not bad. It's a little light on vol, as you can kind of see. This is QNTM right here. Bovin, it looks like it sold off super aggressive at around noon yesterday. When all was said and done, it got to about 210. It's putting in a hell of a rounded bottom here, coming in almost into the levels we were at before it sold off, which is about 295. I think it got to about 305 yesterday. Coming into that level right now. There is this level as well at 1010, the high of which is 291. So that's the official high at day. Here it comes into 290. It's not a bad look, Bovin, on QNTM. There it is, breaching high of day 295. It's on the way to 3. It's up 40.5%. And if we get into 3 and we hold above 3, this could be a big mover. Let's find out what the hell this is. QNTM, obviously probably something to do with quantum. So biopharma, Canada-based biopharmaceutical company engaged in building portfolio of assets, biotechnology treatment, challenging neurodegenerative metabolic disorders. Okay, great. 304, there is the squeeze. What a move up here for QNTM. Good call above it. Now we've breached yesterday's high. So this one's on the way up. And it has a bunch of headlines from yesterday about debentures. It looks like they were doing something to restructure their debt.
That's the ETF, right?
QNTM? No, yeah. It's a Canada biopharma company. It just sounds like a quantum ETF, but it's fine, brother. It's Bovin, keep tagging me. This is a good look here. Look at QNTM go. We were talking about this at 285. It just got to 320. Holy cow. Very strong name. Trade it carefully, guys. Up almost 50%. Roma as well. Bovin keeps yelling about Roma. This one I like a little bit less, but you know we definitely have some things, some price levels to aspire to. That 10 a.m. high took us to about 857. We're showing 645. Good recovery, a bit of a V-shaped recovery over here. Be on the lookout for that. But I'm much more interested in QNTM. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Let's see if it comes back down into that breakout level, 295, 285. We'll give that one a look here, Joey. But we're going to go up to Adara at the big desk.
More stocks on the move here amidst some concerns that the industries they're in could be dominated by Claude or other AIs. Here is APPN. This is Appian. DOMO is another stock you could watch on this, but it's not really reacting at all. APPN, though, is to the downside. Claude now apparently creating interactive charts, diagrams, and visualizations according to a article from its website. So again, amid some concerns that Claude could become some competition, APPN Appian is trading lower. Back to you.
Apparently is moving. Sidhu is on the move. Okay, let's find out what the do is doing. I hope he just looks right away. It's like his head's programmed. Anytime you hear Sidhu. Apparently it's moving. Let's take a quick look at the do over here, see what it's up to. Yeah, I put QNTM on the side chart there. Coming down into 3, guys, this could be a good entry point, but let's take a quick look at Sidhu. Yeah, good structure on the do over here. It's up 12 and change, taking out that 2.25, coming down a little bit now. It's only up 12%, but a decent structure, higher lows, higher highs. Bull flag continuation on SIDU. This is a former convict. We know all about Sidhu. It has been on the side chart and the scanner many a time in any event. Here are the levels. I perceive the breakout level to be around the $1/5 of a dollar, and that's exactly where the 10 EMA on the 5 is showing right now. So it could be a good buy area off that 220 area. Take a quick look at that. There's also the bull flag breakout, initial bull flag breakout, I should say, 930 move. The top end of the range is around 213. That's the wick. The close goes to about 210. The low end of the range looks like it found support at 7. So that's bull flag number 1. Then boom, bull flag number 2. Converts itself from a bull flag into an upward channel, which is fine. Keep an eye out on that. You can play the range, or you can look to the breakout level, as I mentioned, around 213. That also happens to overlap with the volume weighted average price, so you could find a good area of support there. Be on the lookout for that. So that's SIDU. We're not going to put it on the side chart quite yet, but we're going to keep an eye out on that. Secondly, I want to mention here that AGRZ, Zed, whatever, is finding now a 4-bar support at the WAP, at the volume weighted average price, 1135, 40, 45, 50, all defend the volume weighted average price. That's a good news. Bad news is unbroken downtrend. You can see the lower trend line there. So I'm going to wait for a decisive break of that trend line. I also have a bias that this has to be trading above 75 pennies for me to get in, basically because of this breakout level here. So AGRZ, good trade initially, but we had to get the hell out of there as the bottom was dropping off. Bovin keeps saying that Roma is making a move. Let's take a look at Roma again before we see what your boy Joey Opsh up to. Okay, Bovin, it got above VWAP. I get that. It's not bad, Bovin. It's not bad, but you're okay with these lightly traded ones, right? To me, I don't know. I don't mind it. I don't mind it, especially if we can start getting back above 7, start challenging for 8. I'm going to keep it on the side chart, but for now, I'm going to keep my eye on AGRZ, Joey. It looks like it might be breaking trend.
Yeah, Los. I was looking at that Los Pollos. But I'm looking at USO as well, too. I have that. Apple has the same thing. Amazon, but it's already it's past that. I don't see what Joe has had enough Webull gone to Lightspeed.
I don't even know what that means. Were you ever on Webull?
No. He said I think he's kind of referring to himself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Joe finally had enough of Webull gone to Lightspeed. Yeah, you need that direct access, my friend. I know Los Pollos was saying something about Amazon. I don't see anything, but what I do see here is on Apple. If this holds up, that could be a good potential play there as well, but not much volume there. Put the call ratio on the Qs. Thoughts, 1.68. Isn't that typically what it sits around? I'd have to go through a couple of my old, I remember I used to have it up on here, but I haven't looked at it in quite some time, to be honest with you. And then Los Pollos was saying, bro, Amazon and Nvidia 5 minutes. I see it on Apple. I don't see it on NVDA, except for at the lows, right? And we're kind of past that narrative. So you had that double bottom, and that's what I was looking at here in the NASDAQ, but we're not really doing anything right now. Maybe we can get an additional move higher and finally breach the volume weighted average price and not tank, especially if these names participate, obviously, then I think we're going to be doing just fine. But I don't see it on Amazon, right? I think it's a little bit more clear here on NVDA. These bunch of buying pressure stepping in. I don't know if Tesla has it either. An indecision print when it just skyrockets after that point. We can see it in the NASDAQ a little bit here. Some prints here, buying pressure, and then eventually we make that move higher. But I'm not seeing it that clear on Amazon. But the other ones I do agree with you with. Now, as for Webull, yeah, I mean, hey, not very liquid, and I know you're just saying from a charting standpoint. I've never personally used it. I remember I was thinking about this the other day. And again, this is my opinion. Avoid the web browsers if you can and get a standalone software. Okay, I think that makes a drastic difference. Okay, web browser, delay. Standalone software is when you can really figure out your market delay in milliseconds, because I don't even think that TradingView gives you an option to even look at what your market delay is. And it's huge. In a game of pennies and in a game of seconds, I think that matters 110%.
All right, shout out to QB's Mo85. I think those are Norwegian kroners. Thank you for the 20 Norwegian kroners there, my man. This has made me chuckle. Iranians will soon 180 and say they mined Hormuz. Let's not paint all Iranians with one brush. Let's just say the current Iranian regime, all right? I know plenty of Persians who, they don't like that Iranian regime. And I'm pretty sure Toronto's probably like 1 or 2 or 3 for Persian immigrants in North America. I think LA is number 1. Fact check me on that, chat, if you guys have the information. But there is a ton of them here, and none of them really like them, so I wouldn't paint with one brush. Here comes a GRZ. I'm looking to go long 78. So let's keep an eye on this one. It's breaking trend. I'm putting the order now. Let's see if it activates. There it goes. It didn't give it to me. It didn't give it to me, and I put in a script. These script orders are fantastic. So let's see exactly what we get here. This is on the rampage to the high side, guys, and it's not letting me in. There's the move here on ARGZ. Does it continue? Does it have resistance at 80? Current bar low is 73.74. Does it have the room to take out 80? We're going to go long over here. We're giving it to current bar low. Joey, take over for a sec so I can put in.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm looking here. I'm kind of comparing, looking for that inverse. If USO breaks this support level, then I think that's going to be the time when we can punch through the volume weighted average price here on the TQQs. All right. So we're keeping our eyes on it. Selling pressure, consistent lower highs. Now let's see if this can stay intact, or you might get a squeeze. Right, that's what I'm going to be keeping my eyes out. If it squeezes aggressively, pops on the backside of this trend line, you might find somewhat of a recovery here in USO, and that's going to drag the NASDAQ down. So we're heading at the lower end of that range. Can we get an open lower, or are we going to keep bouncing off of this support level and then eventually sit on the backside of this trend and then maybe find somewhat of a rebound? For me, I want this to sell off a little bit here, right? I mean, we've been on an absolute monster run. We did see some supply, but I don't know how, at 120, I just don't know how much of a factor that's actually going to be, considering how headline sensitive we are. If they're like, hey, I don't think it's going to be worried about what the derivatives market is overly up to. It's like, oh, hey, yeah, we have a supply zone at 120 here on USO. Let's start pushing price a little bit lower. I don't think that's going to necessarily be the narrative here. But yeah, there it is. 1 minute candle breaks up on the backside of this trend. So that downtrend in that triangle that we were just looking at right now seems to be broken. And then sure enough, I wouldn't be surprised if momentarily we see an aggressive downtick here in the NASDAQ. But it is starting to climb. It's being led by NVDA. Come on, you can do it. You can push us a little bit higher. Tesla's starting to climb as well, too. We are right almost at opening price here. We are past the opening price on NVDA. So if you're going to rely on anybody to lead you forward, it's going to be this name, in my opinion, and it seems to be doing so. Maybe it would have been best to take a trade off of this low instead of playing the NASDAQ as it's starting to come back in, and it's really struggling to break the volume weighted average price.
All right, that's the, I think, umpteenth time that ARGZ has tried to take out 80 pennies, and it's failed miserably again. And it's not exactly like it's an ascending wedge pattern. I was profitable on all parts of this trade because you kept seeing the resistance come in. But yeah, there it is. That 80 penny level really is the target for the shorts over here. They keep defending it, and they defend it quite staunchly on ARGZ. So we're going to need to be alive to that 80 penny level. Now, upon further analysis, you can very clearly see that none of the closing prints have actually been above that 80 penny level. Wick only. So I think my next trade, unless it's like some outlier, will have to be an 80 penny close above, a close above 80 pennies. And then my bias, of course, will be the move into the dollar-ish area. But I'm not going to have to fight the shorts here that have been defending that 80 penny level basically all day, whether or not it found 4 bars of support at VWAP. That's not the move here. I'm not trying to fight these guys. We need to clear them, and then we'll have a discussion about what we can do after that. But for the moment, Joey and I want to take a little bit of a break. We're going to send you up to the big desk with Adara for Happening Now.
There's really no shortage of things that are happening at any point, at any time today in the market. Let's get into it. Right now, S&P 500, I mean, it's still definitely bouncing here off of lows. Tons of different headlines to digest across sectors. I'm going to spend a whole bunch of time getting into oil. There is one Tesla headline I want to mention. It did come out a couple minutes ago, and I figured I'd just kind of wait to bring it to you guys to Happening Now, because as you can see, Tesla basically flat on the last 15-minute candle, not too much happening. Elon Musk, CEO of the company, posting on X that Tesla will be deploying millions of dedicated digital Optimus units in the field at superchargers where they have roughly 7 gigawatts of available power. So kind of Optimus and combined charging catalyst there for Tesla. I'm also just now seeing a headline on Meta. Looks like this just came out. The company introducing new AI tools on the Facebook marketplace. So now that we've gone through breaking news for some of these Mag 7 names, we're going to take a look at what's going on here with oil. So tons of oil headlines. There were 2 that led to sharp drops. The first one came here around 10:45 a.m. That was the idea at that point, just a report that the U.S. was considering waiving the Jones Act for a limited period of time. That basically would mean that the U.S. would be considering allowing non-U.S. flagged or crewed ships to pass U.S. items between the ports here. So Apparently, this is now confirmed. Caroline Levitt saying the U.S. is in fact considering waiving the act, but the action is not yet finalized. The second drop here, which is of course much more significant and sustained, came around 11:40 a.m. and that happened when we had Iran saying that they are not, in fact, laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, previously, we had heard multiple reports indicating that, in fact, they were. Let's talk about PLTR. They had their AAPL event. I think we thought this would be a lot more exciting than it actually was. The stock seems unsure how to react to this. It's been chopping around. Only one, well, now I guess two Palantir executives, one of whom was Alex Karp, have actually made an appearance at this event, and apparently that's because Palantir likes to say they don't want to have any of their executives really presenting. They want this event to be about the clients. So either way here, it is worth noting there's other stocks to keep an eye on here. GE Aerospace, Accenture, SAP, executives from all of those companies have already appeared at AAPL. Palantir also announced deals with the likes of Nvidia, ONDS, and LEU prior to the start of the event. And earnings are still going to be in watch. I mean, earnings day one plays today. There weren't too many. You had Dollar General, Dick's Sporting Goods, Lee Auto, Bumble, and UiPath. Tonight after the bell, though, we get a whole doozy. Adobe is one of them. You can find this recap of their prior quarter earnings on X at TTV Research, but we'll also get Ulta, Service Titan, and Rubrik, amongst others. So definitely prepare for those earnings releases on X at TTV Research. But in the meantime, we're going to send you back over for more Midday Madness.
Guys, so as I was thinking here, I'm like, man, it's really odd watching NVDA rip how it is and the NASDAQ not really participating. But we finally get that move through the volume-weighted average price. And I'm like, hey, the volume on these pushes are relatively weak. So, I mean, I allowed this to sit against me for about 30 cents or so. So I'm going to piece a little bit off, about 30% right where we're currently sitting, and see if we can get a little bit there. Obviously not catching the fill that I would like. So yeah, let's see. I got to keep hitting the bid here, Sharif, for what I want. There it is, boom. I took a little bit off there. Still sitting on approximately 66 of the position, but I thought we would have been significantly stronger considering what we're experiencing right now in NVDA. It's now past the high of the day. It's broke through that opening range, that 5-minute opening range. You're now north of that. You had a rebound in some of the other names. Google climbing right back towards the volume-weighted average price, right? So we had Amazon starting to climb higher as well, right back at the volume-weighted average price. But yet we never got that strong move. And I'm like, what is going on here? Didn't really make too much sense. I mean, Apple's still hovering, but there's just days that the Qs is just so heavily correlated with NVDA. It just essentially tracks it and trades in tandem, but that wasn't necessarily the case, which I would have believed led us into $48 on the TQQs there, Sharif.
All right, AGRZ broke while I was gone. It's above 80. It hasn't closed quite yet. Topping tail into 87.37, but look how convicted the shorts are. So I've programmed my entry for an 83 entry, so right around here. Let's go. All right, we're long. We're going to give this to 79, so here it goes. Let's give this one the old college try, so to speak, and see what this one has to offer. So 2R on this one is 91. Here comes, what do we got? All right, good. All right, there's the move into 85, looking for 86 now. Remember, 87.37, the high, okay? There it goes, looking for an 86 clearance. A lot of selling at around 85 and change. Coming back down now into 85. No continuation, sadly, into 87.37, but we're going to give this one to candle low. Candle low takes us into 79 territory. It keeps dropping, though. So I have to keep my eye on the multi-time frame to see if there's any trend change. 10 EMA on the 1 is around 82. 10 EMA on the 5, distinctly different. Shout out to my man O, but around 78. So that's the look there. Looking for the continuation. We're not getting continuation here. It's ending up as a topping tail candle again. Possibly for the moment. Let's see if this one can work its way up. Still saving the majority of the risk for 2R, but just alive to the fact that we keep putting in lower highs on the level 2. Now there's an 84 seller, an aggressive 84 seller. Let's see if we can shake them. So keeping an eye on that. No continuation through 84, 83.60 now showing up. We need to see something above 84 to kind of know that we've taken out the short seller and or the profit taker. There's 84 again, and look at the size at 84. Nothing is shaking here through 84. There's a lot of selling and not even above it, like fractionally. That's how aggressive the short seller is at 84 and or the profit taker. So we can't shake that seller. Joe, I got to send it to you, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I'm talking about. So there was something fishy going on. Now we just engulfed that whole move. This is now back OTM. I did take some off, but you just sell off 70 pennies just like that. I'm like, what's going on? NVIDIA is climbing higher. Now it's pulling back aggressively, but we didn't participate in the NASDAQ. Okay, now you have USO climbing. That downtrend broke. This is what I was talking about earlier, and then now you're starting to climb back higher once again. So if we didn't break that support level, you open up on the backside of this trend, you pull back, retest, and then now you're off to the races. And guess what? You have that inverse correlation in the NASDAQ. So if it breaks this support level, I'm out. I don't know if there's any form of news or anything along those lines. And Taylor, we always say here, you have to make your own decisions, all right? So when I'm up here, maybe I take some more off. Should I get out at break even? Absolutely, but I was looking for 48, okay? We're down 4.5% now in the TQQs, all right? So I'm gonna be keeping my eyes on this. If we crack through this support level, I'm now a little bit lighter due to size. 46.90, we're at a dodge because it looks like USO wants to fully recover on this rebound. Tesla putting an indecision print, but we have to be cautious on what we see displayed on the 1-minute time frame. Okay, we can rebound off of this. Apple's starting to go. That's a positive sign. We like it. Maybe we're going to find a rebound, but again, we have to look at the correlation between USO right now and the NASDAQ. So that's what I have my eyes on, and I will continuously have my eyes on that.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just continuing to watch here as 84 comes. I want to see if we can take out the 84 seller because we were dipping down. There's 84. It looks like we're fractionally above it, but look at the defending at 84, and then it drops back down. They've earmarked 84 here. There it goes into 84.5, moving up now a little bit. Here comes 85. There's 85. We went the beak there, small amount. We're looking still for the high of the freaking day. Okay, 87.37, waiting for the print, 86.5 coming in. Let's see if we can mosey on up, breach prior bar high. Prior bar high is the high of the day. This one should be able to make it to the dollar area. That's just, that's my bias on these ones. Once you're in the 80s, you're a penny stock, you're at least going to glance at that dollar. Continuing to watch here, looking for a high of day break. Here comes 87. 86.50, 86.60, but no continuation, no freaking-wation. Annoying, but that's fine there. We'll continue to watch and see what we can get on ARGZ. I'd like this to resolve a little bit quicker here. I mean, I'm a man of limited patience. I don't like to dilly-dally with these penny stocks, Joey, because, they're pennies. Anyway, so keeping an eye out on this one. We're going to Adara.
Oil remains in focus here. USO bouncing a little bit here from these lows near that 117 level. Apparently heating oil is now over $5 a gallon. So tight oil supply leading to an increase in prices. Not only do we have, of course, petroleum to worry about, but it looks like heating oil also a concern. I'm also seeing that Total Energies is shutting down its production in Qatar, Iraq, and UAE offshore. Their onshore UAE production, however, will not be affected by the conflict and tensions here in the Middle East. If I get more news, I will let you know. Furthermore, actually, as I speak, I do have another headline. This one involves China, so keep an eye on FXI, which actually pulled back a little bit here, although that could be with the market. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent reportedly set to travel to France from March 15th to 16th. That would be Sunday to Monday to meet with Vice Premier of China, He Lifeng. Back to you.
Just another manic Monday here. All right, it's Thursday, but anyways, aside from that, guys, let's keep our eyes on this. A nice climb back higher. We're going to be going over a couple of the same names throughout the day. What has CrowdStrike been up to today? Oh, a pretty tough session here. Did climb up to 449. How are we looking on the backside of that trend there? Still holding up, right? And this is exactly what we want to see. Haven't looked, you know that song, right? Just another manic. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. There you go. That's what I mean. You don't like that song?
I like it.
All right. There it is. 1, 2, 3 consecutive down days, a slow curl over. Let's see if that volume, it does seem relatively cool, but we had a massive move, and we talked about this on countless occasions. Wait for that trend line. Where did we just see this? You can translate multiple time frames within each other. So Netflix, trend break, climbs higher. Now let's head over to USO. We just drew the most basic things and it decided to climb higher. Did we capitalize on it? No, but maybe we should start taking more advantage of it. Neil loves the trend line break, considering that's almost picture perfect right there, textbook-esque, and sure enough, you get a nice climb. So a trend line break, and then you're off to the races.
All right, man, I'm still holding the same position. Nothing to add onto here. Continuing to watch for prior bar breaches. We haven't breached prior bars, so the trend is still intact. Current bar low is 82.53. We're showing 85 and change. I'm looking for a move above high of day, which has eluded us. So current bar actually is a lower high. So 86.80 on current bar high. Prior bar 87. 87.37, that's in fact the high of the day. So I'm looking for a move past current bar low. As soon as this candle closes in about 20 seconds, it'll be based, of course, on prior bar low, which is the current candle, but it's still not giving me a reason to get out, and that's the thing. So the higher low trend is intact. Irrespective of where I got in, I need to be alive to the higher low trend. Here we go again, moving into 86. Let's see if we can kind of take out some 87 sellers. I'm going to go ahead and wait closely here. There's 87. There's a freaking high of day. Boom. Dang. All right, looking for continuation now. Still holding. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. 87, 87 high, but as we've seen with this one, it is very thickly traded. You're likely going to encounter resistance at almost every area you end up encountering. So coming back down now, let's see if it breaches prior bar. Again, prior bar low, 82.53. Coming back down into 85, so selling at almost every level. And fractional breaches too, that's the thing. When you're able to breach prior bar high or prior day high, you're breaching it by like anemic levels. I think it was 87.37 last prior high. Now we just got into 87.87. Oof. Let's keep an eye out on this one. I have really nothing to do other than continue to watch this. Profitable on everything we've done today, so we're gonna keep an eye out on that. By the way, woof, guys, just got into the volume weighted average price, WOOF, into that 310 area. I'm not gonna change the screen here because I have to watch this specific one, but WOOF at the volume weighted average price at around 310, that might interest some people. Separately, I want to say EONR is making another move possibly into that 1 1/3 area, but it's rejecting 1 1/3 for now, but still holding prior bar low. Sorry guys, can't change the screen. Going to keep an eye out on this one until we possibly get into about 90. That's where I'm looking at taking the majority of the prints. Again, my 2R on this one is 91, but I will take it out at 90. If it, of course, makes its way up to 90. As always, guys, if there are any other small cap gappers that you have your eye on that I haven't mentioned, I'd love to hear about them, but just tag me so that I do see your message there. I also want to mention that this one, ARGZ, has been holding the 10 EMA on the 1 quite well. So if it loses the 10 EMA on the 1, I think that's where I'm going to stop out, even if it's still above my entry or my current stop. The reason is it's been holding that trend, I want to say, since it reclaimed it around 11.58. Yeah, 11.58. It hasn't lost trend. 11.58, yeah, that's when it reclaimed it. It actually defended it at 12.04. So if it loses trend there, then, that's really my exit. Continuing to watch here. Here comes 84. There's a loss of trend, and I'm out. So we'll take the profits and run with this one. So good trade, but didn't quite make it up into 2R, so can't really call it that good of a trade. LWLG coming back into some predictable areas. It looks like it may want another attempt here at 7 1/5, with 739 being the area high. That's the high from the aftermarket. That's a high from this morning as well at around 10 o'clock. So be on the lookout there. Ascending wedge pattern on LWLG. You've got some higher lows here with that let's say 715 to 720 flat top on LWLG. Very happy with my out. Alive to the break of trend here on ARGZ. There it goes, breaking down. Let's see if it breaks down through prior bar low. It certainly lost the trend on the 1 minute chart. Prior bar low is 82.53. We're at 82.80. Let's see if we can lose prior bar low. If we can, we may find support at around 80 pennies. So that's what I'm kind of looking at there. Anything else? Oh, ONDS, people are saying. Let's have a look at some of those tickers there now that I'm out of this position.
Oops, excuse me. I shouldn't say that, but
what happened?
Screw that name, man.
ONDS?
Yeah.
You're mad at this one, eh?
Big time.
What happened?
We're not friends.
You're not friends. All right, I respect that. Let's have a look at ONDS over here. Support, it looks like, I don't know, man. This one's all over the freaking map,
Yeah, it
man.
is all over the map.
I wouldn't trade this. I mean, it's all over the map, right? Like, why choose this one when you have? I don't mean to poop on you, bro. That's not what I mean.
No. Go back to the old chart ski there and see what we have on the pre-market, right?
Yeah.
So the pre-market, yeah, right.
Yeah,
so
okay.
that's what I was looking at for continuation, and then maybe a breakout of the.
But look what it did after
daily
that.
zone. Yeah, it did nothing. I'm glad that we got out of that on multiple occasions. But if you even look at the daily, it's just kind of stuck within a chop zone. I wanted to ask you this, Fabian. You know that one sound that you have that's like, what movie is that from? That eerie one that you put on. Yeah, because I remember everybody's talking about that one.
From
these
the
days, and
movie
I've watched
called
it a couple of
Annihilation
times.
with Natalie Portman.
Yeah, if you could hit that, that'd be absolutely. Yeah. That movie. What movie is that from? It's actually sick. But it's not. No, I didn't hear what he said.
I
think
barely hear you, Fabian.
The chat hears you, but we don't hear you. Yeah, Annihilation. That's it. Yeah. What a different movie that is. Aside from that, let's take a look at a couple other names here, guys, and see what we got going on. We'll take a look at the quantum space, Annihilation. If you guys haven't seen it, just go out and watch it. The majority of the movie's pretty garbage, if you ask me, but the last little bit is where that sound comes from, and that's where I like it from. So, is it? Oh, is it? Yeah, exactly. Because they go into that little space and then everything gets switched up. What's Bitcoin been up to here, guys? Still a strong rebound, but you can see that the volatility is in. We did break through the volume-weighted average price. Did we pull back and retest that? We're going to go to Adara in 1 second. Yeah, we did, it looks like. So let's see if we can get VWAP on our chart here. But we punched through, come back, retest, and then now we're starting to find somewhat of a rebound. I like this for a good look in the overall market as we're right back to our previous out. In the TQQs. All right, 1 second there. Member for 5 months. Hangry Wife, crazy market moves, great for volatility traders and scalpers. Thank you, Joe and Sharif, for the great energy always. No, thank you.
Always, thank you,
Hangry Wife, as always, much appreciated.
She's always hungry.
It's a guy.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't know that. No idea. Adara.
Time to talk about FXI here. China, again, FXI actually trying to push a little bit higher. I mentioned earlier reports that U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent would be traveling to France this Sunday to Monday, March 15th to 16th, to meet with the Vice Premier of China. Looks like he's confirming this with comments from Treasury Secretary Bessent suggesting that, quote, we will continue U.S.-China trade and economic talks in Paris. So very likely to get some kind of commentary here with China next week as U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent travels to France to meet with the Vice Premier of China for more trade and economic discussions. Back to you.
You're right, Joey.
Yeah.
You're right.
I figured. Sharif, what am I going to say?
I don't know.
And there
Oh, there it is. I have no idea what you're going to say, Joey.
I know. I had to put you on the spot like that. We got a nice little pop up there in the NASDAQ, guys, as it's starting to climb a little bit higher.
All right. Attaboy. All right. I'm trying to debate getting back into ARGZ here. It's holding structure on the 5. I don't know what forced me to look at the 1, but what happens when you look at the multi-time frame, but it's holding structure. And that's the thing. It's holding, it just made another high, 88.5. It breached prior bar high, has higher lows, has higher highs, extended away from the 10, 86 and change. Let's go ahead and do just that. So let's go into this. We're going to give it to prior bar low. Prior bar low is 82.81. So see if we can maneuver into this one with a move. We're going to risk less this time, though, okay? There we go. We're in. We're giving it to 82. So let's go ahead and do just that. What's current bar low? Yeah, we're going to give it to 80. All right, there we go. All right, just give me a sec here. So we're in at 87s. Good, so we'll put in some at day high. All right, while I'm trying to figure that out, we're going to go to a day.
I have a headline, and it actually is not geopolitical at all. It's going to be about the housing space. We do have SKY popping up here. This is Champion Homes. I did look into the company. What they do is basically modular and mobile home manufacturing. Now, with that in mind, Reuters reporting that the U.S. Senate has passed a bill to expand affordable housing. This bill has now been sent to the House of Representatives. So looks like potentially because it does these modular and mobile homes, SKY actually pushing higher. We'll take a look to see if any of these other home builders are moving on this. They are not. So it does look like more of a mobile or modular home play here, SKY. Roughly 300,000 shares traded on the day. So not a ton of volume done on the day, but certainly need to keep an eye on with that catalyst, especially if we get further passing here of this bill to expand affordable housing. Now back to you.
All right, thank you very much for that, Adara. SPLX is triple leverage on on the SPY. I tried putting this up, SPLX. I don't even think I've never even heard of this. There's no companies or assets found matching this text entered, right? I can try it over here to see if there's anything. SPLX. I think that, okay, on the AMX, all right, 2x leverage, great question. To be honest with you, I've never heard of this thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we have any form of access to it, so that would explain a lot. And also, Minnesota Trader curious, what is the volume like? What's the liquidity like on this thing? But you can see, I pulled it up on multiple platforms, and I have nothing along those lines of SPL. Oh, XL, there we go, that would make sense. XL. All right, let's see what the volume's like on this bad boy. Great question. I've never personally used this vehicle. We have only 2 million shares traded on this. I mean, I shouldn't say only, but you can see that you would run into a little liquidity issues here on this. Gap down, a lot of bar coding, but yeah, fantastic. It is still pretty expensive, but I mean, half the price there. Not too bad. SPXL, let's see, going on 2x leverage, and I think that I can't believe I trade this vehicle and I always get it mixed up. Yeah, so this is 2x, TQs is 3x, all right? That's what we got going on. So we took a little bit more off on the NASDAQ, guys. We'll pull that back up there, 2x compared to 3x, and then liquidity issues, but thanks for pointing that out. All right, I personally didn't even know about that vehicle. So there it is. You can see the volatility stepping in on the market, got in the market. We pull back, we punch right back through. May as well stick to it. Shout out to my boy Taylor Rabdi. He's saying stick with it, man. It's working, and that's what we're doing right now. So we pieced a little bit more off, currently sitting on 50%. I see a fist pump in my peripheral vision there. What do you got?
Well, it's killing it. All right, we're back into ARGZ. Into 89.71. So this is not breaking structure at all. It hasn't even breached prior bar low, and it hasn't done that for a while. 89.90. Looking for a squeeze now into the dollar. We're back in this one. I like what I'm seeing here, but we need that aggressive short squeeze into that dollar. So we're not exactly getting it, and this makes me feel like it's probably easy to borrow. Oh, wow, what a move up here into the 90s. Missed that. Got to be quicker. 91 penny high. Good look. Looking again for that bigger move into the dollar. Let's put everything now. I'm going to put it at about 95. Let's just post. I'm going to put 94.5. There we go. Oh, wow, it got to 94.3, and I missed it. Yeah, put those resting orders. 92 showing up, so the squeeze is on right now on ARGZ. Here we go. There's the 92 seller. He got killed. They killed him, Joey. Up into 92 and change. Here comes 93. Boom. Good. Good trade. Could have done a little bit better with that one if I had held it, but it's okay. We'll look to improve a little bit more. But in and out, in and out. I'd rather just hold the entire thing for the 2R. But this one is a little bit more thickly traded. In any event, ARGZ, good look here, up 120%, and it's still making a move, 94.30. It's on its way to the dollar. I've been focusing on this one for the majority of the time because this was the one that keeps making the breakouts. Above the 80 penny area where we had resistance, above the 87 penny area where we had multiple topping tail candles on the 5, and now on the way to a dollar. Shout out to ARGZ, and we're going to Adair.
Definitely more geopolitical headlines to be aware of here, guys. Keep an eye on USO. I'm seeing a comment from the top security official of Iran by the name of Larijani saying, in response to Trump, quote, "We will not relent until making you sorry for this grave miscalculation." So again, that is the message to President Trump of the U.S. from the top security official of Iran. Back to you.
There goes ARGZ. Joey, why? There we go. Into 97.59. Here comes the dollar. The shorts are squeezed now. They're running scared. We're making the move into the dollar. This is a great look here for ARGZ, up 130%. Watch out, though, for those who are trading it. You know, just watch out for the dollar area. You might want to wet your beak here on some stuff before it enters that dollar region, and then, you know, a lot of short sellers and or profit takers start getting in on this one. So, yeah, not a bad look here. ARGZ, what did I say? AG, oh, my bad. Thank you, Anurag. AGRZ, not ARGZ, AGRZ. Appreciate the clarification there. Good luck. All right, let's just send it to you because I got to see what Fabian wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here. Sticking with this name. I mean, we've traded two names here on the day, ONDS, which, you know, I don't have a good relationship with right now, and the TQQs, but seems to be currently working for us. I mean, the ebb and flow, we could be trading this range here. But one thing that I got to keep an eye out on, let's see what these larger participants are up to, but inverted hammer right at VWAP. Man, oh man, that's tough signals, man. It's a really, really choppy day. A lot of overlapping candles, and this is what I was talking about earlier in the session, just in the fact that, hey, I thought we would get somewhat of a rally with NVDA, but that wasn't the case. We're fortunate enough to catch the top end of the range once again, but if we broke through the volume-weighted average price and headed towards the high of the day, it would have been an absolute banger of a trade right there. So let's see what we got going on for the rest of the session there, guys. What's up, Taylor? Hope everything. I don't know. Are you still holding on to your long? It sounded like you were long, Taylor. The NASDAQ as well. Are you still holding on to that position, or did you cash out already, maybe around these highs or something along those lines? Adair, talk to us.
I have more headlines, Joe. This time not about the situation in the Middle East. It's about Netflix. Variety, which of course is like entertainment news reporting site and magazine, they have reported that Netflix has cut its global product team as part of its reorganization plans. Now, as you know, NFLX has said now that they're not going to be purchasing Warner Brothers, that they want to do some of their own restructuring and maybe even some M&A. We've heard reports they're going to be acquiring the business called Interpositive, which was founded by actor and director Ben Affleck for $600 million. So NFLX looks like they're continuing that reorganization plan, at this time reportedly cutting their global product team, according to Variety.
Ben Affleck and Gone Girl, The Town.
I don't know anything you're talking about.
Gone Girl is so underrated. Rosamund Pike, forever and ever.
Yeah, exactly. She's in a really good movie as well, too.
I Care a Lot?
No, it's called Hollow Road.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I think it's the same. I think
I'll have to check that out. I really like it.
Yeah, so Hollow Road, really good. And then he's also in Ben Affleck's movie with Ana de Armas. I forget what the name of that one is. Yeah, it's
Deep Water or something? Dark Water? Yeah.
Exactly it. Shout out to all the movie junkies out there. All right, guys, let's see what we got going on here. Taylor, you never said if you were still involved in this. The Town was a great, the Town's sick. My boy Jeremy Rayner and a couple other individuals there as well too. So yeah, guys, I mean, someone asked me if I'm gonna reload here. I think it really depends on what we got going on here with USO. I know we've been talking about it quite often, but it looks like it wants to find somewhat of a rebound here. And then we also have to take into consideration these participants. And what I'm seeing here, you get that move into the volume-weighted average price, and then you start to reject it a little bit. Same narrative, no selling pressure really that says, hey, let's take that short. One of the toughest names, in my opinion, to short in the market. I just never really have a good time doing that. Tesla, right back into VWAP, starting to pull in a little bit here. So if we get that turtle shell type price action and not break through VWAP with an increase in volume, then maybe you can see somewhat of a leg down, a partial leg down, but head towards the middle of this range or something along those lines, okay? We were looking at the 420 mark and the 400 mark from an open interest standpoint here on Tesla. It did sell around approximately 10 points here today, so we'll continue to monitor that. Speaking of, let's may as well go take a look at the options chain and see what we got going on. And I'm also curious to see if it will come into play. Right, so I mean, 420 definitely has the most amount of OI right there, guys. If we head over to this expiration cycle, probably going to be something around the same narrative, $410 right there, 37,000. So, I mean, we did run into that neck of the woods on the intraday cycle, and then we rejected that. 409 was approximately the high of the day, so keep that in mind. And we'll head back over to USO and see what this dog is doing right now. 172%. I think it was up to 173, so a slight downtick here in USO volatility, but this 120 mark is something that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on without any form of questioning.
All right, man, just watching AGRZ around the dollar area, did spike up to 105, but as you know, predicted, it's going to have trouble with 105, so be on the lookout for, with 1, so be on the lookout for that, up 136%. I also like that 90 penny area. If it does come back down, 87.5 to about 90 pennies, that could be a really good area for the reload. You're really extended away from prior bar low, so it's not like I want to give you guys that as the out, but prior bar low is 85.53, but here it is again, challenging for the dollar. Good look here for ARGZ, 105 high, as I mentioned. It really hasn't spent that much time above a buck, as you can see, dropping below the dollar now. To be expected, though. Good look here for ARGZ. I don't have anything else. Perfect. I can hear you really well, Fabian. Say it again.
This is now on stream. Do you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Perfect.
Yeah,
All right.
I hear you actually perfect.
I don't hear anything.
You don't hear it? I can show you how to turn it on.
I don't know if he was talking to me. I heard him for a bit. He said one thing, and then he went out, I think maybe just to you.
Pull up your Unity.
Pull it up, eh?
Click that one right there. Yeah, that's
one?
the one. All right.
All right.
That's the one, right? Yeah, perfect.
Okay, but Assassino, can you say something in my ear, please, and thank you?
Test Assassino.
Test.
There it is. Yeah, that's actually perfect, Fabian. Thanks for helping out with that. I really appreciate it. So we'll be able to hear Adira when she talks. When Fabian talks from his desk, we'll be able to hear that. Assassino, of course. The Assassino was put on super loud. So that's why
you got things.
We couldn't hear them. We could hear him, but not them. In any event, we're good now. MF Danger says he can hear it. Awesome sauce. Good. Mike the PD Rider as well. Slow Motion Joe 263 can hear it as well. Guys, we're continuing to watch AGRZ here, losing the dollar. Now, if it loses prior bar low, which is a doji candle, this could be trouble. Prior bar low is 97.51. We're at 98.99 right now, 98.5, 99. If it loses prior bar low, this could be trouble, and we could be headed back to 90 pennies. We are doing it live, ANPC. Of course, good comms, says Fedora the Explorer. I like that. I hear God, says Danny Nunez. There you go. Sit and Spin hears you too. Loud and clear, says the chat. So good job by the production team. We're still missing one person, though, from the production team.
I thought you were going to say we're missing.
We miss her.
I thought you were going to say we're missing Wendy's Tendies. I haven't seen him today. Maybe hopefully he's feeling a little better.
Yeah? Well, according to him, he was having a great day. So shout out to Wendy's Tendies.
Oh, really? I would have thought the opposite. But I guess don't assume because
there you go. You know when you assume, it leads to assumptions.
Well, I thought you were going to say something else.
No.
Makes a bum out of you and me.
Does that? Is that the expression?
I think so.
Okay. If you say it, I believe it.
I appreciate that.
I always joke around, though, about that whole leading to assumptions thing. All right, guys, it's holding prior bar low right now. AGRZ, again, prior bar low around 97.5. Back over when it goes. If this breaches prior bar high and takes out 105, we could be in a squeeze right now to the high side. But the shorts are fighting. The longs are fighting. We're basically in equilibrium right now between longs and shorts at that dollar area. Nothing that I'm surprised about at all. Let's see how this resolves. I want to mention one other one that I'm keeping my eye on, LWLG, a much slower mover than AGRZ, but nonetheless, it is putting a decent pattern here. I want to say it's trading as an upward channel of sorts. So if you want, you could trade it like that, get in towards the low end of the channel, and then, out at the higher end, saving a piece for the dream, of course. But I'm not going to execute on that one at the moment. I'm just going to steer clear of any trades because I don't like anything right now, and I don't want to give anything back if I don't have to. So AGRZ, the only one I'm really focusing on, then LWLG, if I like that one, I'll announce it to you guys. We'll get involved. Also, let's not forget EONR. It isn't the best look, especially after that big drop on oil, which is essentially this whole thing right here was that big drop. It defended VWAP generally. I mean, it wicked below it on a couple of times, but was able to reclaim it pretty quickly. But I'm not really enthused about the trend either. Kind of an anemic bounce off that volume weighted average price, but positive nonetheless. Woof. This one was a possible good one off the volume weighted average price. It didn't end up really doing anything. It's holding VWAP, but that's not an invitation to get in. It feels like maybe this is just making lower lows for an eventual break below the volume weighted average price. Keep your eye out on that. And here we go on AGRZ. Let's see, we've lost prior bar low now. Okay, so prior bar low, 97.51. Current bar low, 97.24, so not much of a drop, but there you go, squeezing down the shorts and right back above the dollar we go. So all over the map here on AGRZ. Get it, Joe. Get it, Obi. Obi's freaking out over there, bro. I'm assuming oil's dropping again.
Yeah.
Oh, man, you're killing me. I love it. Yeah, there's the loss of VWAP. Ob was holding for that. Shout out to Obi. Good trade, brother. And we hope you print up multiple storms. That probably meant that EONR dropped, and it did. It absolutely did, right back into VWAP. So good trade, guys. Whoever's trading oil to the short side, good on you. We're going to keep...
Oh, yeah, what a tank there. It's AC Slater to that one.
You don't even need to look at the chart.
Yeah,
just
man,
listen for Obi.
Yeah, let's go, yeah. No, yeah, shout out to Mike Peter Ryder as well, too, getting that double cheese from Wendy's here. I mean...
See your friend Ondis?
No, I don't want to see my friend Ondis. We're not.
It's on a move right now. It's on a move.
I mean, there it is. We're also on a move right now on the TQQQ, Sharif, as it's looking like it wants to climb higher. How come we didn't get that volatility spike, man? I would have liked that strong move to the top end, run into 48. We could take a little bit more off, and you know what's funny? Before we go over to Adair, before the last volatility spike, I was going to say how long, over, under, roughly, before we get an additional headline with news and we get another volatility
spike? Based on like what's happened lately?
So do you want to do it on this one? Approximately how long from now do you think it is until we get another volatility spike in oil?
I'm plus or minus?
Yeah.
Half an hour.
Half an hour?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. There we go.
Let's go that.
Adara.
I do have some news here that could potentially impact oil, so keep an eye on USO and any of these other oil plays. Seeing reports from Mayor that the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson saying that many ships can still pass the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we already heard that. However, here's another detail, because we know when we heard this headline before, we weren't sure which ships would be allowed or what, I guess, the determining factors would be. Now, it looks like, according to said Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson, ships can potentially still pass through the Strait of Hormuz as long as they are coordinating with the Iranian Navy. So if you have that coordination, you might be able to get your ship through the Strait of Hormuz, once again denying that the Strait of Hormuz is totally closed to all ships. Back to you.
I thought they didn't have a Navy, bro.
No,
Where's the Navy gone there? Okay, you got to coordinate with this non-existent Navy. Shout out. CNEY. Shout out to Jag Guzman. Not bad. Let's look at it at the multi-time frame. Let's see what this one has to offer us small cap folk. See what we got here. CNEY. Oop, that's CNET. Pardon me. Not bad. A little lightly traded. Looks like it's trying to hold up above the buck. In fact, it looks like 107, 107, 108, an area support with about a $1.20 resistance. Not my favorite, to be quite honest with you, but a big breakout nonetheless. The breakout came quite later in the day, 1238, okay? Not a bad look there. I don't know, brother. This is a little sparsely traded. I probably wouldn't go after this. I think there are others that you can keep your eye out, like LWLG. LWLG is breaking out as we speak. Here we go. And there it is, into 721. It's headed to the higher end of the channel. AGRZ also making a move. So I would not really focus on that too much. Also, I want to mention, I know Joey doesn't like this one, but ONDS is making a move.
Did it break out?
Yeah,
Shout out
1060.
to it,
It broke through the double top there at around 1040. It's got a lot of support, guys, at around 1040. So if this makes another move back there, I'd probably be a buyer at 1040, and I'd probably give it to around 1030 because it's got a propensity to kind of be quite rangy. So ONDS is also making another move back up. It's only up 7% though, and a respectable price.
I guess it's $10.
Yeah. I mean, to me, right, like when we're looking at these ones that are up 133, so I don't mean only, but yeah, it's not up huge on the day, but not a bad look at all. Shout out to Jaguar Nut there. One of my favorite cars. I saw that you put Aston Martin in the upgrades and downgrades today.
It was on the downgrade side.
It was on the downgrade
side.
side.
Same with Honda today too.
That's a heartbreaker.
You like Ashton though, don't you?
It's probably one of my favorite cars. Yeah,
I like it
this
too.
old dude in my building has the sick. Let me show you. Let me exactly
pull
show
it up
you.
over there. We'll talk a little NASDAQ while you pull up the old Ashton.
Okay.
I like the one in
up.
the one James Bond movie. It just looks like a bullet, man. That thing is wicked, and you know how America and myself love these shapes.
I think it's a Vanquish. Yeah, not the Vanquish F1.
Oh,
I
that thing
think.
looks nasty. All right, yeah, there it is. Nice flush down. Obi caught that break of the support level, curl over. I'm curious, did you reload that there, Obi, or are you just stuck with your size? Bang. Bang. All right, so there you go. There he is. He's going to take a little bit of a breather. He hit that face slapper, so nice move. You can see that we're slowly starting to climb. I thought we would have broke a little bit higher there in the NASDAQ, but the USO is starting to find somewhat of a bottom here potentially. So that's what he's got there?
Yeah, he has this exact version. This is the Vanquish F1.
Yeah.
It's a special version, and he has this exact same one right here, except it's black and then with lime green on the inside.
Hard?
Yeah, it's going to be soft top always, but I mean, I've had 2 soft top convertibles, and they're very, very noise free because the insulation material is fantastic, especially on these cars. Look at all the Alcantara that they've got. It's such a badass car, and he's an older fellow. He's got a bit of a walker, so he puts his walker right beside the car. But
no
it
need
is
to walk with the Ashton, baby.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's not going to take him up to his apartment, but it's such a badass car. And I like his better because he's got the lime green caliper and the lime green inserts. Like this one's got red. I'm not a big fan of the red one.
I like the blue caliper as well too when you throw that.
I don't even know if they offer that, to be quite honest with you. I'm
with
just
that,
like,
with
with this one in specific, because this is all factory,
I mean,
right?
hey man, if you got that type of money, you can probably get whatever you want.
Well, he had another Aston Martin before it, but it was like a decade old. And he had a couple of cars, so I think he consolidated. He had a Z4 convertible and the Aston.
Oh, the BM Z4?
He had a convertible, so he sold that bad boy and then kind of got this. He lives with a woman like half his age.
Dang.
Yeah. And she's rolling around in a Range as well.
She got a Range with the Velar?
No, she's got the Defender.
I
know you're about that life.
I'm really falling in love with the Defender, man. I love the Defender.
They're really nice.
They're really nice. They're really nice.
Very nice cars. A very wide, high center of gravity, though. I don't know how to feel about that.
Defender there for the folks.
Yeah. Oh, everyone knows the Defender, man.
Yeah, we know the Defender.
There we go. Defender. Let's go. There it is. There's your boy right there. Which one? This one here? That one right there. I know you like that one. What's that? The P what?
Clutch.
This is the P.
How many clicks is that going to run?
The P400. So this got 400 horsepower. So it's probably a supercharged V6.
Yeah,
it's going to run you 74.5 here,
Joe. All right.
Yeah, Clutch.ca is a Canadian car too. Yeah, this is a badass car, man.
Nice car.
I could get behind that. I'm not a big fan of the center of gravity. This actually shares, I think, a platform with my F-Pace. Okay. It's the same platform. It's the same platform as the Velar. It's the same platform.
Yeah, the Velar's nice.
JLR, doing it live.
Live.
LWLG, I see it, Emiliam. It's moving, man, into 7.25. It could get into that 730, I think. Oh, baby, but AGRZ is all the rave right now. And there it goes above $1, taking out prior bar high. I see you, Dewey 001. Shout out to my man. I see you, Black Sheep Trades. You're all over that as well. Good on you guys. This has been a hell of a name. And the nice thing about this one, it's a singular name today that's making a move during the midday, right? So it's not like you're dividing your attention between a bunch of different ones. There's really only one major small cap gapper. And guys, when I got eyes on this, it was trading at around, I want to say 60, 70 pennies, right? We started watching this, I want to say around 10:30 or so. And so it's significantly above those levels. It's got a lot of gas here. I think most of the shorts are squeezed. Most of the shorts were trying to defend that 85 area, and then they tried to defend 1, and they're getting decimated now. Into the 109 it goes, 155%. Keep your eye out on this one. Good look here. Now that we're into this 109 range, got a bias that moves into $0.25. If it clears $0.25, you should be looking for the half. And I'm talking about areas. It doesn't have have to hit 150 and 125 on the dot, but that is the move right now. Hangry Wife, owning a car like that, being best friends with a good mechanic is the only way to go. You know what? I always say, if you're gonna buy an English car, you make sure it's under warranty or you get CPO. Randy knows, bro. You get certified pre-owned warranty on that bad boy because you do not want to be dealing with a car that expensive that is off warranty.
Dude,
and you know the placement parts are ridiculous.
It's offering a truck for like 10-year warranty or like $250,000.
Dodge Ram?
Yeah, yeah.
Kidding?
Yeah. Or
Not
like
bad.
Or I think it was like 180,000 clicks or something like that.
Is it bumper to bumper? Because sometimes it's just drivetrain.
Right, it might be drivetrain.
Right, yeah. All right, we'll talk more about cars when we get back from Adair.
Keep an eye here, guys, on some of these nuclear and uranium plays. I'll start with uranium because some of these are moving. Here is CCJ, that's Cameco, to the upside. Quadruple U is also on the move here. So keep an eye on these names. What happened here is the Department of Energy announced a new initiative aiming to increase nuclear power output. Now, again, this is actually moving some of these uranium names. If you look at some of these nuclear names, this is SMR, or New Scale Power. Not too much of a move here. NNE not doing too much as well. So it does look like this announcement is mostly moving the names in that uranium space, again, as the U.S. Department of Energy announces that their Office of Nuclear Energy is underway with a new initiative to use existing nuclear energy infrastructure to put more power onto the grid. Back to you.
The IPO is open, PAYP on the NQ. It's up 12.8%. That's from the IPO price, but it's down. I believe it did open up at like 19 something. It looks like $19, maybe 19.02. PAYP, IPO. We did report on this one in the morning on the midday show. Keep your eye on this one. It opened up at $19 a share. The IPO price was $16 a share, but that was at the lower end of the range because the company was looking for 17 to 20. So that typically is not good. I do apologize, guys. I wasn't monitoring the imbalances on this one, but it does look like it's bleeding its own blood here. Down into $18 it goes. PAYP on the NQ, a new IPO today. Keep your eye on that. But also, if you're small cap capper inclined, LWLG into the high end of the range, showing 733 now, 739 high. Also, AGRZ into 112, where the players frickin' dwell, coming back down now into 109. Prior bar low south of $1 at 98 pennies. Current bar low is 107. We're showing 108s. Trade it carefully, guys. Good look right now on all these names as they're making breakouts as we speak. AGRZ, and LWLG. ONDS as well making a move. Dathong. Car is a bad investment. Couldn't agree more, brother.
I think
Couldn't agree
everybody
more.
knows that, man.
Yeah, but I have a new philosophy. If you're gonna get an expensive car, then
You better have a whole lot of money.
well, yes, but that's not what I mean. I mean, if you're gonna get an expensive car, don't buy it or finance it, lease it. And then if you're gonna buy a car, wait till the depreciation curve flattens out.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like the sweet spot where you want
Is
to
it
pick
buying
it up.
a new car the worst investment you can make?
I would say
Unless you
so.
Or the
So-
worst purchase?
Babe,
Unless
can
you
they
have
hear you,
gas.
Yep,
Fabian?
correct.
Okay, yeah, I would absolutely agree, especially if you're gonna buy or finance it. I would say make sure just to get rid of that bad boy. I know a lot of people don't like being left without equity at the end of a lease. I'm fine with that. If you wanna buy a car, Randy and I talk about all this all the time. I think, Randy, what is it, the first 3 or 4 years or the steepest depreciation? 3 or 4 years, first
I
year.
thought it was like the...
Yeah.
Say it again, Fabian, you cut out. No, see, I can't hear him now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Hello? Testing?
yeah, now we can hear you, yeah.
I thought it was like the moment you drive it off the lot is when you lose like half the value of the car immediately.
Well, that's an exaggeration. I don't think
okay.
you lose
All
half the
right.
value right away, but you do lose quite a bit.
You lose some value out of it. I mean, I've always been a used vehicle guy.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Right?
If I
Just
get
buy it
new.
outright, no payments, anything. So
But
that's
you
how I-
know, like you got to get it on the bottom of the curve, right? You want the depreciation curve
Yeah.
to flatten out a
Yeah,
little
yeah,
bit,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
But if I'm gonna get a car, and it won't be for a few years, I'm definitely either gonna lease if it's gonna be
Couple of my buddies are
expensive,
going
or I'll get
the lease rate.
Yeah. And no, and they have crazy incentives right now. Seeing a lot of higher end cars, 2-3%, which is like 4 or 5% below market. No, 3-4% below market. Like if you go to a used car dealership right now, you can get 6.5, really depending on your credit. I've seen people get 6, 5.99, something like that, which is not that bad, right? All right.
Let me talk a little bit about something. Buy Toyotas, they last forever. Yeah, the Tundra I think would be a pretty solid truck to obviously get. But aside from that, guys, here it is, IBIT running right into a resistance zone at that $40 mark. It's been pretty strong here today. And then as for the NASDAQ, we've been trading within this range for quite some time. We're up, we're down, and we're completely around here at this point, 47.30 and a high of around 47.80. But we are heading back towards the lower end of the range, currently speaking. NVDA is tanking, and sure enough, it's going to drag the market with it. But one thing that, and I mentioned this earlier and on multiple occasions, why weren't we participating, the NASDAQ that is, in this strong up move, but then we have that turtle shell price action that I was referring to in Apple starting to form. And then we also have the NASDAQ as well too. So we couldn't break, we couldn't hold, but we broke, but we couldn't hold the volume weighted average price, and buyers step in control. As you can see, sellers are most definitely starting to take advantage of that right now. So we're going to hold on to this position. I still have 50% remaining, considering we're sitting in the ebb and flow of the market. Let's see if we can get somewhat of a breakout, but Bitcoin's stronger. NVDA was strong, but coming back into VWAP. And without me even having to look, USO is probably starting to climb once again, heading right back into the volume weighted average.
I'm going to read some of these comments, guys. Yeah, I love that. Damien Tarsa says, I buy new cars, but then keep them for 10 to 15 years. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For sure. Randy does the same thing. We kind of know that. Just got to watch out for these lease payments against the depreciation, says Peter. Peter and the Corsos. Save Man Woman, you lose 10% in registration and taxes, about 2.5% in drive-off after cooling off. Gorilla says, I've seen 2.99 in new in the US. Yes, agree. We have lease rates like that. I've actually seen 2.5, believe it or not, for some Benzes, in fact, believe it or not. Hertz Scrambler, Carvana would give me more than I paid for 2 years later. You definitely probably bought it before COVID and then sold it into the COVID bump. Per Scrambler, let me know if that's the case. James Dell, keep it in the garage too. Car sits at home for the majority of its life. Yeah, I would know plenty about that. Like take the subway here every day and my car was sitting at home. I buy used cars, says Bustin. I buy used cars at about 3 to 4 years old, get them at 25% off their new cost, but still have about 75% of their life left. You gotta love that type of thinking. That's exactly it right there. I love hearing that. What else we gotta hear? Mr. Easy Street, buy new, don't sell it, keep 10 plus years, meets the used car curve. Couldn't agree more. Mr. Law, buy Toyotas. Joey.
Yeah,
they last forever, so don't get dents on the outside. I had a Lexus, an NX, for a while. I didn't really like it. I felt it was more of a girly car.
Lexus?
Yeah, the NX is too small, right? Like the RX for that. So, but I got to tell you, it was one hell of a reliable car.
What's the what's the kind of the sedan, the IS?
The IS is a sedan.
I like the S250 or whatever.
Yeah,
it is.
yeah,
I like that.
Sedan. I'm not a sedan guy though. I gotta tell you the truth.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
more
over
of a
the
SUV,
kind of the
right?
sports car thing.
No, I had SUVs. I've had
I
SUVs.
mean, like the sports car. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, but it would have
like
to be a
that,
sports
right?
SUV. But like I'm about that life.
Yeah, for sure. Tree's gonna get the not the what's the Urus.
Oh yeah, that's a dream. That's a dream, bro.
I mean, you dream big.
Get the
man.
house first, my boy. Jam Lucky, I own Mr. Bean car and have bumper to bumper warranty. Shout out to my man Jam Lucky. Pretty Panda, I'm more of a Hilux kind of guy. A real man. What? A real man, some would say. I love it, Pretty Panda. Shout out to my man. Sharif, the old Lexus GX was great. Could not agree more. And Randy, are you still around? What is the Lexus version? I couldn't see you up there. Of the real, the Toyota that they love in the Middle East. What is it called again? Say again? Yeah, but what is it called? The Toyota version? No, the one that they drive in the desert all the time. The Land Cruiser. So what's the Lexus version of that here? Because I heard the Land Cruiser here is not the real Land Cruiser they have all over the world. It's the GX or LX, right? Yeah, you got it's the GX. Some people are saying the LX, some people are saying the GX. Most people are, oh, you guys are split down the middle, LX, GX. All right, but that's a nice one as well, and it's pretty big. And I'm about that life. I like those big SUVs, Joey.
You like the big SUVs?
I like the big SUVs, man. I just like them. I like the R1S. I love the R1S. Too expensive, but my life right there. All right, guys, LG is absolutely moving. It just took out the high of the day. It's breaking above the channel now, and we're above the aftermarket high yesterday. Not by much, but we have. Everybody's saying GX here. Royal, you're killing me, bro. Oh my God, I don't know why I'm unblocking these comments, but that's fine. Do you have anything to comment on, Joey, before we start the news?
No, sir.
No, nothing? All right, so let's start right now. Let's see what we got over here. Let's bring in the news. Where'd I put it? Sorry, guys, allow me a second. Just got to load up the other one that I've highlighted here. Copy, there we go. All right, let's start the news, guys. See what we got today. Let's talk a little Optimus. Okay, so Tesla was up on the day.
He is here, right, my boy?
Oh, crap. Totally forgot Sia was here. Sia, my bad. Go ahead. Okay, Assassino needs to get that ready. I do apologize, Sia. My bad. We're gonna start the news. Yeah, no problem. So we're just adjusting her camera, and Sia's gonna be on in 1 second. Get you an old excursion, Elcon Radical. I don't know, man. I like the excursions. Those remind me back of the high school days. My buddy actually used to have one, and we all like pack in and then go to the club. There'd be like 20 dudes in one car. Oh boy, times 20 comfortable. Randy says. All right, we ready to go, Assassino? Beautiful. See ya. Let's take it off.
Let's take it off. So Tesla has recently unveiled the teaser for its Optimus Gen 3 robot in Shanghai during the 2026 Appliance and Electronics World Expo. And Tesla CEO Elon Musk has said that this could be the most advanced robot ever built. Initial production will begin in summer of 2026, continued by high volume production, which is targeted for 2027. And Elon Musk has also hinted at releasing the robots publicly after production ramps up. And he has also repeatedly emphasized the economic power and potential of humanoid robots could surpass the production and impact that Tesla's vehicles have on the economy.
All right. Here, Assassino, can we show this? So this is the video with Mark Benioff. You guys can't hear what Mark Benioff is saying, but you can see the captions up there. Benioff is just asking Optimus like very, very simple questions like, hey, Optimus, do you know where I can get a Coke? 1, 2, 3. Sorry, I don't, he says. And then like basically he's gonna take him to the kitchen to be able to get a Coke there, and it takes forever to move. And apparently they were standing too close to him, so he wouldn't move. They had to actually back away from him so that it was safe to do so. I'm not let's go, he's telling him. He's like taking forever to move. So, you know, my initial observations of Optimus version 3 is not that great, but when you read the article a little bit more, you see that there are many different versions of this Optimus Gen 3, funny enough. And then they teased one at the in Shanghai at the 2020 at the Appliance and Electronics World Expo, and apparently that was a much different version than the one that we saw in the Benioff video. So if that's the case, fantastic. But I was not impressed with what I saw from that one, and it also couldn't access the internet. It was slow to respond. It wasn't it wasn't really functioning in a real world scenario. Like, people are going to stand close by you. You should be able to maneuver if humans are standing close by you. So a lot of stuff that I didn't like, but I think it only gets better from here. What I do like, though, Joey, is that they seem to be all in on this. We know they shifted production at the Fairmont facility away from the Model S and X, which are now technically discontinued, and they're freeing up capacity for Optimus. You got to like that in terms of commitment from the company.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive gamble, but I've said this on multiple occasions. I think at some point he's going to kind of kick all that to the curb and just really focus on robotaxi and the robotic side of things. But Sharif, you and I mentioned this on multiple occasions as well, too. What we see in China, what they can do from a physical standpoint is substantially better than what Optimus. I mean, unless they're AI videos, you can see these things doing flips, fighting in MMA styles and learning combat styles. But Shreve, and I agree with this here as well too. The brain is what really matters. Also, he's releasing Digital Optimus, which I think is going to be somewhat interesting. But I think it's a gamble. You're going to need a high quality product, and if you're going to sell this to the average consumer, it's great to get that early stage robot, but you also don't want this thing sitting in your room collecting dust at the end of the day. It needs to have a meaningful purpose.
100% agree. And I think one of the best ways they can demonstrate is to put it at the Tesla stores in the malls.
Yeah.
So I think people would really get a kick of interacting with this thing, especially if it, responds well, it doesn't lag.
Yeah. Like, I mean, if you can get this thing to do the most basic tasks, right? Like, I don't know what you're gonna do, like put it in a showroom or something, get it loading some laundry. I don't know if this is too advanced thinking or anything along those lines, but other than that, what would you want it for other than doing some like basic tasks, like maybe like doing laundry, making the bed?
I think that's exactly what they're training it on, brother.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, let's see this actually in action before people, and if it works good, then I think you will pique the consumers' interest.
You know what I do like about this though, is like you mentioned something important about the brain. If they can get the mechanics so that it could have a lot of dexterity right from the get-go, and then the brain can get updated all the time through software releases. So as long as it's got the dexterity, it's able to do all these things.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's just a matter of time.
I think that just
software.
the sensitivity and like obviously it being, like you said, the dexterity and it be able to be nimble and move and not so stiff in its movement. I think that's really, really important for the next.
I couldn't agree more. What do we got next, Sia?
Yeah, we're talking about Google. Google has recently announced that its G-Fiber unit will be merging with Astown Broadband. Astown Broadband is an American telecommunications holdings company, and Google will be retaining a majority stake in the newly created entity. However, the minority stake, I'm sorry about that, but the majority stake will be shifting to Stonepeak, which is an investment firm. This combined broadband business will be led by existing G-Fiber executive team, and the aim here is to scale fiber broadband infrastructure across the United States. And G-Fiber is currently categorized within Alphabet's other bet segment, and other assets that are also included in this segment are Waymo's autonomous driving platform and Isomorphic Labs, which basically focuses on AI-driven drug discovery.
I care far less about this specific story, and I care far more about the fact that Google is laying like hundreds of thousands of kilometers worth of fiber optics under the sea floor. They're doing it so that they can basically offer redundancy for their Google Cloud for European customers. If European data centers to go down, they can funnel it to North America vis-a-vis their own, not proprietary, but owned cables. They own them. Obviously, it creates latency issues, but that's better than nothing. So I was actually watching a very, very interesting video. I think it was by Bloomberg, and they were talking about all these hyperscalers basically laying down their own fiber optic cables all over the oceans, and they're like Meta's one of the biggest ones as well, and they're connecting multiple continents all in one, and they kind of like funnel through. So that's really more the angle that I like, the fiber optics kind of side of Google's other bet segment. I care far less about terrestrial broadband. I think that that's probably going to be the internet of the past with satellites coming in now. That's my look.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the direction most internet has, again, I mean, over here for the past number of years, I mean, almost a decade now, it's just that transition into fiber. You're eliminating the copper. You can't do it all the way. But as for the other bets, it just shows you how powerful this name Google is. If you're going to classify Waymo as your other bet, when it's already, I think, in my opinion, leading the way with this autonomous sector, considering, right, it has a lot of autonomous hours in different states and major cities coming to the city of Toronto as well, too. So if they're classifying this as an other bet, I really like it. And that just shows the strength of this name. Money just can get you in so many different sectors. True. And it's the same thing with Tesla. Like, we don't really talk about it that often, but Elon holds a lot of power. Look what this guy has. He has the Boring Company. He has what's the up there?
Starlink.
SpaceX, right? SpaceX as well too. So it's like, hey man, these major capitalization names just have the ability to really dominate multiple spaces.
Yeah, and like they overlap a little bit.
Overlap, exactly.
All right, see ya.
Amazon Amazon is clashing with SpaceX over certain satellite expansion plans. As we know it, Amazon has recently urged the Federal Communications Commission to reject a SpaceX proposal that could launch up to 1 million low Earth orbit satellites. And Amazon has described this plan as a lofty ambition rather than a real plan, arguing that SpaceX has not provided enough technical detail about how such a massive constellation would operate and would be implemented. However, the dispute has brought to our attention the intensifying competition between Amazon's Project Kuiper satellite network and SpaceX's Starlink, which is currently, as we know it, dominating the space-based internet market. The FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, has criticized Amazon's opposition and has said that the company should be focusing on its own satellite deployment milestones rather than filing objections against competitors. But the chairman has also noted that Amazon may fall roughly 1,000 satellites short of its upcoming deployment target. When the context of this is that Amazon has committed over $10 billion to its Project Kuiper satellite internet initiative, and SpaceX's Starlink network currently has around 9,000 satellites in its orbit and serves approximately 9 million customers worldwide. And the FCC has also authorized SpaceX's to deploy another 7,500 satellites.
I don't know what Amazon's problem is. Maybe they should get their own ducks in a row before they start looking at SpaceX and Starlink and criticizing their idea to put data centers in space. What's their concern here? Is it space debris? Are they worried that their Kuiper satellites are going to get hit by one of these data center satellites or a Starlink satellite? I don't understand what the objection is. Why are they filing, as sort of an intermediary between the FCC and Starlink? So that's kind of my issue with that. And then the other part is they're behind on the milestone, but their launch cadence is not where it should be. And these FCC licenses are given to them under the condition that they meet the launch cadence, that they meet the amount of satellites that they're going to put in space under their Kuiper program. I don't understand their opposition here. They didn't really articulate it in the article. Maybe you guys can, in the chat, enlighten me as to why they're so opposed to this. I don't really see any other reason other than possible space debris, which is actually becoming a bit of a problem, let's be honest, right? Especially in the low Earth orbit area. But I like everything Elon is doing. He's got the vehicle to get the satellites into space. He's got the ideas. I mean, people would have laughed at us, I think, 10 years ago if we said we would put low latency internet, broadband internet into space, but that's exactly what he did. And I used it on an airplane. It's fantastic. It is nothing like the old internet on an airplane, or old airplane internet, whatever. What do you think about this?
I think the reason why they're opposed to this is because Tesla might beat them to the race. So it's like,
exactly.
hey, yeah, so it's like, hey, I don't, if I can't have it just yet, I don't want you to have it either. But yeah, I mean, falling 1,000 satellites short from meeting their obligations, and SpaceX Starlink via its LEO satellite service, previously branded as not very good, I guess, apparently. But at the end of the day, Sharif, it's just another example. And I was just reading that Amazon is also investing $750 million in an Australian robotics company. So if we talk about these hyperscalers and these mega cap names, just continuously getting their hands in essentially every basket.
I don't mind that. And that's nice, because then, competition spurs, obviously, innovation. I mean, I don't have any problem with anybody competing with Tesla with Optimus, given what I just said about Optimus. What I've seen isn't that great. I have no idea why they're pushing back against this, unless there's going to be some sort of disruption to their network. Mind your own dang business.
Yeah, we're just going to hop on to Adara. I'm pretty sure she has a comment about this.
Yeah, thank you. I actually do. I have some things to say. So I found the post. Brendan Carr is a very... He likes to get up in what he believes on X. He likes to post. And so here's the actual post that he said. It was mentioned in that note. But yeah, quote, Amazon should focus on the fact that it will fall roughly 1,000 satellites short of meeting its upcoming deployment milestone rather than spending their time and resources filing petitions against companies that are putting thousands of satellites in orbit. Now, the reason I raised my voice and emphasized the last part of that sentence is because this part is where things get kind of interesting. Because I'm going to scroll to the top comment on this X post, people pointing out that SpaceX has actually also complained to the FCC just 2 months ago because they're upset at AST SpaceMobile. So people are pointing out the hypocrisy of Brendan Carr being upset about Amazon filing a petition when SpaceX has very much filed their own. So I think that's kind of an interesting look. Now, it is worth noting the account that posted this initially, which Brendan Carr quote tweeted, Sawyer Merritt is very much, I would say, pro-Tesla. I mean, he's obviously posted about a lot of other companies, but he is a Tesla bull, and I think that is worth noting here as well, just for context on all of this. And it is interesting as well that Brendan Carr would be backing SpaceX here when we know that SpaceX is also, has the Elon Musk association. Elon Musk formerly associated with the administration. Now I'm going down a conspiracy theory, Charlie Day meme rabbit hole, so I'll stop there. But one thing I think that is going to be significant for Amazon here is you don't really want to make Brendan Carr mad. Because Brendan Carr is someone who has proven himself to have the ear of Donald Trump and vice versa. Brendan Carr did play a role in the ABC, Disney, Jimmy Kimmel situation in September, which I'm not going to get into any further, but if you know, you know. And that whole thing started and snowballed because of a comment that Brendan Carr made on a podcast. So just be aware, this man is certainly, I think, with regards to if Amazon wants to stay in President Trump's good books, this is not necessarily a man that you want to upset.
So the SpaceX complaint about AST Mobile was about the following: collision risk, debris and disposal, and tumbling satellites. They were trying to make the case that they plan to contain these kind of critical gaps. So it's kind of what I anticipated, that there's going to be space collision because of space debris, which is fine. But they also accuse them of misinformation and regulatory tactics. They actually accused them of misleading investors through a misinformation campaign, and they're trying to say that they were trying to block their own progress. For example, they said SpaceX claims that AST is spreading misinformation to prevent SpaceX from obtaining a crucial FCC waiver for out-of-band emission limits, which is necessary for SpaceX direct-to-cell service with T-Mobile, which is actually quite interesting because we know that that's the next leg for these low Earth orbit satellites. We talked about how Apple is doing it through Globestar. We talked about how AST Space Mobile is trying to actually give you direct satellite to cell phone service without any modifications to the cell phone, basically on the 5G network. So that does make sense to me that they would make that complaint. It would make more sense to me if I had context of why Amazon was complaining. Do you have any comments?
No.
Okay, see you.
Yeah, let's move on to this. I'm very excited about this story myself. Microsoft is preparing for the next-gen Xbox console with an AMD chip, and it has revealed to send plans to send prototype versions of its next-generation Xbox console to game developers in the year 2027. And the upcoming console, which is called Project Helix, will be aiming to significantly improve performance, but also maintain compatibility with Xbox and PC games. The next-generation Xbox will be featuring a custom processor from AMD, and Microsoft has said that the new hardware will be delivering an order of magnitude leap in ray tracing capabilities. The announcement also comes after the longtime Xbox chief Phil Spencer announced his retirement, and Asha Sharma, who will be leading Microsoft's gaming division, has indicated that the company intends to renew its commitment to console gaming. And right here, I have a statement from Jason Ronald, the Vice President of Next Generation Xbox. This is his comments speaking at the Xbox Developer Summit, giving the keynote address. He said that Xbox has an incredible lineup of game releases this year, from the return of iconic first-party franchises like Halo and Gears of War to major titles from our partners across the globe, alongside bold creativity.
So I like this. But it also makes sense with their recent appointment of Asha Sharma, right? She comes from an AI background. Then you hear about the next-gen processor that's being put in by AMD, and it's going to have AI capabilities. The next chip will also integrate AI-driven intelligence directly into graphics and the compute pipeline, which is apparently going to improve efficiency, scale, and visual realism. Fine. So what does that tell us? They hire somebody at the helm of Xbox with AI background. They're including the next-gen chip in Xbox that's going to be an AI-based chip. So there stands to reason that there's going to be AI or, AI nuances in the next gen of gaming. Now, when they hired this Asha Sharma woman, a lot of people were upset. They're like, oh, she lacks industry gaming experiences. And then there was concerns by gamers over AI slop. They didn't want AI slop to be kind of included in their games. They wanted it to be kind of already set. And then there was, the departure of veteran leadership, like this Sarah Bond woman apparently was, pretty good. And then there's also focus on profit and efficiency. So it looks like maybe they're kind of trying to put that ahead of the actual experience. I don't know how you feel about this. I'm not a gamer. It's just only from what I read.
Yeah, that was my really big question, is how are we going to start implementing all this AI boom into console gaming? Because in my opinion, some of the gameplay has gotten better.
RPGs.
Yeah. What does that stand for, Fabi? Role-play games, exactly. So RPGs, Fabian was saying, I think you guys can hear him. For me, in my opinion, I think I was, in my earlier ages, I was at the boom of console gaming. You have the N64s coming out, the PlayStations, and everything along those lines. But I think that we need to look to take that next step into gaming. Someone said and made a really good point in saying, hey, where's that virtual reality Xbox? I think we need to sway away from the conventional controller and take that next level. I know we tried in the metaverse, didn't really catch, but if you can get some more games with some quality graphics, I think that's where the next big step is going to be. And I thought that they were going to discontinue. I heard there was talks in Microsoft for discontinuing the Xbox console altogether, and they usually don't typically come out for like a 10-year intervals. I know PS4 and PS5, I think it was over a 10-year span before each console was released. But I really, really want to see a transition and a shift into something from that conventional screen and controller to take that next step in gaming. Because in my opinion, all that really comes into play is that you have bigger maps and the graphics are a little bit better.
What if they throw like different variables that can be picked up by AI? So that, not all the scenarios are programmed ahead of time.
Right?
You see what I'm saying?
That would be different, right? So instead of having that storybook or that kind of, there's a term that I'm looking for when you're just playing the whole game in general, but an actual varying scenarios that can happen within the game.
That's
and
fair.
Not one all being the exact same. You know what I mean?
And I think they need something here because they reported that their Xbox hardware revenue declined 32%.
Story mode is essentially what I was getting at. Like if you can have something where it's like nothing is guaranteed and you have multiple branches of a story mode, almost limitless, I think that would be really
And that is, I think, possible with AI because the story can just be whatever. And they're also consistently trailing behind Sony and Nintendo. I didn't think they were trailing behind Nintendo, man. Okay. All right, Derek, give us your take on Microsoft.
Sharif. So you guys know me. When new people get hired, I go on their LinkedIns because I want to know who they are and I want to understand them. So we talked about Asha Sharma's history with AI at Microsoft, but she wasn't actually there for that long. She was there for like 2 years. And what I find interesting is her other work history, specifically her job as Chief Operating Officer of Instacart for 3 years and Product Engineering Vice President of Meta. So she doesn't, again, not a ton of experience directly related to gaming. Now, Matt Booty, who is and that is his real name, he was the incoming Executive Vice President and Chief Content Officer of Microsoft Gaming. I mean, his entire work history that I can find on LinkedIn, going back to 1995, so 30 years, has always been in gaming. This guy is like a veteran of the gaming industry. Go him. But I want to focus on Asha Sharma because she is the CEO of Xbox. And the point I'm trying to make here is I think whatever comes of this, if this is well received or poorly received, I think people will reflect it onto her performance as a leader. And I mean, obviously that's fair. She's the CEO of Xbox, but I think it's also worth noting people had a lot of qualms about her when she came in, not just because her history is mostly in AI or, COO of Instacart, but because they didn't think she had too much of a gaming history. Like the previous individual who was in this role, Phil Spencer, had a noted history, not just in the gaming industry, but also as a gamer. Now, people were like, release her gamer tag when she became CEO. So she did, but people were suspecting that she had other people playing for her because a lot of games only had like 2-3 minutes of playtime, or like she'd play for an hour, 15 minutes, and she'd stop. So a lot of people are questioning her bona fides, not just as an executive for the company, but also as a gamer. So with that in mind, I'm very curious to see how this product performs because I do think it'll be a nice litmus test of this new leadership team. Again, Matt Booty, he's solid. He's literally only worked in gaming. I don't think that people will be judging him for whatever happens here.
Yeah, and that basically the kind of sentiment that I got from some of the videos that people were releasing after she was announced. to be the leader of Xbox was they weren't happy. They wanted somebody with a gaming background, but Microsoft's obviously taking the approach that AI is a solution for everything. I mean, Copilot, let's include it with the browser. You need interns. They're costing too much money. All right, let's replace them with AI at the entry. Like Microsoft their move here has to be kind of to include AI in everything, and I don't think that really changes with gaming. Let's see, as Adara said, how this works in real life. But the gamers, the hardcore gamers, at least from what I've seen, they were none too plussed about it, Sia.
Yeah, we're going to talk about oil here. Oil has been surging today and prices are jumping after 3 additional cargo ships were attacked in the Persian Gulf. And the incidents occurred near energy shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz. And authorities have reported that 2 oil tankers were stuck and left burning near Iraq's port of Qasr, while other container vessel was also hit by projectile near Jebel Ali in the UAE. In response to the growing supply risks here, the International Energy Agency IEA has announced the largest coordinated release of emergency crude reserves in history, which is totaling 400 million barrels. The United States also will be contributing 172 million barrels from its strategic petroleum reserve. And right here, I have a bit of a comments from Ibrahim Zolfakari, who is the spokesperson for Iran's military command, saying that get ready for oil to be $200 a barrel because the oil price depends on regional security, which you have destabilized. And oil prices have been trading higher shortly after Iran's new supreme leader said that the Strait of Hormuz must remain closed as a tool to pressure the enemy.
Yeah, let's see how long they can keep it closed for. I mean, they've done it successfully now. We've seen yesterday the talk about Chubb included in with the U.S. government to backstop some of the boats going through, the shipping boat containers going through the Strait of Hormuz for insurance purposes. Also, the other thing that I wanted to mention there is, yes, they're going to release about 400 million barrels. How quickly can they get those to market? How much does that actually take off the price, at least in the short term? So we'll have to wait to see. I was listening to I think it was a trade minister, could be the energy minister in this country yesterday. He's like, Canada's going to do their part. We're going to increase production as well. So we'll have to wait and see, whether that actually moves the needle. But you kind of feel this could be a coordinated effort here to stabilize some prices.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, I think which is really important to take into consideration, the delay to actually get those to market. I mean, you'll see an increase, but if the supply really starts to meet the demand, then sure enough, we'll start to see that cool down. We talk about oil, and we have been for the past couple of weeks, extremely volatile and headline sensitive right now. So until things start to cool down, $200 is not out of the picture. I mean, I was looking at some betting markets. There's about a 25% chance you can see $150, and then a 13% chance that you can see $200 as well too. So I mean, if it continues and it remains closed, then I wouldn't be surprised if those odds start to increase.
Well, let's do that right now, Joey. Let's type in oil. Let's see what we get. WT oil, okay, oil price tomorrow. How high will WTI get by the end of the year? Let's take a quick look at this. Let's see here, Joe. All right, let's go more markets. Oh my days. All right, chance. 95, that's already happened. Let's move all the way down. Yeah. So 180 or above, 20% chance, but that's up today, by the way. 160 and above, 33. 150, 38. Yeah. So according to Kalshi, there's a 66% chance it hits 125 or above by the end of the year. A 57% chance it hits 130, and a 51% chance. Let's see everything. Let's just go to 49. So 140 and above, a 49% chance. That's interesting there. That's from Kalshi in the prediction market. So obviously we have to wait, but the prediction markets have been pretty good lately. What do you got next to you?
Yeah, we're talking about UiPath. Path has reported a Q4 revenue of $481 million, which is up 13.6% year over year, beating the Zacks estimate of $464.9 million. But the EPS has come in at 30 cents, which has exceeded 26 cents from exactly a year ago and has topped the 25 cents consensus estimate here. There has been a 20% earnings surprise, and the results have highlighted a continued demand for automation software and enterprise workflow solutions. Annual recurring revenue has reached $1.85 billion. Net new ARR ARR has totaled $70 million, which has beat the estimates of $60.9 million. And subscription revenue has come in at $251.2 million, which is 16.7% increase year over year.
I got to tell you, I don't know too much about this company. I realize that they're in AI. They do automation, AI-driven workflow. I get all that. I'm just not sure why this company, should be spared from disruption. We've seen all the LLM companies come up with like their own Claude bot, Malt bot, whatever, OpenClaw variants, and software has been made to pay through the nose. So do they get disrupted? Well, have a look at the chart over here. This is kind of where the January top was. This is the December top, almost at $20. From the high to the low there, we lost 50% from December, early December highs to today's price. We're still down about 41.5%, Joey. So I don't know. I don't know enough about the company to say they're not disruptible, but a lot of these other automation, AI, or any SaaS, even with CRM, we've seen that get disrupted as well. And they were one of the first people to say agent force, agentic workflow, and that's the next future. They themselves have been on the receiving end of disruption.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if anything, CRM has been on the longer term of things for sure. So, I mean, it hasn't been too good of a look. But as for UiPath here, guys, $500 million in stock repurchase program, not horrible whatsoever. But cloud annual recurring revenue exceeded $1.2 billion. That's up 20% year over year. With AI product ARR nearing $200 million and strong attachment rates, 90% of greater than $1 million ARR customers, 60% of over $100,000. So over 60% of their customers are paying out more than $100,000 a year for their services. Again, this name has been disrupted and it's been on the decline for quite some time now as well too. We've seen that in the CrowdStrikes, in the Zscalers and everything. I'm not saying that they're a cybersecurity name because that's not the case, but you can see that SaaS play is still definitely in effect right now.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Dick's Sporting Goods here. Dick's Sporting Goods has reported a Q4 adjusted EPS of $3.45, beating the $2.87 Wall Street estimate. Revenue has come in at $6.23 billion, which has topped the estimates of $6.07 billion. And despite the strong quarterly performance, however, the net income has fallen to $128.3 million, which is $1.41 per share, from $299.9 million a year earlier. Dick's has also acquired Foot Locker in a $2.5 billion deal, expanding its reach into international markets. And it has strengthened relationships with major brands such as Nike, Adidas, and New Balance, and this deal has helped drive roughly 60% of the year-over-year sales growth. It has also launched a pilot concept called Fast Break in 11 Foot Locker stores, which is testing new merchandising, product presentation, and also certain store storytelling strategies. And the company, however, is expecting a fiscal 2026 adjusted EPS between 13.50 and 14.50, below the 14.67 analyst consensus estimates. Integration costs have been tied to Foot Locker, are expected to total to $500 million to $750 million between this number, with about $390 million, which is already recorded in fiscal 2025.
Yeah, so that deal with Foot Locker was both, good and a little bad. Obviously brought up that top line number in revenue, about 60%, but they did encounter operational challenges. Now they have a large mall presence, and if you've seen any of the videos online about some of these malls in certain, smaller markets in the United States, they're all but empty. There's like one or two stores in a huge mall. So obviously I'm not saying that those are the ones that they're keeping open, but that is obviously a bit of a headwind there, especially with a lot more, DTC to be focusing on. Now, also, they said they're going to close. They've closed as well. They've closed 57 stores globally across Foot Locker brands, including Champs. And what is this WSS thing? I don't even know what this is. Do you know what this is?
Oh, no idea.
Part of the restructuring effort to improve profitability. And it's weird, though, because we kind of see a tale of two different stories. We see Dick's and Foot Locker continue to say, and Nike, we need that three-wall presence. We want to be able to show off our shoes. We want to be able to show off our athletic apparel to people in real life so they can buy. And then you see some others. You see like the Hokas and the Ons really, and some others as well, really force the old Nike strategy, which was the direct-to-consumer channel, seems to be working for some people, not the others. Both seem to be, feasible at the moment. So
that's
one strategy over the other.
That's a very valid point, and we have the Gymsharks as well too, who don't have a brick and mortar, right?
Exactly.
Right? Doesn't have a brick and mortar. It's difficult. Does brand power come into play? Because if we're talking about brand power, we see that they're acquiring Foot Locker, and that gives you a wide variety of things. I don't know, man. That's a really difficult question. But one thing that I like that you brought up this morning as well too, Sharif, is that just speaking of Dollarama and kind of the retail space, they're opening up new stores. But I'm reading in Dick's as well, they're looking at 15 new locations throughout 2026 as well too. I don't think that's going to be oversaturation, but I think you don't want to get too heavy into the brick and mortar right now, considering the e-commerce strength and a lot of these other names as well. So I think that's really important. I'm not going to call any of these brands dead, but I think that it's starting to get really oversaturated.
Yeah, and we didn't hear any complaints about them, at least not this time around, during the report about shrinkage.
Yeah, exactly, right? Shrinkage. You got to worry about shrinkage because people stealing it, but you can't. That's not necessarily going to happen if you have the D2C aspect, right?
Funny how a change of administration changes that. See ya.
We're talking about Dollar General. DG has reported a Q3 revenue of $10.9 billion, which is a 5.9% year-over-year growth here. And adjusted EPS has come in at $1.93, beating the $1.64 consensus estimate, and has risen sharply from 87 cents exactly a year earlier. The operating profit has surged 106% as well. Same-store sales have increased 4.3%. Analysts expectations of roughly 3.3% growth and gross margin has expanded to 30.4%. Inventory levels, however, have declined to $6.3 billion, down from $6.7 billion exactly a year ago, with average inventory per share falling roughly 7%. The company is expecting a full-year revenue growth of 3.7%, between 3.7% to 4.2%, with an EPS projected between $7.10 to $7.35.
So I misspoke today, Katina, man. I completely misunderstood this headline. I thought it was down 5.9% year-over-year growth. That's because I put a hyphen right there. That's my mistake. They grew at 6% year-over-year, because I was making the comparison how the dollar stores were doing really well in Canada and maybe not so in the United States. I misunderstood that. Clearly, they're doing quite well. I like that as well. And I like how the strength here is broad-based. Consumables did better. Seasonal items, home goods, apparel, as well as kind of reinforcing their look as the discount destination to go to. I also like how they're going to continue to expand stores, which is what our version of Dollar General here in Canada called Dollarama has been doing. I mean, like I said, I gave you guys an anecdotal story not long ago about how there was one in my area where I live, and then there's another one literally 100 meters down, and I don't live in downtown, so it's not like a high density area. That's atypical for me, but it just shows you the consumer's getting squeezed and people are looking for options. This is one of those options. I frequent Dollarama a lot. Now, some people say that the products that are made for the dollar stores are different than the ones that are actually in the Walmarts and the Costcos. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that's been like the case has been made to that effect. Any experience on your part that would support that? I personally haven't.
No, I don't think I have, to be honest with you, but there's only certain things that I'll grab from there, like the Colgate toothpaste.
Right.
I mean, the Speed Stick, right? There's certain items, right? You kind of have to be picky at what you're getting.
I get some Tupperware from there too.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong, right? Like cleaning products as well too. So instead of going to the Walmarts and paying that premium price, but I want to emphasize on one thing, Sharif. It's not that I don't think it's the consumer that's necessarily strapped. That's when we see the uptick in kind of the dollar stores here. We're seeing a lot of them being expanded, but it's the lower end consumer, right? Let's not beat around the bush.
K-shaped economy, like we talked about.
Exactly. It's typically the top end consumer driving the markets, keeping the retail busy. But when you see that downtick in slowing growing economies and that kind of that average really start to move a little bit lower is when you see the Dollar Generals and the Dollaramas start to really amplify.
No, and to build on your point, like I don't mean mean to disagree with you, but we remember when we got Walmart and Costco's report, and they're like, we have a record number of individuals who make over $100,000 a year spending more and more money.
Fair enough.
Yeah, well, because they're smart too. They don't want to throw away money.
They don't want to throw away money, right? But in all seriousness, that threshold, the $100,000, you're starting to reach kind of the upper, I would say upper echelon, right? When you get south of that kind of that average is when you see people more bargaining at the Dollarama's.
All right, see ya.
We're talking about Li Auto. LI has reported a decline in Q4 profit because two reasons. Slowing the plug-in hybrid demand and an increasing competition in China's EV market. Net profit has fallen to 6.5 million yuan, which is down a lot from the 3.52 billion yuan a year ago. And quarterly revenue has come in at 35 billion yuan, which is below the analyst expectations of 32.41 billion yuan. Li Auto has delivered 109,194 vehicles in Q4, which is a 31% decline from the previous year. And gross margin has declined to 17.8%, which is down from 20.3% a year earlier, but it is still above the 16.3% that was recorded in the previous quarter. And for Q1, Li Auto is expecting to deliver between 85,000 to 90,000 vehicles, with a revenue projected between 20.4 billion yuan and 21.6 billion yuan.
All right, so I feel like China is going a completely different direction than North America. So these extended range vehicles, which is what Li Auto is, right? They have battery on there, which gives you about 200, 250 kilometers on a full charge, but they also have a gas engine on there, and it just charges the battery, doesn't power the car, with a total range about 1,300 to 1,500 kilometers. I don't know what that is in miles. The point is, though, that's falling out of favor in China in exchange for pure battery electric vehicles. That is the opposite of what's happening in North America, where you're seeing Chrysler, Ford, GM, they're all looking to do these kind of hybrids. They're not strictly hybrids in the way that we know them here, where, you know, both the gas engine and the electric engine are powering the car. These are not that. They're extended range vehicles. And that's what we're starting to adopt here in North America, and that's falling out of favor in China. So I don't know if there's some sort of different, you know, environment that they've got over there, which kind of champions that. Maybe because they have so many different players that are in the BEV game. But that was a stark distinction to me that I noticed between our two countries.
The two countries. And
areas,
I mean, if the CEO states the competition as brutal, it's typically not going so good. As I mentioned, 31% decline. Margins are starting to compress as well, too, going from 20% to 17% gross margins, that is. So, I mean, it's a really tough look, and I stated this on multiple occasions. The car business is not easy. And then when you have this push, whether it be the hybrid or just the electric vehicles in general, it's going to be fierce competition. And we talked about this before, Sharif, it's just everyone undercutting each other. So what is that going to do? That's why you can see somewhat of a decline in the gross margins here in NIO.
Absolutely. And these are not good numbers,
no,
guys.
They're not.
They're like, let's go through this a little bit. I know Sia went through it, but they delivered 110,000, a little bit less, a 31% decline. That's kind of crazy here. And again, pressure on plug-in hybrid demand as consumers' preference, I'm assuming here, shifts to battery EVs, the exact opposite of what we're seeing in North America. Something to think about there, guys, for investments. Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about Futu Holdings. FUTU has reported Q4 revenue of 6.44 billion Hong Kong dollars, representing a 45% year-over-year growth. Net income has also risen 80% year-over-year to 3.37 billion HKD, while the adjusted net income has increased 77%. Operating expenses have also increased 9% to 1.56 billion HKD. And for 2025, the total revenue has reached 28.85 billion HKD, which is up 19% year over year. And net income has climbed 29% to 5.82 billion HKD. Now, operating expenses have increased, but this is solely due to the spending on crypto, trading infrastructure, AI capabilities, and marketing expansion.
So this is interesting, right? Because we're seeing a lot more being spoken about these emerging markets. And so you're seeing a lot more trading activity, continued client expansion across their brokerage platforms. This is kind of like the Robinhood of I guess, China. Funded accounts, pardon me, increased 40% year over year. Strong client acquisition momentums, especially in Hong Kong and Malaysia, and trading volume remains strong. And it's not just international markets and emerging markets that these guys are interested in that are using Futu. U.S. stock trading is rising 17% sequentially. That's quarter over quarter, not year over year. And there's a strong interest in AI stocks. So you kind of like that. And we saw Moomoo as well. Moomoo is a Chinese brokerage. They just opened up here at Bay and Bloor.
Did they? Yeah.
There's a little boutique. They took over the old Peloton store, I think. So
really?
I think so. I'm not sure. But so there's definitely some more interest in Asia for trading and investment.
Yeah, I'm just reading some things on this. I mean, for me personally, I'm not really in love with this name. You got to take into consideration the ADR aspect, right? So you're going to be exposed to all that China risk. I mean, the increase, you would want to see a little bit more of an increase in American activity, right? That's going to be overnight for them. We pay attention to what we got going on in the ADRs, but I mean, 184% in this name isn't horrible whatsoever. $200, you're going to see a 30% decline on that. But compared to compared to some of the other ADRs, this isn't horrible, actually, in my opinion.
No, I mean, it's clearly, it's holding up quite well, Sia.
We're going to talk about Bumble and Badu. I just want to make a comparison here. But Bumble has reported a Q4 revenue of $224.17 million, which is up 1.07% year over year. Slightly ahead of its estimates. EPS has come in at 26 cents, beating the 24 cents consensus and rising from 22 cents a year ago. So total paying users have reached 3.32 million, which is in line with the expectations that they had of 3.30 million. Now, Badu app is paying users total to 1.14 million, which is slightly below the analyst expectations of 1.19 million. Broader Bumble app average revenue per paying user has increased to $27.61, which has outperformed the estimates of $28.33. Now, Badu app revenue has come in at $43.2 million, which has missed the expectations of $42.66 million and declining 14.12% year over year. Bumble app, on the other hand, revenue has risen to $181 million, which is slightly above the estimates of $179.7 million, although it has declined 14.8% from the previous quarter.
Between these two apps are they just like the same thing? Because I know on Bumble women have to initiate, right? Is that the same thing on Badu? I mean, I have no idea what this whole thing is about. Why are there two different apps, or are they just trying to diversify their game, right? Like, I mean, I have no idea. Look, there is some interesting stuff here. There's weakness in certain areas and strength in others. Let's just go through it. For example, roughly in line total paying users, but stable, but slowing subscriber expansion. Okay, so they beat, but the trend is lower. Same thing with this Badu, kind of slightly below analyst. Broader Bumble app average revenue per user increase. Okay, that's good, improving monetization. But the Badu app revenue missed expectations, and this Badu app brings in far less than the actual Bumble app. 43.2 million in revenue, 181 million in revenue for Bumble. Badu missed, Bumble slightly above, though it declined 14.8% from the previous quarter. Maybe, I have no idea, like, why is there a 15% decline quarter over quarter? I don't get any of these things here. Like, someone explain this to me.
I can't.
Yeah. Go.
Apparently, I just researched a little bit and I found out that Bumble and Badu, they are the same dating app, yes, but Bumble requires women to reach out first, whereas Badu does not have that restriction. And apparently it's more focused on social discovery app with a massive global presence, whereas Bumble is more towards dating. So
I knew the women initiating thing on Bumble. I didn't know that the social presence thing. That's interesting. Do you have any comment on this?
Yeah, I mean, average users paying a little, or is increasing. How much the average user is spending? 8%. Quarter was 2% of the year. Other than that, I don't know. I'm not going to say the space is crowded or anything along those lines, but I was looking at this article right here. I don't know half these names, what's happened, or some of these other dating apps there. Wait.
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
I thought, yeah, all right. But aside from that, man, I don't really know what's going on with the space. As for Bumble, monthly active users, I didn't see any increase or anything along those lines on that. So again, as long as people are spending more money and paying for those tiers, then by all means, the paid tiers, I think that's what the trajectory that you want. But the stock has not been performing good whatsoever.
All right, Adara, what's your take here?
What I have to say, I heard that as paying for those tiers like TEARS, like they were crying after the app. So that was a very awesome accidental double entendre left there. Like Joe, like the idea of, I don't know, you had a bad date. I don't know. I thought it was kind of funny. But you know what's not funny is this revenue growth decline here on BMBL. Now Bumble has like, I think like a 21, just under 22% short float. I checked this morning for the watch list. And as Sharif always says, like these small caps, a lot of the time it does not matter what news they have in order to run. Now, Bumble obviously a little bit more established in some of these small caps, but that short float and the fact that it's a sub $5 name does make me think that a lot of this run could be just related to that small cap aspect, because I went through their whole year, fiscal 2025. I mean, the only thing that's relatively stable here is their average revenue per paying user. That mostly grows sequentially or stays relatively stable. Total paying users, I don't know what happened in Q3, but this dropped, I think, like 20% year over year in Q3. That did restabilize in Q4, so I'll give them that. But the revenue growth year over year getting worse on a sequential basis, down like 14% year over year. Plus, with the revenue either being relatively flat or declining sequentially, not a great look. Yeah, I mean, not a business I admittedly know a lot about. I will shout out Miss Whitney Wolf here. Clearly, doing what she can to try to bring this business back. We know that she became the CEO again, I believe early last year, 2025. I think it was announced in January, took place within the first quarter of the year. So we'll have to see if she can continue to right the ship. It's only been a couple quarters since she's been back. I do think there's a lot of time to fix things.
I think Hinge is eating their lunch, though. Like, that's my understanding, is that everybody's on Hinge.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a about Bumble. It's Tinder and Hinge.
I wouldn't even say,
am I accurate or am I off on this?
Like,
I'd love to hear your opinion.
I think Tinder was probably first to market, essentially, in that space. But that was when I was young. I think that...
It's still kicking, bro.
I think that it goes, essentially, Tinder... Bumble, Hinge, and
Bumble, Hinge.
Right? Like in
I think it's Hinge, Tinder,
Bumble.
Think,
really?
Yeah.
So I mean,
maybe
there's things that we're not going to get into about all of that, but I don't know if this is correct, Sharif. The IPO is in February of 2021, potentially here. I think they were late. You want to be involved during COVID. COVID was huge, right? Like, so they missed the boat on this one when everyone's at home and they don't really, they don't have anything else to.
Why are you laughing?
Because there's a saying, there's a saying during COVID that I found absolutely hilarious.
Let's hear it.
I'm not gonna say it here. It was stay home if you're sick. Come over if you're something else.
Oh, okay, I like it. All right.
I don't know. Moving forward.
Well, we had, of course, Palantir's conference today, so let's go and hear what this story is about. Then we'll get more from Adara on the actual Palantir conference.
Absolutely. Let's move on. Palantir, PLTR, and GE Aerospace announced an expansion of their partnership to deploy advanced artificial intelligence solutions for military aircraft operations. And this multi-year expansion will be integrating Palantir's artificial intelligence platform, that is AIP, across GE's aerospace supply chain. The companies have said that the goal for this is to deploy agent-take AI systems that are capable of automating repetitive workflows. And GE has planned to use Palantir's platform to unify operational and supply chain data across the enterprise.
I'm loving these comments that are coming in. You guys are fantastic, man. Keep them coming. Just you try to keep them clean, but they're hilarious. I love y'all in the chat, man. You guys are great. Joey, there's one thing that stands out to me immediately from this. The system is expected to improve aircraft availability and maintenance turnaround times. Those are two critical metrics for defense operations. Your machine, your airplane, whatever the hell you're using is absolutely useless if it's not operable. It has to be operable, and so the only way to keep that bad boy operable is to make sure you're on top of maintenance. And so I do like this. I think it's going to be an early warning system. That means more uptime, obviously, and I think that that definitely helps fighting forces. I don't see anything wrong with this. In fact, the companies have already tied the knot here when it comes to the Air Force's T-38, which is their training aircraft. I think if you're going to fly the F-16, 15, 18, 22, 35, you got to go through this T-38 as a starting point. So that obviously shows that they had a tie-up before. I don't mind this at all. I think it's just another expansion of Palantir's moat.
Yeah, I think that's the exact same narrative, because we know that Alex Karp is all about offense, no defense. He wants to get his technology into as many things as possible, leading into the aerospace with GE here. I mean, he's doing the right things. He's getting, he's making deals with the right people, and I think he's going to continue to expand these larger contracts, especially what we have going on with the world controversies right now.
Okay, Derek, give us your take.
I think with Palantir, I do have to start with a moment of, I guess, silence here for GE, because unfortunately, GE investors just did not care about that story. But I do think, in general, I don't think the market cared too much about AAPL today. So I listened to the thing. I will say, I will give Alex Karp full credit. His speech today was slightly more on topic than the speech he gave last year at AAPL in his keynote, which was a lot longer and much more meandering. I also think in general they just ran the event a lot better this year than they did last year. Last year they had like people who were hyping up the speeches, and they'd ask them, oh, how many times have you been? Oh, it's my third AAPL. I was like, what is this, a Super Bowl? I don't know. I think this was a lot more professional vibe. They had a theme for it. It was like kind of a fantasy Harry Potter-ish theme. I think they did a really good job of execution. I will give them credit for that. I just don't think, unfortunately, the market really gave a hoot. I guess shout out to Harry Potter. With anything that happened there, and I do have to mention Joe here with ONDS, because ONDS, I think, was one of the few names that actually reacted to a Palantir-related tie-in or tie-up or team-up or partnership that came of this announcement. They announced a partnership with Nvidia. If anything, that'd be a better catalyst for PLTR. But again, like this event just wasn't market moving. There were a couple of times, like for example, when the SAP executive came on, you got a little bit of a spike. When the ACN Accenture executive came on, you got a little bit of a spike. But other than those two much more thinly traded stocks, the market did not seem to care about AAPL this year. And honestly, I mean, Alex Karp's speech didn't really seem like he cared that much either.
All right, Sia, what do we got next?
Yeah, we're talking, sorry, I'm just going to quickly change the stock here. Yeah, we're going to talk about Eli Lilly right over here. So LLY has issued a public warning about potential safety risks that are associated with compounded tirzepatide mixed with vitamin B12. And the company testing has found a significant level of impurity. So Lilly has also cautioned patients about receiving compounded versions through telehealth providers, med spas, or compounding pharmacies that they may be exposed to the products with unknown safety risks. And now, according to the company, these additives have used to have no proven clinical benefits for patients taking tirzepatide and may introduce additional safety risks. So currently, LLY is down 2%.
So, yeah, I don't think this is really a Lilly issue. This is just them telling the compounders not to do that. So vitamin B12 is something called cyanocobalamin, right? And you take cyanocobalamin as an injection once or twice, once weekly or once every 2 weeks. It's really good for energy, right? And it obviously makes sense to include it with, because you're burning a whole lot of calories with these GLPs, or you're intaking less calories as a result of the destruction in your desire to eat. So you need to be abreast, right? You gotta be given, sort of energy. So it makes sense that they would include these things together. What I don't understand is why there are levels of impurity in the cyanocobalamin, the B12. It's not an expensive thing to sell. It's not an expensive thing to source. So it kind of makes me feel that the compounders here were just, lackadaisical about how they were compounding it, or they were using really cheap stuff. Who knows where it came from? Apparently, Lilly did urge regulators to recall compounded tirzepatide products containing the untested additives. Specifically, what they're talking about is glycine, pyridoxine, Nye, whatever, and then cartoning to circumvent regulatory restrictions and differentiate their products. I guess they're trying to kind of give you their own proprietary version, thinking that it may function a little bit better. I get why Lilly's upset. I get why Novo was upset as well. They spent billions of dollars manufacturing, researching these things, and then comes some schmuck at a pharmacy, a local pharmacy that wants to compound this stuff and sell it for the same price. I get it. We got to go to Adair with news.
Hearing some comments coming from different regions of the Middle East with regards to how many missiles they have successfully intercepted as of today. UAE, United Arab Emirates, confirming they successfully intercepted and neutralized no less than 10 Iranian ballistic missiles on Thursday. Then Saudi Arabia confirming the successful interception of a ballistic missile targeting its eastern region. Furthermore, Saudi forces saying they intercepted 7 drones that headed towards their Shaiba oil field. So more missile, I guess, successful interceptions there happening here in the Middle East. USO not reacting too much to this story here, guys. Back to you.
What do you have to say about this, Joey?
I mean, I'm just reading on some of this. It seems across the board that they're having these issues. You've got Eli Lilly as well. Zepbound is Manjaro. So I find it's interesting, but I do believe it's to combat, and obviously what they had going with hims and hers and the other people who are trying to compound the drug.
Yeah, and you can't be, throwing in random things thinking, all right, well, this is going to be great. It's not even filler. They're trying to make it better, man. Like, they think by including this kind of stuff, it's going to either be absorbed better, have a better result. But none of this is...
When you have all these things like glycine, hydroxyzine, is that really good for you? Like, I mean, all these forms of chemicals?
I don't think they would put it in there if they were intending bad things. I think that they're trying to make their product better in the best way they know how. It doesn't mean that it's going to actually end up that way.
But what are, from a percentage metric, what are we sitting at from a full dose, a full regime of this thing? What a percentage body fat are we looking at we're losing?
Everybody's a little bit different, but I think most people lose about 20.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, 25.
So what are we trying to optimize here? Like, how much more weight are we trying to lose?
Well, I mean, when you look at the bodybuilding one, right, a 2-diet, right? People, then that's by Eli Lilly. It's in phase 3. It's not. It's not available yet, but obviously it comes from China for the bodybuilders. But a lot of people say that actually helps you maintain mass. So the drawback with these GLP-1s is it doesn't differentiate on mass.
It depletes muscle mass.
Exactly. Right, so they're looking for ones that just deplete fat, but I think it's a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely.
But everybody's swearing up and down by this Reddit thing, bro.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about it. All right, we got to pause for a second. We got to go to Adair. She's got news.
2 stories here. I'll start with GameStop, GME. This one obviously a lot more reactive as it tends to be. According to a post on his Substack, Michael Burry claiming he's looking to start a position in GME. Now, this is confusing because he's already posted before about his interest in GME. So if I get more details on this, I'll let you know. But apparently he's looking to start a position in GME. Furthermore, and completely unrelated, Amazon, AMZN on watch, seeing reports that Amazon Prime Air has raised concerns about drones in airspace and has, as such, resigned from the trade association. So Amazon, with, I guess, some Prime Air concerns and subsequent resignation from a trade association, while GME spiking and now giving up a lot of this move. Burry apparently looking to start a position in GME. Again, if I get more context given his past comments on GME, I will keep you guys posted.
And that's what I heard. Everybody's going to catch hands now. You know what I mean? Like any American company, right? Number one, they listed the source of, or the list of American big tech companies that they're going to hit. They said Meta, Google, Amazon. There were others. I think Palantir was one of them. I'm not sure if they threw CRM in there, but there were a bunch of different companies that the leader listed. So I'm not shocked at all that Amazon's going to catch hands, right? Or apparently they're going to catch hands. But I expect this to. I feel like there's a lot of threats from the other side, and not like they're not wreaking havoc. They are. They're wreaking havoc on the Arab states mostly. Yeah. Right. But it's such a global economy, especially with oil. Everybody's really getting a little bit.
But I mean, everybody can get what is the, to a certain extent, like what is the worst thing that they can do? Hit some more data centers.
Well, yeah, that would. See, that's the thing. If they hit something like that, I think the market reacts quite aggressively because it shows their ability to reach, right?
Absolutely.
And so that is concerning for sure, guys. All right, we hope it gets a lot better. In any event, it is now 2:01 Boy Joey Opsh, good show. Ended up being a good show today. Good trade today, good trading yesterday. We started 0 for 2 for the week, Randy, but we go 2 for 2 from yesterday. Yesterday and today, positive. Let's see how Friday brings. Hopefully we'll be able to finish off the week on a positive note. For now, OB, Sean, that way.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome.
Welcome to another show.
Yes.
And another opportunity to trade with Obi and myself and talk about the market. So we're excited for that, making sure my mic is good to go. And it looks like it is. Ooh, you got your, oh, look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Here, let's cheers. We got opposite cups right here.
Yes, green and red right there.
There you go. Green and red, baby. So that means you have to, get your claws off.
I just like the color red. And there's a bear on it.
Which means you have to go short, I have to go long. I mean, this is what we're doing now. So
the shorts have been absolutely solid on...
Is that a green tee up in there?
Yes, sir.
I like it.
USO shorts have been absolutely solid.
Yeah, you took a couple shorts there during the midday. I didn't do anything really. I was I put some codes into... the e-signal, and I was asking Gemini to help me out with a few things, and it was what I'm trying to figure out is this VWAP break that we see here at the beginning of the day. I wanted to see if there was something I could code in here that would identify certain trade potentials. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna see how that goes and get that working out for us. And just working with Gemini to do that. And I don't know how to code anything, but it's...
you don't need to anymore of these.
No, it's helping me do that. So it needs a little bit of work and all of that, but I'm saving the layouts and getting ready to go. And I think that's the thing about how you never know, where the next trade's gonna come from. Yes. And you never know like what kind of technology or whatever can help. Like you got the Trading View, lots of opportunities there with that software. And sometimes we have so much power right in front of us. It's about trying to figure out, how to use all of that. And, is that a call for Adara? Yes. And let's go.
Let's talk about CMG here, Chipotle Mexican Grill. So it's worth noting, I mentioned here, I was seeing reports that Michael Burry was looking to get involved with GME. Now it looks like that was misreported. It looks like he actually is trying to get involved with CMG. Now, when I first mentioned the GME story, I did say I was a bit confused because he had already posted about being involved with it. Yeah, that's because this story was initially misreported on social media. Looks like Michael Burry is actually trying to get involved in CMG to the upside. Again, according to reports I'm seeing, if that does change, I will let you know. Back to you.
Yeah, that was probably definitely a trade, like the GME false news. I mean, I pulled it up right now. It's a pop and drop on that. Not really doing too much volume, I guess. Either 2.25 almost shares traded million on GME. But yeah, what do you got going on there on CMG?
No, nothing. I wanted to, CMG, GME. I thought she said CMG, but she said GME. I was like, what's Chipotle? Yeah, this Orbs right here, trying to break $1 again. So this is something to potentially look at. We haven't been above $1 since we were, and now it's trying again right now. So something about that kind of a break, getting it excited right here. Try to take out VWAP as well. So I think this is an exciting possible trade to end the day right here, a 103 or 102 break here on Orbs. So again, like a lot of risk to reward here, basically basing out for you. You break through 103. If you come back, you can give it down here to 95, 96 cents. So you're giving it like 8 cents with a potential move a lot higher than that. So that's something else that we can trade here into the afternoon. Yeah, man, I mean, the NASDAQ had a nice little rally back. I did buy, and again, this is my own trading. I did buy some SPY during the midday just in my own long-term account. And just felt like it was about that time. I haven't made a buy in a long time. And you just made not a huge move, but you did make that move back down in. And we've been buying up some of this level. So it might be a little early. I'm not trying to say turn super bullish here on the market or anything, but just, it's almost at that 200 period moving average. And if this is something that I'm going to be trying to hold out for a little bit of a longer time frame here, then yeah, this is not a horrible spot for me anyways to dip in a little bit more and just average in to the SPY that we already have in the account. I think it's, I was looking, it's like 15% or so of my retirement account is index, either the NASDAQ or the S&P 500. I feel like that's low. I feel like I want it to get a little higher than that. So for me, that's what I'm trying to do right now is look to see if I can somehow better my indexing, my SPY or NASDAQ or even an XBI, things like that, XLF, instead of taking some of that risk management away from individual stocks and putting it back into the market as an SPY. So getting older, you want to try to diversify a little bit more, and I'm so long right now everything tech related that I thought S&P 500 might not be a horrible situation there.
You never know, like these tech names don't have to be on the leaderboards forever, right? And there probably won't be.
Right. Yeah.
Right. There's going to be other leaders that come and go. Like, I mean, I like to watch those like over time. I don't know what it's called, but there's this graphic that just shows the top 10 constituents or the top 15, 20 constituents over time by market cap, how they've kind of like step up and they kind of like move and they come back down, which is like, I don't know what that kind of graphic is called. Let me know in the chat if you guys know what the specific name for that is. But like, there was a time where, the top of the market was GE and Yahoo and things like that. Pfizer was up there as well. And then,
ExxonMobil was for a while there.
And then you saw Microsoft come up, you saw Apple come up. As well, and then most recently you saw Nvidia come up. Before it was Apple and Microsoft that were leaders, right? So
you never know. The S&P 500 is a kind of a cool thing where it kick out the best and bring in, or kick out the worst, and bring in the best according to them.
Well, that's always a good decision to get.
A little bit of a management there. Okay, so just saw here Tesla switching over some of its XAI investment into SpaceX ahead of the IPO. So they must be getting ready right now to go ahead with this IPO. Excited for that to start to happen. I don't see the exact story, but once I did hear something in my ear. Once I get it, I'll bring it back to you. It's not really affecting Tesla stock right here though, unless it was that recent bump up. But that's also the fade out right there on the NASDAQ. So Tesla's just kind of following suit right here. All right, whenever you're ready, Sharif, we can go to you, and you also have that. Okay, do you want? Let's go to the Tesla story, and then we'll come back to us.
Here it is, Sean. So Tesla received government clearance to convert its XAI investment into a small stake in SpaceX ahead of the planned IPO. The FT filing shows Tesla as the acquirer of a SpaceX stake from Elon Musk. Filing also shows that Musk is selling holdings to investors, including Valor Equity Partners and DFJ Growth, guys. That's what I have for now. If I have any more, I'll get back to you.
Right. Okay, so there you go. So thanks for that one there, Sharif, as we continue to watch out with Tesla. Not much going on there, but I'm excited for that SpaceX IPO.
Yes.
I think that's going to create a lot of opportunities, a lot more liquidity in the market for that. And just let's go. Like, let's get that announcement going through and, get me some SpaceX shares. That might be one where, we do have, here, I'm trying to find PayP here because that opened up. PayPay, PAYP.
How many of you guys traded this?
Yeah, I mean, remember what I said? Like, this is probably not one in the right space, not something. I mean, it's going to show up 10% because it had a $16 spot on it. But, downside. So opens up $19. Looks like it got flushed a little bit to 19 and a quarter, and then it was like the minute that bid gave up. And that's the trade, right? Opens at 19, it either holds or it doesn't. Gives you a few opportunities to get in. This is the trade. You don't have to take the opening trade or anything like that on a IPO. You can wait to see what it does. And in this trade, I think it pretty much planned out almost perfectly. I was talking a little negative on it, and negative it was. Nice downside play there for PayPay as it gets there inside. So Neil was sort of not upset, but he was like, oh man, like I'm going to miss this IPO. But I don't think it really, for me or for him probably, would have panned out well. Remember, it was a 21 tap, and then when we went over to the midday show, it was down to 20, and then you could see where it came out 19. So tap away, man. It wasn't the greatest trade there on PAYP as the tap came down, and there we go. And what was the opening interest? Remember, it was about 2 million? Yeah, 2.6. So it got to 2.6. So there was definitely enough shares, to to sort of get us excited about it. But definitely the lowering of the tap, I think, is a pretty decent indicator there. And yeah, more work to be done on that as a strategy. I think if there's not enough interest to drive the auction price higher, then, I mean, when it opens up, how come like that interest not all of a sudden going to show up? I don't know, maybe it will, but from what I can see, no. So that's a pay downside. So, all right, that's it, man. We're looking at oil. We've got the news in our ear. We're excited to bring all of that to you. When we see it, we'll give it to you. So right now, it's time to go over to the desk. We have our afternoon rundown stocks you voted on, and Obi and I will talk about. Sharif will give us the story and the symbol, and then we'll look at the chart.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. CNI, we're locked and loaded. The Katina man, the Obe, he is the one. Kanob, he's locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you gotta get in the chat. You gotta vote. You gotta throw in that $sign, though, before you vote. But make sure to vote every day. We're now broadcasting bright and early, 8 a.m. Eastern, so make sure to join us then. Let's look at all four major averages, and they are all in negative territory, starting here with the triple Qs down 1 1/3, the SPY down 1.12, the Dow not faring much better, down 1.16. These are all the ETFs, not the actual futures, guys. And the IWM Russell 2000 ETF down, the worst of the bunch, 1.5%. The first ticker, as decided by you, no surprise here, Palantir with their AI pecan. A lot of unveiling here, Sia. Give us some of the stories.
Yeah, one of the stories that I'm seeing here right on my screen is that it's still using Anthropic's Claude, even though they have been blacklisted. Alex Karp today has said, and despite the Pentagon's recent branding of the startup as a supply chain risk is what I'm seeing. And Department, as we know it, Department of Defense has planned on moving away from Anthropic, but the integration is remaining active currently. And he has revealed this was revealed at the AAPL 9 this morning.
Yep, a lot of important stuff. What's his name? Alex Karp making the keynote. Here's a couple of other headlines, guys. Palantir and Nvidia joined forces to tackle the $600 billion opportunity. They completed a data center solutions for sovereign AI. We brought that to you in the morning. Asia just talked about the Anthropic angle. Ondas as well, ONDS and Palantir. Worldview collaborate on Stratolite ISR. That's kind of to enhance the multi-domain intelligence capabilities of defense and security missions. And there was also the GE Aerospace Palantir that we spoke about during the afternoon rundown, guys. So no shortage of headlines today for Palantir.
Never seems to be, especially in this world right now. It seems like there's always
in this economy
something going on with Palantir, especially if you're hosting a day trading show. There's always seems to be some movement in Palantir. It's like every day, it's like up or down 3 or 4%. Right here, we wrote down 149 long. There, we broke it down a lot during the opening show, right, when we're live at 8 a.m. So make sure you join us there. It's called the Sticky Note. It's on there. And so this is what we did with Palantir today. I like that AI con and our AIP con, and obviously the story with Nvidia teaming up. We talked about both of those situations. And then the reason why I wrote down 149, here's 150, and it was just kind of looking at it. Maybe we have to go, let's go to a 5-minute chart here. And it was, okay, I got to zoom back out a bit. There was the 149. This is exactly what we did earlier this morning. So we just looked at these levels, and we just sort of said what we said, right? And that was, is this going to be a support area? I said yes. I thought there was going to be some good stories there. We got them, obviously, with NVIDIA and then their conference. So, yeah, that was the low. And if we broke that, then we were going to get out, meaning we're targeting somewhere between like 149 to 150, with 149 being the bottom. So then we just sort of zoom out to see what wound up happening. Well, during the pre-market, we kind of didn't do a whole heck of a lot. Then around 9 o'clock, we started to get going, and that's where maybe you're like, okay, this stock wants to go. Breaks the pre-market high basically at 9.25 on decent candle, opens up the day, makes a move up to 155. I wasn't even in this because, Obi and I were sitting here, it's like, oh, God, here we go. Like, Palantir's going now, right? And we don't have the position on. And then it came back, and I think this must have been a VWAP at the time, trade where we bought a little bit there at 153.50. And I said, we're going to try to buy buy it light just in case it, bounces and gets back up. We like the VWAP holds, that's for sure, but it doesn't hold. And then we get out for 50 cents, so that was an L. And then it was just 2 or 3 minutes later, I had the bid already down here once we saw this go to the upside. And the reason why is I didn't think 149 was gonna come into play. And if it did, right? But I then thought to myself, what about this 200 period moving average? We use that a lot on Palantir or on any sort of an open stock where I'm looking for strength or weakness. If it retraces back to the 200 period, then I'm gonna take that trade. And that's exactly what it did, and then boom. And that was it, man. We were able to hold about half of it through here, a lot outs, 50 period. So this was about a 50 cent worth of risk there, and our first area out is 50s. Then we got $1, then it just started to explode up. So that was a 150.50. Those are 156s, so it's $4, $5, $6 in. Drops down, we get out at the 50 period, which turned out to be okay. And I showed something to Obi. Now we've broken below here, but this is your 200 period moving average right here. All the way here. So it's supported there, it's supported there. It's like, there's many touches where it was good. And even here on the way down, as the market just went a little bit southbound there, it still is trying to hold VWAP pretty good. So I think Palantir's strong, man, and maybe we can get some dip buys here this afternoon. But Palantir, my #1 stock, it's really my whole day today. We did lose a little bit on Tesla. We'll talk about that in a minute. But yeah, Palantir, good stock, good trade. I like the name.
Yeah, great trade there, Sean. Absolutely solid information there. Yeah, that 200 period absolutely coming in as some strength. We talked about this 150 area being a little bit interesting, and yeah, already in the pre-market we started to get that. Look at this aggressive bid that came in at about 657 as well, kind of showing us that maybe there's more buying here at a place where, over the past few days, there's been buyers there over and over again. We got more of the same today, and yeah, great snipe on that 200 period, 151 hold, wick lows, and then straight to day highs. Since then, we have really been doing nothing. So yeah, Sean, you really
the market
you definitely
too.
sniped the move there.
Yeah, those are, and it goes to what I was talking about before. It's like wait for the pullbacks or the pull-ups, and there's good examples on that on oil that you were trading as well. So we'll take some looks at these trades as we go. But let's go over to stock numero 2.
All right, we'll just start with the first one here that we just spoke about, guys. Tesla receives FTC clearance to convert its investment in XAI into SpaceX stake. The U.S. Federal Trade Commission lists Tesla as the acquirer of a stake in SpaceX from Elon Musk, who's, of course, the CEO of both companies. And the documents dated on the 11th of March also show Musk selling holdings to investors, including Valor Equity Partners, as I mentioned, and DFJ Growth. The Tesla filings are related to its previously announced $2 billion investment in XAI, which is being rolled over, Sia, into SpaceX after the recent merger.
Wow. Okay. Also, I have news not directly related to Tesla, but this will be affecting Tesla. EV maker Lucid has plans to reveal its robo-taxi, and Lucid interim CEO Mark Winterhoff has said that he sees the company's autonomy technologies essentially growing to match Tesla's current FSD by next year. Secondly, Rivian founder and CEO RJ Scaringe has also said that Rivian is also aiming to launch hands-free, eyes-off driving to better compete against U.S. EV company Tesla.
All right, Katina, man, this is for you. So here's what you're going to get, Katina, man. Rivian plans a cheaper R2 variant by 2027. That's going to include a $45,000 model. The R2 launch, though, that we're going to get soon is going to be the good one, the premium one. That's going to be around 58 and change. So good look there from Rivian. It's going to the premium R2 is going to be $53,990, but the standard model, which is going to be rear-wheel drive, is going to be $48,490. That's the Rivian news. Also want to give you this. Tesla's new Cybercab, which is, of course, a vehicle without a steering wheel or pedals, rolled off its Austin production line last month, reports the Wall Street Journal. Separately, Tesla's energy business now has won approval to supply power across Britain. I'm not going to go into that, but another headline today for Tesla. And last but not least, the one that we reported on during the midday, boys and girls, Musk expects Digital Optimus to be ready for use in 6 months. You'd think all these news headlines would be positive for Tesla. It's down 2.5.
Yeah, you would think. Yeah. But I was actually just looking here at Rivian. So Tesla was, I mean, we could, You know, we could talk about this real quick, but I think Rivian actually is a better trade, man. I mean, we were short Rivian a couple days ago, and it's absolutely collapsing on that news. I mean, they must not like the pricing there. I mean, I don't mind it. I think it's just a matter of comparison shopping. Like, you compare the Rivian to something else, the ID4 with Volkswagen, maybe the Model Y, to see if the R2 is the right price. I know that we're excited to try to get into the R2 and see if we like it. But for me on Tesla, like this, if I'm going to lose, this is how we're going to lose, man. I mean, comes right in. We tried to buy that 404. It looked like it was going to hold right there. So dip down in Tesla. And we say every single day, man, the open is wild. So there's the dip down. There's the move higher. So you're thinking, okay, maybe Tesla can get going. But no, it doesn't even go through the pre-market high. I should have not gone long here. There was like no real reason. Like, it didn't break through the pre-market. It's not like it fell back right into our lap or anything, but it does come right back into this level of 403, and that's where we exited out, right? So we actually took a first very, very light fill there at 404.50. Then we took another one at 403.50. These essentially those levels, and then once it broke 403, we got out. And the best part about it is it didn't take me long. It was in and out, and then we said, all right, we're done with Tesla there. Bounces back a little bit, but it's just been a sell all day, right? And so I don't know. I don't know if it's a Rivian-based sell-off or what's going on. That XAI news there makes some sense for Tesla to get their money into SpaceX, out of XAI over to SpaceX there ahead of that IPO. So, you know, I don't know exactly how that works mathematically or anything like that, but Tesla for me today, just not a great stock. If we can get up to 401, fine, but downside there, the market's down 1.5%. Feels like it's going to bleed this afternoon. Tesla's down 2.5%. So for me, it's not the trade, but I would like to talk about Rivian as well, but you have Rivian up right now.
Yeah,
so
I'll talk about Rivian. I'll talk about Lucid as well.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Sean. The market has been selling off pretty aggressively today as well. So it's just like, yeah, is Tesla really selling off on this news, or is it just selling off because the market is selling off? I think it's definitely like you look across the board here. There's been a lot of these Mag 7s, some of them sure more aggressively sold off than others, but you can see Rivian all day trend, a bit of a continuation when we got that catalyst here on Monday. The opening drive was absolutely solid, but then we got that leg, kind of a consolidation, kind of messy, but sure, more selling, maybe some consolidation, and another cleaner leg, cleaner selling than I would say both days, both Tuesday and Wednesday here on the day today. And we got that market confluence as well on Rivian. Tesla, yeah, I think there was a trade that I missed here, wasn't really paying attention. And I think, Sean, you called it out as well. You were like 400 is coming in.
Yeah.
And then look at how clean, sure, maybe you take the 400 break and you get kind of rocked on this if you're aggressive through it. But I think the better trade comes in right here where you've made a wick low and then you attempt to bounce right here. And look at how far we're extended from VWAP, right? You attempt to bounce, but there's no follow through, as well as there is strong confluence with the market. So the sellers step right back in. So the breakdown of this level, 399, let's get specific, 399.69, nice. So that was pretty clean there, all the way down into 394.65s before we caught a bid here. But VWAP resistance continued to happen. This market is hella weak as of right now, so it makes a lot of sense that some of these have been selling off. And I heard Sia with the Lucid news as well. You can see definitely doing some relative volume on the day. I guess this one off of the open was quite nice, but the sells have been nice, but the reversion is coming in as well, I guess. There may be some opportunity here. If you have a relative volume scanner, it's definitely showing up on one of them, especially if you're keeping it above 2 times RVOL on the day. So yeah, a few of the EVs, most of them selling off. Maybe Rivian looking a little bit better here on that news, perhaps.
Remember, Lucid reverse split, man. It's a nightmare, man. Like,
that was a CCIV, right?
Yeah, that was the
That was one of my better trades for sure, swing trades.
No, but it's split recently.
No, I know.
Reverse split, yeah. So Lucid downside, man. That company. Look, I hope it does not go bankrupt, but there's been lots of Polestar and Nikola and all these names. Fisker was another one that went the way of the dodo. So, okay, let's go back over to Sia and Sharif and figure out. I mean, that was kind of like a 3-for-1 there. You got some Lucid, some Rivian, some Tesla. Sharif's making us work hard over here, boy. This is unacceptable. He's mad about that we threw it over to him at 11:01 today. I think that was a little bit of something there. All right, JP Morgan's down 10% this year, says
Did you saw what JPM said in the middle of the day?
Diamond?
Maybe, I don't know, but it said like, oh, JPM was basically like short the market until this geopolitical tension stopped.
You know what, a famed investor, Leon Cooperman, I was reading something from him as well. He had said the same thing, that the market's overvalued.
My first thought is like, these guys are looking for exit liquidity. You know, it's just like, I don't know, maybe, I don't know. It's just, I thought it was funny.
But what, you think they're short now then?
They were probably short from before. Markets have been topping for, you know, well, not necessarily the Nasdaq.
So they want people to sell into their bids?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, okay, maybe. I don't know.
Who knows?
I mean, the market might do the work itself here.
Exactly.
Very, very soon.
It always, you can make so many crazy speculations.
I went opposite of the world's greatest banker there, and I bought a little bit during the midday. So you're welcome, Jamie and company there. But yeah, no, I mean, it's the banks have been hit, and Obi and I will go over some of those bank trades. You know, as this afternoon goes on, because I do want to look at it. I saw Morgan Stanley was down 4% earlier, right? So, all right, let's go back to the desk stock number 3.
I'm just trying to give you that information, Katina Man, on the Rivian, because I know Marissa's about that life. So Katina Man is going to have an R2 sooner rather than later. Guys, some news coming in here from Customs and Border Patrol with regard to tariffs. U.S. CBP is developing a 4-part system for tariff refunds. That is coming vis-a-vis a court filing. Also, the 4 parts are between 40 to 80% complete, according again to the reports being released here in a court filing. So with respect to tariff refunds, the CBP apparently is on it. So we'll have to update you more on that when we have more. Here at CL, we have EONR, a small cap gapper that was kind of running during the midday, up 41%. Anything other that you can find here other than the fact that oil's moving?
Yeah, nothing major here, but the company was able to take advantage of the higher oil spikes this past week, and it's filled out its hedging position needs for Grayburg-Jackson, the field waterflood program, through the end of 2027. And EON has just expanded the hedging to a full 24-month position, where in the next 15 months will be 75% hedged, and the last 9 months of 2027 are now over 50% hedged. But there's nothing major going on over here.
All right, guys, EONR coming back into that kind of resistance level we had from a few days ago on the 9th, that 1.25 area. What's your look? EONR. Yeah.
EONR. What's that? There's a character.
Eeyore.
Eeyore.
From Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, exactly. I knew exactly what you were talking about.
You know where I was going. Yeah, Eeyore. Well, Eeyore. I don't know what to do with this stock. I mean, I think breaking above $1 is always something. I mean, that's something to look at right there. It's really held VWAP quite well. I mean, I think if anything, we talk about VWAP holds. And I don't know if it really matters on the price of the stock or not, you know, when you're getting these VWAP holds. I think it's a strategy that if it works, you know, it's something that you're just trying to forever put, you know, the odds in your favor. And it's been holding out for VWAP right there. And if you sort of zoom out, this is well extended, it looks like right now. I don't know if we've broken above $1 before. I don't know how far we need to go back here, really. Those moves is that's 210 or so. Yeah, it's not gotten me too excited, but you know, there's the IPO or whatever it was right there at $1, basically. And then nice move higher into 2 and change. So we've had bouts like this. And just don't be fooled, that's all. I mean, it's very easy to be fooled. Just don't be fooled. Like, this is a move here that's happened before, and it's come right back in. Like, if the high is going to be 220 or 230, then, you know, are you not happy with this area if we get back up to 140, 150? I think that's a decent out. But, yeah, for me on this name, I haven't even looked at it today. But it looks good for me on a VWAP hold there. What about a break? If you're in this, it would be this 115 area breaking lower and you're out. The volume's not in this anymore. I'm surprised you guys even voted for this. All the action was right into here as we broke through, I don't know, up to the day's high. I'd say get away from this stock, man. I mean, when the volume hits on the upside and it's just as aggressive, if not more on the downside, probably a trade not super excited right now. So for me, it's a wait, man, on this one and see if volume comes back in.
Yeah, I think you know, it's definitely not any sort of a lazy price action on this EOR today, but I do like the trend break. Look at the volume that comes in, and then we hear Luis talk about this as well. Some of these small caps are absolutely beautiful on the backside. Now, when you kind of, whatever moving average that you throw on here, I'm just going to draw one. This is the OB period moving average. I just drew in a line there for trend's sake. But you can see as soon as that trend breaks, you get that aggressive flush down into VWAP with volume. Maybe you're not, I don't know if I would punch it into VWAP there, but if you're fast enough, you're definitely have eyes on this, and then you're catching it on the way down. But here's the thing, it's not doing that much relative volume. I'm sure I guess it's an oil minerals name. It's a smaller cap there, so maybe you got eyes on it for some scalps and some trades. But yeah, no, let me know in the chat. Did you guys trade any of this? If you guys mentioned it, then maybe you guys have traded some of this as well. But VWAP hold, like Sean pointed out, has been holding pretty well since that initial bout of selling. So yeah, I like it. Interesting stuff, but not something I was looking at this morning.
AGRZ, which I kept mistakenly calling ARGZ during the midday. Shout out to Anurag. Thank you for correcting me. We were trading this one during the midday, guys, into 120. It was giving me a lot of trouble in the 80s, but it did break through, coming back into that dollar. Now, it doesn't really have any headlines like many of these small cap gappers, but it's up 135%. AGRZ.
GRZ. So what do they do here? Engages in the development of vertically integrated agricultural, I thought I said something else there, technology solutions. It focuses on, okay, cool. So vertical farms, okay, cool. Definitely farming the vertical price action here was the way to kind of, tackle this thing. Relative volume, decent relative volume to say the least there. Starts off at around 100 times RVOL, and it goes up to 500, 1,000 by the middle of the day. Look at these breakouts, man. Absolutely solid. And the holds on VWAP. This thing is technically sound. I like this a lot here. Maybe some trend breaks. Sure, it doesn't break on the first one, but this one definitely cracks, and it's giving you some room here as well. But very strong on the day here on AGRZ.
Okay, yeah, again, let me talk about Big Bear AI, because this is a name here that, there's a lot of talk about this. I think breaking $4 would be not a great sign here for BBAI. I mean, we've been holding for the last couple of days. We did have a nice little move on earnings downside, and then a retracement back up to 445, 450. Now you're down 10%, right? If that breaks that $4 mark right here for BBAI, I'm still long at 420. I'm not getting out or anything like that. I just, people are asking me when do you give up on this name? And I don't know how much people have invested in this or whatever, but we've got to watch out for this $3.98, $4 mark, and we're getting close to that right now. And I don't want to dump out of it completely, but there is a retracement possibility here on Big Bear AI, especially if this market's going to turn around. You don't want it to lose these levels down into here. I mean, you can obviously, if we had bought on that recent 4 break, which we had talked about doing, then I would say if it breaks back 4 back down to the downside, you pay the execution fee, you get out, and then you wait to see, because you don't need this thing to break 360. Like, it's very easy to look at a stock like Microsoft or Meta or something like that. Like 10% is big. Like 10% on Meta is $60. It's just on a name like Big Bear AI, you can lose 10% real easy, lose this bid, and then you're all of a sudden down here, and then you're down 40 or 50%. On some of these names. I mean, when we made this pick here earlier on in the year, it was all the way up here at $6. It was forced to do it because that's what it was. And then basically that exact week, it absolutely collapsed, and to the point where, now you're waiting for it to bump up again. So like on that collapse, if you're getting out here, then you're not worried. That's 530. Then when this happens, and you can retake it, then it breaks again. You could, you're taking small hits every single time, and it is going to add up if you do it all the time. But I think you want to just try to make sure that you're at a decent level. And I'm not sure $4 is. We could still break this bottom right there of 370. So Big Bear AI, like the stock, but it's just not performing that well. So another small cap name here, 28 million shares. It's doing the volume. It has the short float. I think it's days away from popping, but to make those kind of predictions on a small cap name, I don't know. We're already through earnings. So Big Bear AI still on my mind, but it's definitely a falling knife a little bit there. I just want to bring it up because we had talked about buying that through $4. So it gets to 440. That's 10% and retraces back in right now. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk. And I think we're either on stock. I think it's stock 5 now. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, want to mention, thank you, Sia, for pointing this out. Argo's ARGZ that we just spoke about didn't have a catalyst on the day, but it did receive a NASDAQ minimum bid price deficiency notice. That's when the price of the stock trades below $1 for 30 consecutive business days, putting it out of compliance. So a big move up for them on the day. Let's go to the next one, though, Sia. ONDS. This one's up nicely, 7% and change. They had a tie-up with Palantir.
Yeah, I have nothing else to say about
All right, guys. So they did have a tie-up with Palantir. The headline here is Worldview Enterprises to enhance multi-domain intelligence capabilities specifically for defense and security missions. The collaboration, will use Palantir's AIP platform to optimize mission planning and operations for Worldview's Stratolite stratospheric systems, improving intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance efficiency. Kind of makes sense during, this whole war thing that we've got.
100%. On the lines of that, it also is expanding its defense footprint with strategic Mistral merger. So they recently announced that Mistral Incorporated, which is a U.S.-based defense prime contractor that has supported U.S. military, federal, and public safety programs over the past few decades. So under this agreement, basically, Mistral will be merging with a subsidiary of Ondas while continuing to manage its existing contracts. And this merger will be anticipated to continue in the second quarter of this year.
All right, guys, ONDS up 7 1/3.
That's interesting what you just said to me right there.
Volume leader today.
Volume leader on the day. ONDS.
Yeah, above Nvidia here. Almost 112 million shares traded. Sure, not in terms of dollar volume, but just in terms of shares traded. Yeah.
What does it look like on the chart
Yeah,
today?
right here. If you take a look, I guess didn't really follow the news here in the morning. This pre-market high breakout, nothing too crazy here. Gives you what, about 20 pennies ish. So you get about 1.5% on that. But I think right here, when you double top and then break out later on in the day, look, you can see that volume candle as well. So I know definitely people are punching into that push, maybe even stopping out as well to get some decent volume on the breakout. And the pullbacks hold that breakout level as well for another 4% run after it's done all this craziness in the morning. I think another place that I see right here, opening range low, wick, and then you break this kind of a downtrend right here as well, back through VWAP. And then a nice little hold of VWAP, double hold of VWAP, which definitely adds confidence for this breakout for me. And if anyone was seeing that or thinking the same way that I'm describing right now, definitely would have added some confidence to take that high-a-day breakout, the double top breakout here in and around 1040. So that's what I'm seeing on here. Unfortunately, didn't have eyes on this one, but it seems like there's a lot of these smaller to mid caps that are giving some good technical opportunities on the day. Like we've seen, what was the one before this? The ARGO or whatever, ARGZ. And then now ONDS as well.
The market's real quiet right now, I think. When you're looking at the NASDAQ here, not much going on. So I think there's a lot of traders, especially on prop floors and things like that. You guys in the retail side of things, sitting at home or, wherever you are, feel like they get into it, the smaller names, when there's not much going on. I mean, sure, the market looks like it's having a downside play, which it was earlier. And there are some big caps moving around. It's not like it's so super quiet, but I see some people in the chat saying, what a boring market. I'm not here to
headline risk, too. That's keeping people away as
well.
Right?
That's why I'm very excited to keep this in my ear right now to see if we do get any news popping through. I just want to say something. I'll compare Big Bear AI a little bit to Palantir in the sense that it's an AI name, building its platform, connecting to it. It does have security associated with it as well. And we talked about sort of the infrared scanners and stuff that it's going to be with a border control and just like a foundry type system similar to that. We also found out today that Anthropic and Palantir's using other AI as well, right? It's not like everything's in-house over there. Big Bear AI is a $2 billion market cap. That's it, right? Palantir's $370 billion. So these names could move around. If they just get a $500 million deal or something from somebody, you think about what that could possibly do to the stock, because it's only a $2 billion name to begin with, right? It's the highest it's ever gotten was 10 bucks or something like that. So Big Bear AI does have an opportunity to do this again, I feel like. It just needs to get better news and something behind it again. When that happens, then I do think there is that great opportunity to do that. So that's why Big Bear AI is one of the choices that I have. I do think that oil plays are what's going to be good here into the close, right? I mean, so CL again, as we just wait, I don't know. Trump around this time always seems to be saying something. We had the Thermo Fisher yesterday. There's oil still up 10%.
He's scheduled to talk about for International Women's History Month with the First Lady, but that's after the bell.
Okay.
So he's not scheduled to speak until after the bell.
All right, so he's not scheduled. Okay, that's all good. I assume that he still will, I mean, at any time say anything at any time. So
It's social.
And the thing about it too is that that's why have your tweet deck open or Twitter open, because anything that happens on that Truth Social platform, he will definitely be affecting the markets with any kind of a comment like that. But there's oil up 10% and getting close, man. Again, like you might have just seen a couple highs in here right now. You could go short against 96.25. Maybe, I know a lot of you won't trade proper oil there, the CL contract. You might trade USO instead of spot. So that's about this 118. You had mentioned 119 was a decent spot. I definitely agree with that as well.
Oh, yeah.
Right in there. You were trading some oil over lunch, no? Or
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
It was absolutely solid, a little bit sweaty, but it's definitely there for sure. I can kind of talk about that here. So you can see this initial flush comes in at around 1046. Now I'm observing that like we're holding VWAP pretty well. We're holding trend pretty well as well, and I'm kind of watching. Sure, we kind of violate the trend here and there, but this is kind of the area that I'm watching. This I just feel is a bit of like an outlier move, and it slaps right back up as well on the bid. So each time it kind of comes into here, I'm just like, okay, well, is it gonna break now? Cover. Maybe accidentally got long a little bit here, covered that right away, and then short, cover, short some more, get stopped out as I'm like, okay, yeah, this is gonna go through 118s, and 118 comes in, and then strong flushes start to happen. So I'm like, all right, well, I definitely want to get involved, but getting stopped out 3 times, I'm just like, okay, well, I don't want to be too heavy just to start off, so I'll start off lightly, and then you have that wick of high a day, which comes in really nicely. I was just like, all right, if I get blasted above 18 halves, I get blasted, that's fine. I'm willing to take that hit. But because now I'm in a little bit less, getting involved with it. And then I actually kind of lucked out here as we got news coming in here and got that flush right down there. And then I was like, okay, I saw this happen at 115.20s. And I was like, all right, this kind of action had me convinced that eventually we will, the probability of breaking this in my head just shot up. So I was like, all right, I'm going to slowly dabble into this because this move was aggressive, and I'll give this enough room. 50% reversions is what I like. But 50% of a pullback in was what I was looking for. Never really got to 17 halves or like 17 levels here. I was a little sweaty in and around here, but here's the thing. I got to be adding aggressively a lot more on this here break back below this VWAP 116.20s, 116s as well, because right here, I'm just like, yeah, like something like we're about to sell, this already kind of held, and then the bounce was very weak. We heard Joe talk about this little consolidation here, and he was like, yeah, if this flag breaks, we could squeeze. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. I definitely see that happening, but bigger picture, sellers were in charge. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to sell pretty much to everybody who's buying this bid, which was also a quick little scalp. That was nice, but staying in with the bigger picture definitely paid off here, as when it got back below VWAP, this consolidation was the place to really slam into right here. Unfortunately, I didn't pyramid properly into this as I'd like to, but I got pretty much a lot of the size that I wanted on this push higher. But luckily enough, it came in that 15-20 cracks pretty aggressively, and we slapped down to 114s all the way from, I guess, realistically 116s was a good place to kind of get into. So about a $2 flush from there. Definitely wish I kind of held some of the inventory from up here, but it is what it is. Took this leg, and then you see that beautiful leg, consolidation, leg, and I was like, all right, cool. Added some down here at 114s. Didn't go, so I'm like, all right, I'm done with this. This is probably over for now, because I definitely smelled some capitulation. but wasn't, didn't didn't trust enough to flip long, which was the place. This was the place to buy, and I did some buying, but not enough to flip long, and now we're back at higher days. So GG's on that. I'm going to say this again. USO, absolutely beautiful vehicle to trade in this here market. So I like it. It was good. A lot of fun.
Like Microsoft might lose the bid here pretty good at 400. So this name looking lower, and if you look at a 5-minute chart, we're pretty beat up there to the downside on softies. So looking like it wants to take down the low of the day. Hangry Wife asked him, am I going to specifically put on some more trades this afternoon? It's just, yeah, I mean, if something sets up, I want to do that. So I'm trying to find something that's setting up that has some good structure and gives me an idea on what to do. What's up, Adara?
Let you guys know here that we have someone else who's going to be attending this trade trip to Paris to talk to China. So we know earlier today, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent announced that he will be traveling to China on Sunday to Monday, March 15th to 16th, to meet with China's He Lifeng. That would be the vice premier of China. Now we're also hearing that U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer will also be going to China. So we have not one, but two members of Trump's trade team that will be heading to France here to discuss trade with the vice premier of China. Bessent also said they're going to be talking about the economy. So more China trade talks, long story short, and more members of that team that'll be talking to China. Back to you.
Nothing like talking to China.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. We saw a good stock like NEO the other day take out that $5 level, $5.50, sorry, $5 on earnings. It's still at $5.60, potentially a good trade there in the EV space. We see Lucid down, Rivian down today, Tesla down today, NIO up. Okay, it was up a lot higher than that before as well. And don't forget about the FXI as a, the market's bleeding a little bit here, man. I mean, do we want to get involved in this or what? Like, it's a move down here. I don't want to say bleeding, but I can sort of see here it could lose this bid, potentially getting involved soon on this kind of a trade in the market. And I do, FXI, what am I even doing over here? FXI, the Chinese ETF. So this is the China 100, basically. It's similar to like a NASDAQ. It's not KWEB. KWEB will be the Chinese internet names. But FXI, you can see well crushed as well. Right now, does not look like the rest, right? I mean, S&P 500's not down here, Nasdaq's not down here, but you can see some of these Chinese names are. And we looked yesterday at a name like an Alibaba or a Tencent, and when you're getting PEs in the teens, right? I mean, that's when we sort of all got like, ready to go on Google when that got into the teens, right down there at 160, and you can see now it's at 303 or whatever it's at today. And same thing with Meta. Meta got into those teens as well. And Baba's been here before. I need to find a site that shows historical PEs. I think Neil and we had found one before. I think Yahoo Finance might do it. Maybe we'll have a quick look to see if that can come into play. But Alibaba, like again, another stock that's like, what happened to DeepSeek, man? I thought DeepSeek and all these kind of things that they had and Quen and all these things.
Everyone was going so crazy. They were
I know.
like, oh, this is over.
It flushed a lot of names, man. It flushed Google, DeepSeek did. It flushed a little bit of Nvidia there as well. And people are like, oh, well, they're building these LLMs on like, old GPUs, and therefore no one's going to buy Nvidia. And I guess that one didn't last very long. But not that Nvidia is doing anything either. But it's Alibaba right now getting hit to the downside. You got to the technology is probably there, man. Yeah. The business in China is not going anywhere. But yeah, it doesn't look like the stock wants to go any higher. I think this is a long actually breaking here above 145. You get that 200 period break and you run into a little bit of resistance right there. Could turn into support at the 145 level. So a couple trade ideas there with Alibaba, Tencent, and so on and so forth. I like the space. I just think it's risky. We already know that Donald Trump has the ability to, turn sort of, the aim, I guess, at any country at any time. Venezuela, for some reason, that guy was like, come get us. And Trump did that pretty easily there, too. I don't need China and Jack Ma and all these guys. If they can't find Jack Ma, Trump
for like months on end.
Trump can send the discombobulator, and it would find Jack Ma almost immediately.
Yeah.
But we'll wait to see what happens with China. And I just we know that once Iran is done, potentially Cuba in the sights there of the U.S. government, and that's not going to probably go well. Well, it'll go fine. I don't know what Cuba's going to do, but it just lets me believe that more China talk, it might be on the horizon once some of this other backdrop gets settled. So why is MasterCard so cooked? What do I pay my bills to every month? Visa?
Yeah.
But yeah, MasterCard, you know, there was that talk, and Adair knows the dates, the months, and everything. I don't know.
Oh, but the credit card limit
Yeah,
caps?
the 10% limit
Yeah,
cap.
I honestly, at last I heard Elizabeth Warren was going to be working with Trump on it. Then I think she said the Trump administration wasn't working fast enough. And that's the last I have heard anything from it, truthfully.
Do you remember when that started? I'm going to try to think about.
I believe it was in early February, I want to say. Late January, early February. That's my guess. My memory is not perfect, contrary to opinions, but it's not bad. But I do think that it was late January, early February.
Yeah, I'm going to say January 9th or so. I mean, could be only because, I mean, the fact that you got I wasn't even thinking, hey, was that a September move right there? But no, if we're going to go this year, then yeah. So there was, I mean, thank you for the super chat. There was talk about potentially President Trump came out and said, I'm not on first name basis, so President Trump came out and had said that potentially a lot of Americans don't really realize, and I think this is true, and I don't think it matters for America, I think it's anywhere you go, compound interest and what credit card fees and 28% or whatever some of these cards are charging. I feel like a lot of us put things on credit thinking that we're going to pay them back. We understand that we can make these minimum monthly payments probably safely, but at the end of the day, you're not touching the principal, man, and it just keeps on piling on. So I feel like that's great for any economy and society to lower interest rate payments, rates on cards. And I feel like that's
crazy. It's like almost 20% on average.
28.
Yeah.
So that's a lot, and I mean, very thankful sometimes when you're able to pay it off completely and wipe your credit, so you have zero owing. But that's hard, and especially in this economy, and with the cost of everything going to the north side, and payments going higher, cost of everything going higher, and the need to put things on credit, right? I mean, there's a certain percentage. I don't know if it's a third or 20%. I guess I could asking the large language model this, but certain percent of the population lives paycheck to paycheck. And, credit cards have always been a sort of a staple of consumer behavior. And you can see Visa's not, what's up with MasterCard, what's up with Visa, what's up with them all? There's that January high as well, bang, to the downside on Visa. They're all getting waxed on this. So I think you just got to wait. I like AXP the best, and the reason why I think this could be somewhat sheltered, and I don't think it's sheltered completely, obviously, and I don't even know, it might be the worst one on the chart. I just know is this AXP? Yeah, okay, well, yeah. Not great either. I just think American Express gets that business buyers and sellers there, business accounts, which are more likely to maybe not be as affected potentially by that interest rate. So I don't know, man. AXP would be the one that I'd buy, but that's the reason why I think they're going down. I don't know if you've heard anything else, Obi, or people in the it's retail, right? I mean, we saw Nike down for 12 or 13 straight days, right? Walmart's been getting hit recently with a high PE. PE is different than retail exposure. Costco had renewed memberships down. I don't know. I wonder if people are spending a little less money nowadays. I don't know.
Yeah, that's maybe what I'm thinking as well. It's just like you have that hit of them being kind of hounded for their high interest rates, and then people kind of spending potentially less as well. And you can kind of see it. Retail's been kind of fading as well. Walmart, there was a time, I think sometime maybe last year or maybe a couple of years ago, Walmart was pushing for its highs. Let's see what that's doing right now.
Can I just ask, we'll go back to, I just want, Derek, can you find out if something going on with Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, and we'll have a look to see if something going on with the housing. But okay, so what are you seeing there for Walmart?
Let me just.
All right.
I just want to get out of this one here.
Yeah, okay.
So I got out of the position there on HIMS. I was a little late for this one. You can see bit of a bouncy ball here into that 24 halves, maybe even 24.80. So boom, 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 boom. Pretty much all day selling, strong selling off of the open. And then these bounces kind of muted lower highs into a bit of a flat bottom that takes you into the low a day, consolidates low a day. Jesus. So I kind of just like, okay, continuation trade. I took the breadcrumb off of the end there. We'll talk about Walmart right after we get back from Madeira.
With regards to FNMA, I know earlier today I mentioned it because we did get a move in some of these stocks, like I'll pull up SKY, which are involved in modular or mobile housing, was a bit of a move in these. Basically, to go back to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac here, the story on these was that the House had voted for, I guess, a more Affordable Housing Act. We have some senators already, including Senator Ted Cruz, saying that they're not planning on voting for this act once it heads to the Senate. So, I mean, there's this 21st Century Road to Housing Act with regards to affordable housing. That could be what the move is here. I'm not seeing anything from Pulte. When I'm looking at X, I'm not seeing anything obvious either. There's also not a lot of interest in Fannie Mae here on X. If I hear more, I will let you know.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to do that. So I just made one quick trade there when it broke through 590. I don't know. I always have them up, and I was alerted to some volume there. So I did break that, and we got like 3 or 4 cents. I mean, that's pretty good for Fannie Mae. But yeah, because look, generally this is what it looks like. So we talked about different styles of trading. You could try to do here like top to bottom pretty much all day on Fannie Mae. I mean, look what it's been doing for the last little while there. Then there's the drop that we get. Look what this looks like on the chart. Like, talk about a president that has forgotten about this. Like, this was supposed to be one of, Pershing Square, Bill Ackman wrote many papers on Fannie Mae, and he has to be either out a lot of money or he cashed out, or I don't know, but this is making a move way back in right now. Watch out for $5 here on FNMA. I gave, you were talking about Walmart, and then I saw someone in the chat say about Lululemon. I mean, Nike, Lululemon, Adidas, Under Armour, all of these are really losing the bid and starting to break a lot lower. You have Nike on your screen.
We talked about Nike this morning.
Yeah, it was 12 straight down.
I was just like, okay, well, yeah, this was great. And then, Brendo talked about like how many days of down we were right off of some prior structures there. So selling once again today, we're that week with the top wick. And this is what that top wick is made of right here. So Monday kind of a bid there. And then you see yesterday, all aggressive selling all day long into the week low, opening up today, cracking that week low, all day selling once again here. I guess this was a test of VWAP right there. Yeah, see, sometimes you can just tell where VWAP might have been, especially if it's been holding it all day long. And you can see the only bid that we got, which was kind of aggressive around noon, went all the way up to VWAP. That was in and around 54.69s, and then sold right back off. Again, printing fresh lows as of right now, as we speak. Relative volume, not really, but technically very sound here as well. And you were talking about Lulu. We can take a look at this. You said it was athleisure here. And yeah, similar story here on Lulu. I was talking about Walmart kind of being in that retail space as well. It was only a few weeks ago, I guess, where Walmart was pushing all-time highs. This one is the strongest, probably the strongest in that space. You can see this is a weekly chart, and this was the week of, for a second week of February. So you can see that we hit some all-time highs there, 134.69s on those highs on Walmart. I guess where's this strong volume coming in from? Strong volume gap up continuation. That's interesting as well from January 12th. But yeah, Walmart holding quite well in this market. Just want to compare that, lay that on top of, I guess, SPY or TQs. You can see that much more choppier here on the SPY. But TQ is definitely a lot more with the way tech has been moving around. Let's take a look at TQs at the same time. So yeah, this is more sideways action here on TQs. That's what I want to point out. But yeah, no, seems like. Whatever. Oh, there's the breakout on USO. Yeah, I was just like USO coming into high a day there, which was 118.40s. Talk about a great place to buy down here in 114s. Definitely some capitulatory action. Now, interestingly enough, if you guys remember, the past few days, we've had aggressive sells. And those aggressive sells have been bidding up higher and higher. Higher lows on USO, pushing up into this 120 area again. So you can
power
see
hour, okay.
Power hour right here. So boom. So the initial flush here on Monday, sure, we make a lower high, lower low after that. But since then, look, strong flush, and then today, pretty aggressive flush from the high of day back down into 114s. That gets bid up as well. So we are making our way back towards the week open, which was 119, I think it was 06s, if I remember correctly. 119.44s here on USO. And I don't know, maybe I'm looking for something interesting to happen if and when we get to that 119 area. Currently trading just shy of 119s, Sean.
Looking at the market potentially breaking lower. All right, volatility here, as we just discussed, creates movement. And for sophisticated traders, movement creates, of course, opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs, built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profiles. Trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. All right. I just want to say, what's up with Caesars, man? I mean, I thought yesterday we got a buyout offer on this thing. Like, come on, Tillman. What, Fertitta? What's going on over there, man? You don't want the stock anymore? Downside. We'll talk about Caesars when we get back from Madeira.
Let's talk about USO. As Obi and Sean were saying, this is at new high of days. I am seeing a couple more headlines here coming through. Keep an eye here as we do hear that Scott Bessent reportedly telling Sky News, of course this is a British news organization, that an international coalition could potentially protect ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, for what it's worth, we know that President Trump and his administration have also allowed for this insurance for these ships that are trying to pass through. Chubb, of course, is being involved in that, but it looks like Secretary Bessent also proposing an international coalition to potentially protect these ships. Furthermore, Israeli military announcing they have begun a, quote, wide wave of attacks in Tehran. So more military action here in Iran and potentially an international coalition to protect ships as proposed by Scott Bessent. Back to you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm just sort of thinking there, like, I haven't traded the futures yet today. I haven't done anything with TQQ, so it feels off-putting here because I haven't done anything, but I don't need to trade it just for that reason. But I don't know, does it sound like it's good news? Like, I mean, this market breaking here, if we do get a run on oil, we know what that will do to the market. So this NASDAQ already down 1.5% today. Here at the lows, really trending lower. I think it's worth putting on a small little unit here. I'm gonna do it right now at 99. So I'm gonna punch a little short here, just watching this trend to go downside there. I mean, we're not hearing really great news now about the military or any of those actions right here. We just heard Israel's starting up again. So we know the US is gonna support that. 47, so we really do like, I don't think this just happened, this wick here, probably not. But you know, that's the kind of trade that we're really looking to put on more shares on. So if we do come back up to this 50-period moving average, it's been pretty solid. I mean, we did break it right there. This is not a extremely high conviction trade. I like the idea here, especially the fact that we're hearing some of this, and we just saw that run on oil to the high side right now. But again, like if it breaks the 50-period moving average, I'm thinking we probably get out. So like a 20 cent or so risk here, watching the momentum go to the downside. If this is one of those trades where we have to like pyramid into it as it keeps going down, then fine. But I don't really want to play this with any true size until we get, you know, at least here. And then we can use this sort of supply zone as our dump spot. That's 47.30. So let's see if we get a little bit more involved here at 47.20 right now. And then maybe, you know, just that stop out there. And I kind of feel right now that I might be just putting on trades just because, and that's not a good feeling. So let's just try to play the momentum. We said we're trying to get better on momentum plays. It's just a 1 minute chart here. RSI is not that low. The TQs, this is a 5 minute chart. Definitely looking like we want to push lower here. On new highs, lower highs being made here as we go downside. You can draw your little line here, and I think it's going to be a break of 47.30 on where we can get out. So, all right, we'll average it in about 10 cents more than this, up at 47.20, then use 47.30 as our out. I think that's well worth it in case we do get a news drop or something like that here into the end of the day. The trend is definitely lower. We may not need news for this to continue lower, so worth the shot right there. Yep. And yeah, man, we did kind of punch that break lower, but at least we had mentioned that it wasn't a high conviction trade, that one, but something to put on. Okay, see? You see how that just elevated like that? Okay, now your boy's getting excited again. We'll see if we can put something on up here. We'll average it back in just a little bit, up to 47.20, then we'll put our stop at 47.31. Like, maybe that was nothing, but, you know, there's that little, wick up again, right? So there's that excitement, there it is again, there it is again, so let's wait. Let's wait. There are sellers here, but there's also buyers. So.
That was on the test of 119. So 119 got clipped. You can see that.
Is talking.
And then boom, kind of a failure to follow through into 119s there.
All right.
And yeah, I guess Bassett is talking.
Yeah. Now that I'm in, I just put a bid there for 10 cents. So if we come back into like 47.10 or so, we'll take a little bit out there. And then, okay, there it is. We got 11s there. So we got 12s. So a little bit of a short there. That was something that we liked better. You can see our average price is 47.20. So we take out what we put on there. So that was a little bit of a loss. Remember we talked about first in, first out?
Yeah.
So I actually put on, so I had half a unit there, 1.5 units here, so 2 units. Now we're short. Now we can sort of ride with this. And I'll be able to tell. This is the first trade I've made it. Oh, shit. Trump saying that we should drop rates now, Trump saying, and not wait for Powell. So, all right, let's go, Adair. What do you got?
Yeah, I have to pull that. I'm guessing that's in a True Social post. I'm trying to find that post right now. What I wanted to let you guys know about is we're still getting commentary coming through from Scott Bessent. He thinks, and again, this isn't a Sky News interview, that it is a possibility here to have control of the Strait of Hormuz, quote, as soon as we have control of the skies. So basically, Scott Bessent saying once the U.S. military is at a point where they're able to kind of control the skies, they're going to be at a point where they can then control the Hormuz Strait. It's also worth noting he's saying that he believes, quote, as soon as military possible, we will be escorting the vessel through. And here's the True Social post. I did find it while I was yapping over here, if I can get this pulled up. President Trump saying, quote, where is the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Too Late Powell today? He should be dropping interest rates immediately, not waiting for the next meeting. President Donald J. Trump. Now, I do want to say a caveat. As I mentioned earlier today, there's now a chance we might not be even getting a rate cut until October. That is where the first rate cut is priced in as of like 11 a.m. today on the CME Fed Watch tool. Back to you.
All right, we're going to have a super chat, and you can put up, Andre. I just want to show you guys that we just got a good cover there at 06 on that move down. So it's a nice little trade there. And we said that we wanted that piece. So now let's wait to see if it does fall down. I'm not sure, man. I'm not excited. You know what? I'm actually going to put the stop a little tighter than that 30. And if we get run, we get run. Because honestly, I don't like that talk now of Mr. Too Late. So I don't want the market to get under that story and then think that the rates are going to drop somehow tomorrow or anything like that, right? You could still have surprise interest rate cuts. Diesel was up $1 per gallon. Yeah, I feel real bad about that, man. And we talked about that with Randy. Like, the diesel prices are absolutely ridiculous around here. There you go. Yeah, I didn't even continue reading it. Over 25%. Yeah, in a single week. Absolutely nuts. Largest weekly increase in history. Higher fuel, higher everything, higher inflation, no rate cuts. Yeah. I mean, that's the math. That's the formula, right? As everything goes higher, you needn't cut rates. You might even increase rates. We saw that during COVID and everything like that to get that dollar back down and get spending more in line. But I don't know. Like, it's not a recipe for success right now. And I wonder if that's why. Who? You put that super chat back up. Who was that there? I think that's a very good comment. The log man. I think that's a great one because that's the whole point. Like, that's probably why Trump comes out now and starts saying stuff like that, right? They're seeing the odds change of potentially no rate cut. That's not what he wants. You know, he basically, at State of the Union, he even mentioned lower rates and things like that. So, and we did have a little bit of a sort of pushback about Warsh lately as well. So, you know, now Trump taking to Twitterverse to discuss this. So I would just be very cautious right now. And it almost might seem like a sign of panic almost, that you're talking like that. So I would just be careful, but it's not like Trump hasn't done this before. I mean, his name is Mr. Too Late for a reason. I mean, he thought the rates should have been cut, you know, when he appointed him, basically 4 years ago. So 8 years ago, I guess, because he appointed Powell and now has the chance to appoint the next and has nominated Kevin Warsh. And there was some pushback on that. And he's known as being, you know, I guess a yes man a little bit there. So I feel like there will be some rate cuts, but you know, it's a voting system. Yes. The Fed chair just can't be like, you know, I'm in and I'm cutting rates. So we'll do a little bit of that work there. But yeah, so I'm going to get out another piece here on the TQs, just small now. We'll get it at 5%. Every time I'm getting out, it's about 5% at this point. I only have 40% left of this trade period. So now we'll work this and see if we can get a little lower. So there you go, Hangry Wife, man. We made some money here. It's not huge, but if you took it as a futures contract or 1,000...
Bang.
We like that one. Let's go, man. We just get another 05 there on the downside. So, all right, man, we're bidding 01s, and then we'll hold on and see if we do get a little lower here. But there's the trade, man. We based it out. We did exactly what we wanted to. We waited for it to rip up. We took advantage of past action, and there it goes, man. That's your 50-period trade right there. I can't write a book any better than that.
Great scalps there. We're coming back below that 24,600 here on the NASDAQ. And yeah, that bit of turbulence coming in here on the 119 test on USO. At the same time, I have kind of a 15-minute chart here and a 1-minute chart on my main screen, just kind of watching some of this action as it steps up all the way. Again, and we reclaimed VWAP. We broke back above 117s, then 118 hold. See what we do with that 119. Yeah, nice. The trade is definitely coming in there, Sean. Congrats on that one there. I'm looking at UiPath at the same time here. Again, SSR name, not really so easy to short into the bid. You need some sort of an uptick there, and I'm watching it closely where it's at right now. Let's go to 3-minute, and I can show you guys specifically what I'm looking at here. Wow, that oil, 119. Don't tell me 119 is going to be a good short there. But yeah, right here, kind of a break of this structure. Yeah, I pointed this out a little bit earlier here as well. Oh, hello. This is an anchored VWAP from somewhere.
Isn't that the best when you open up a chart and you're like, wait a second, I already have done the work?
Yeah, exactly. No, it makes sense. But no, okay, so sometimes the weird thing with TV is that the indicators kind of get messed up depending on what time frame you put it on. We'll be right back from Madeira with breaking news.
Big oil headline. An official from the Iran Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC, saying, quote, if our energy infrastructures are attacked, we will burn the region's oil and gas infrastructure. That's being reported by state media. So again, the Revolutionary Guard of Iran, or an official from that organization, saying that they will be burning the region's oil and gas infrastructure should their energy infrastructures be compromised. Back to you.
Okay.
We're gonna like disable ourselves. Like what exactly are they gonna do there? But yeah, look, I think that oil is really the last sort of you know, fish in a barrel, so to speak, with the oil in the barrel there that they have to shoot at, because I mean they've sort of taken out already the military infrastructure there in Iran, and I'm not sure what's left. And they've talked about no air force, no naval. So I don't, you know, oil is something that they have that they can hold over the United States. But remember, like, you know, the United States now has the Venezuela aspect, and, you know, independent oil anyways, apparently they have enough there. They did release some from the reserves, and that's not necessarily a great thing. I don't know how many days they have in reserve. I thought it was 20 or something. But at the end of the day, the NASDAQ, we took a little bit of a bid there at 93. And I don't know if, I mean, oil should be jumping on this, but I'm not really.
The market doesn't care.
I was going to say, like, I'm not really seeing the market doing anything. So, we'll just wait on everything. Like I don't, the market's not doing a whole heck of a lot. You know what, man? And on that note, let's get it. There we go. I just put some out. Let's get some more out, man. We'll just get some more out at 05s right here. Let's see if we can get down to like that 20-25% spot, because just right now there's not much going on. So we'll wait for that story. Remember where our stop is, still 25s. We can even cut that down a little bit if we wanted to. I'm going to take out another piece now. Maybe this is like opposite of diamond hands. I get it. But the market, sometimes when you're in a trade, you're looking for it to react almost immediately. We did get a nice dump out there. It did work for us. It's the afternoon. We're into the power hour. Who knows where we're going? But I like the trade right now. And I think now, if we can get this last piece out, we'll hold until we get that high break through the 50-period moving average. So that's what we're going to do there. You had mentioned Walmart when we talked about the retail trade.
Yeah.
Back up to 125. Like I still think, man, this is a 45 PE. Like it's a little too rich. I still think Walmart comes down from here.
I mean, don't you feel like it's a bit of like a safe haven, especially when tech is kind of like getting chopped around with it. Like I just showed the TQ is kind of going sideways. Like stocks like this, this is one of the ones where it's just like when you say stocks only go up, Walmart is a perfect example of one of those tickers there.
Yeah.
You go on a monthly chart, like all of this is just noise, right?
I like the stock 100%.
Yeah,
I just it more goes, the more I think about it, it kind of goes to the point of those credit cards.
Yeah.
Like are the people, us, me, you, running out of money potentially to be spending? And I think Walmart does have a moat around it a bit because they got the groceries.
Yeah.
They're cheap for the groceries.
Yes.
They have like the school supplies, clothing.
Yeah, the super centers are solid.
Yeah, it's like a one-stop shop. Yeah. So, yeah, maybe it doesn't go lower. I don't know,
but
man. We saw
here's my
Nike
question,
and
though.
Lulu and all these things.
You're saying it has a very high PE, but like on its way up, how many times did it have a high PE?
That's what
right?
I mean. You'd have to go back.
You'd have to go back and see, like, has it had a higher higher PE than it should have all the way up?
Okay, so the only thing is that I heard talk about Costco, and their PE, right? And we could see what happened, and that's what I'm going to show you right now. Like, I wish I wish that I had a what the hell am I doing? Costello Asset Management. Okay, there it is right there. Yeah, so right here, Costco PE 48. Okay, so what wound up happening when I heard people talking about PEs? Watch Costco's level. We're all the way back up, by the way. But first it had to get flushed down to the downside. So I don't think anything was really even wrong with Costco's business. Obviously, we still have the tariff underlying issue. That could be something. But Costco sort of corrected its PE situation by going all the way back up again. So it got flushed. The buyers came in at a decent level when the PE, I think, got to like mid-30s. And now it's back up to 48 again. So I don't know. Like, I'm a little bit worried about some of these retail PEs. But to your point, I think it's a valid one. Yeah. We should find out the historical.
Well, I'm finding that out right now. I'm just going to ask Claude, can you give me a chart of Walmart PE versus price over time? And,
I'm going to go and do something similar to that. Let's go over to Adair. She's got more news.
We have apparently the first press conference from Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel since the beginning of this escalating conflict with Iran at the end of February, early March. He's saying that, quote, we're dealing heavy blows to Iran's Revolutionary Guard and Baji forces. They're saying Iran is no longer the same Iran, so just be aware, especially if you're trading oil. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel is currently holding his first press conference since these tensions escalated sharply. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. So yeah, it's put in some work there. It'll probably get that done soon enough here. But yeah, no, a little bit of a pullback off of that 119 on USO. I was pretty tempted. I was like, 50 pennies away roughly from those week open, and we saw how sellers stepped in at the week open as well, in and around there, 124 as we got to those highs off of that. But the back through was quite nice as well, back through the open, and we've traded lower since then. But Thursday, only about 3 days after. Monday, we come right back into those 119s, and it seems like as of right now, a little bit of selling back down into and below that 118 level. So I like it for scalps, and I'm sitting here and I'm missing out on so many decent scalps. It's all good. The ones that I have a lot more conviction on, those are the ones I should really be, participating in anyways. Excuse me. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that 119. as we go forward. Maybe the squeezing. Maybe they're saving the squeeze for Friday. Who knows? Everybody loves Friday squeezes. Okay, we'll see. Here, I got my answer right here, and it's giving me the chart as well. It's first of all, we can read what the key takeaway from the data is. It's saying that no, Walmart's PE was not always elevated. There are 3 distinct eras. The value era from 2010 to 2016. Walmart was a boring defensive value stock trading at 13 to 18 times earnings, right? Investors didn't pay up. And then 2016 to 2020, called the re-rating era, where the market began replacing Walmart as a credible e-commerce competitor to Amazon after major digital investments. And then that's the PE expanded from 15 times to 32 times while the price rallied hard. Now, 2020 to now, which they're calling the premium era, PE has structurally stayed elevated at 28 to 52 times. The stock now trades like a growth quality compounder, not a value retailer. The current PE of 44 times is about 44% above its 10-year historical average of roughly 30 times. So it's still
44% above?
Yeah, it's still above its 10-year historical average of 30x. So it's 44x. So it's just like, all right, cool. It is definitely elevated a little bit here, but it seems like it's always been pretty decent over time.
Yeah. No, it's not that.
That PE has been growing. Right?
Yeah. No, it's fine. I was just thinking that. I'm trying to find another website that would show like a chart of the PE getting a little elevated, but I'm not being able to find one. But yeah, no, I think that it's just a talk there if Walmart can get going or not. And again, you always want to pay up for better companies. So the earnings is part of that, and obviously if the earnings keep growing. And the price keeps growing. So P to PE, and that's the ratio. And it's not the greatest ratio of all time at all. Like Amazon's always had a high PE, especially during its huge, not anymore, but during its growth moments. Tesla's PE is currently 370. Palantir's PE is north of probably 200 still. So, you're paying up for future growth. It's just, I think we know the story of Walmart. And as you had mentioned there, it's more of a sort of a staple. And you just read that it was more of a growth stock with that kind of PE. That goes against, trying to find something that is less growthy and more stable right now, more of a value name. I always considered Walmart more of a value play, but now it's in that growth stage. So, good possibility there. Microsoft, a name here that, again, has a PE half of Walmart's. You could see here, so crazy, man. Like, we had just talked about this, remember? About it potentially breaking lower. Well, it just comes right into its support levels. Again, Microsoft, 402.80. Now you're up $1. So that was a nice little trade there if you're able to grab it. And we've just been sitting here watching out for this. Definitely made the decision that, we wanted to get more out of this name as we had heard the talk about rate cuts and all this that had happened and sort of came out of the blue. So there's the stop out right there. I'm completely fine with it. Props it up. We're up on the TQ trade. It's the only trade I made all day. So we're happy on this. So we're happy with that trade and took advantage of the move down. And the funny thing is, I saw people in the chat saying, Sean, you got to hold on to that, but to each their own. It's not, we'll do a victory lap because it actually went upside there. But at the same time, it comes right into that low right there, and you got to take a fill when that does happen. And sometimes trading does have an aspect of luck to it. If the market, a lot of the time, the market could have just kept on going to the downside there, and then we would have looked smart for holding. But at the end of the day, it wasn't a huge piece. We talked about it. So take some profits. Don't let a winning trade turn into a losing trade, and that's what we did right there. So I'm happy with that kind of a move. Bitcoin right here, I'm just noticing 70,000. It's already 320, so we're getting sort of a little bit closer and closer to those imbalances. Here's a trade that I could get behind, I feel like, VWAP right now. So yeah, IBIT's at VWAP right here. Could be a potential move lower. Bounced off VWAP there nicely. With this market, of course, I get stopped out, and then it just comes right back down in. Big surprise there. But at the end of the day, we have our outs. Yeah, what about IBIT right now? Down 0.7. Not as aggressive as the market to the downside, but hitting some levels there. You just had that wick move there that we had just saw up to the 200 period moving average. And now you're down here at 39.80 again. It doesn't look like there's too much action here, but we might have just had the top level of IBIT, which is not a great sign. On the TQs, we might have just top ticked that pretty much there on the way back down. So let's sit on our hands a little bit and see this reaction to the market and see if we get another story before we go. So.
Here's a beautiful chart that thank you, Claude. So this is kind of like visualizing.
Claude makes charts like that.
So it gave me a JSX file, and I was like, okay, calm down.
Sick.
Give me a PNG instead, please. Like I need to view the image. I don't want to use Acrobat or anything like that right now. So it made this chart here in about less than 3 minutes. So this is what. Let's read what the key is. So this is split adjusted price is the blue, right here. Trailing PE is, I guess, this dashed line right here, and it's not showing me what is the 20-year average PE.
On the right.
Oh, that's the flat line right here. So this is the flat line, the flat dotted line here. That's the 20-year average, which is 29x. And you can see, that's kind of what I thought. I guess now price is well above the PE. I guess is that what you're saying? That's
no. I'm looking at this chart for the first time.
Yeah.
What I was just saying is that I don't ever remember, and I think Walmart having this kind of a PE. That's all. And I mean, you had some. It's always been. Yeah, it's sort of growing with the price, and then that's the way it's supposed to go.
That's a good. I think
it's not. What I'm saying is it's not disconnected from anything. Yeah. It's just that's a high price earnings multiple, and you'll hear people. We talked about Leon Cooperman. We talked about some other investors right now. You talk about J.P. Morgan and Jamie Dimon, and some of their traders came out, and what did they say? The market is too expensive right now, considering the backdrop.
They've been short, yeah.
And so the market, when they talk about the market being expensive, they're not talking about, the actual price of the S&P 500. They're talking about the price to earnings ratio. The market is too expensive. So when you hear that about stocks, it's not like, oh, Tesla's too expensive at $500. It's you can trade partial shares or whatever. It's not like you need $500 per share. It's just, it's the actionable trading against the price to earnings ratio. That a lot of people are talking about. So, but yeah, that's pretty cool, man. The stuff that Claude can do, like just give you that chart right away. Exactly. You don't even have to, like this is the worry about Google. Like you're no longer searching, through the links on Google and
to find a chart that potentially represents that data or
you asked it exactly
someone
what
to make
you wanted.
That chart. Yeah,
spit it out.
Just like, I love the phrase that Wayne uses. He's just like, you can just do things. You can just do things.
What was that?
You can, he'll post up like this cool new tool or scanner or whatever that he's just made, and then it's just like some simple prompts, and he's just like you can just do things now. It's absolutely beautiful, amazing. The world that we live in. So
like I was saying, I mean, I basically was working my way through eSignal, and just asking. I was using Gemini and just asking it to code me, these VWAP breaks, and it gave me a code. I just need to put it in and figure out how to get that going. So nothing at all is hitting on my freaking scanners. Like I thought something was broken here, and I was just like, nothing is hitting here at all right now. Microsoft is the only thing that seems to be giving me some sort of a trade here. And if you look at Microsoft, I mean, there's the VWAP, right? So it's, darn it, it's hitting it, now coming back in, hitting the 200 period here, coming back in. So those what those alerts are all about, but nothing else is really ticking for me right now. So we can go over and have a quick look at Palantir maybe. See, like, what is this? There's nothing there. Is there something going on with Tesla? So guys, let me know. We went over to Caesars. Like yesterday we got this story there from Tillman Fertitta. What are those frittatas? Those is that a breakfast Spanish dish, frittata? Anyways, whatever. Don't worry about me, man. Maybe ask Claude. All right, so that right there. So Caesar yesterday makes the move to the high side right there, $31. That bid was supposed to be 34 and change. So not sure if that's been vetted or not. We did know that IEP, Icon Enterprises, was also looking at Caesars a while back, which gave it some of the initial bids. And then yesterday, Tillman comes through and is like, I'm interested at that price as well. And in fact, I'm going to go a little higher on that price, and I'm going to go 34. But that doesn't look like that's happening. So watch out maybe for a 31 break if that ever breaks out. There could be a trade there as well. So, all right. Anything you guys want us to trade? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wipe, what time is it, 3:29? All right, I'm going to wipe this. Whoa. I'm going to wipe this, and we can start all over again. Tesla, Palantir, like we've already gone through all this. So let me, there it is, fresh start. All right, so get in there, start voting right now, and then Obi and I will have a look at some of these actionable trades because okay, Adobe, that's a good call on that one. Where's my Adara back there? Ready to go. I bet you she has an Adara, an infographic for Adobe. How am I as a host supposed to figure this out? Adara is Adara, you're Obi,
yes.
And the stock I'm trying to talk about is Adobe.
Yeah.
All right, so
that's what they used to say when Adara and I would come on the show. It's the Adobe show.
Yeah, well, that seems to be what it is. Right there.
Makes
so
sense,
AP, Yeah, so it's stumbling over that right there. But Adobe, yeah, okay. I mean, we'll talk about it, sure. I'm gonna wait I guess I can check TTV. Yeah, we're Team Shinobi, much more impactful than Adobe, Shinobi. Yeah, man, that's sick, man. Those swords, man. Okay, so here we have what's reporting tonight. Adobe.
Yes. I got to brush up on my ninjutsu.
Please, man. Yeah. We'll be out. I'm quite the swordsman. You don't have to worry. That was a sick game, Shinobi. I remember playing that on was it SNES? I can't. Super Nintendo. I can't remember what. Or maybe was that even a Nintendo game or was it Genesis? But okay, I had all those. Adobe, Rubrik, Sentinel One, Ulta. I like Ulta Beauty, but again, like if the retail names aren't strong, Ulta Beauty is a retailer of makeup cosmetics, so Ulta Beauty might not be that good. And we looked at Service Titan, how that's been getting killed as well. We can have a look at Dick's and Dollar General again, but generally speaking, I don't see anything here on Adobe, but that's Netflix earnings from March 5th. I don't know what that's doing here. All right, I'll have to wait for Adara to see if she's working on anything for Adobe earnings. But this is a name that I think had quite a nice move back up. I mean, the IGV, a lot of these software names got hit, obviously on Claude and some of these other ideas. Like you just said, you can create anything.
Yeah.
So if you're looking.
If you're an ideas guy, like this is the time. This is the time. Exactly.
I think you're an ideas guy.
Definitely.
And so that's good. Always good to have some ideas and some creativity behind them as well. But yeah, couldn't get above the 50-period moving average. It's not. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's going to be a great report or not. I mean, Oracle, we didn't think that was going to go up 11 or 12%, and then it faded almost all the way back to 160 that day because you had that trade. So I don't know what Adobe's going to do, but look at this.
Yeah. Would you look at that?
Yeah, would you look at that? All the way to the downside, and then would you look at this? If we go over here and have a look at what the short float is, I'd be surprised if it's anything significant because Adobe is a relatively still big enterprise.
Yeah, they do things.
ADBE. What have I done? There it is, Adobe. All right, so I'm going to go over the short float. I would say it's probably south of 10%. Yeah, there it is, only 3.5%. So it's not a huge short float by any stretch of the imagination. Market cap starts with an M, so ER. Okay, maybe it's not alphabetical. Where's market cap? There it is, 110 billion, man, nothing.
Yeah.
Like a third of Palantir. We already talked about that today as well. So, and we've seen the way the chart's been. Not great, man. Here's their last earnings day. Actually, it looked like it gave them a little bit of a bump before about a week and a half later falling back down in. Here's another earnings move there. Wasn't that huge on earnings here. Downside, and that kind of cascaded. So we'll wait to see what's going on with earnings tonight on Adobe, but definitely the most interesting name, I would think, in many people's opinions, moving forward into tonight. So it's already 3:30 here, Obi, and we're getting on in the day. You think Adobe's an investment you'd like to have in your portfolio?
I think I like it as a software. But even then, I'm pretty sure like a lot of things that they offer probably going to be replaced. But I think their core suite still has some time. They do well. I think a lot of the what do you call
engineers?
No, the online documents like a PDF or anything that I sign. I'm using Adobe to do that.
Right. Yeah. So they have other angles. Yeah, well. That's true. It's not all just the artistic side of it. There are some properties that Adobe has. Yeah, that's a good point. I never thought about what was it called, Acrobat there. All right, so it looks like the market is trying to go here just a little bit. I mean, I'm not really seeing any severe news stories here or anything about why this market's going, but we just did that's why you stop out. Maybe that breakout there, we could have reloaded or we could have gone long on now a turn northbound here. You can see we've turned north on maybe if I zoom in a little bit, We've turned north on the 50 period and the 25 period, starting to inch up a little bit. So this little happy face right there, probably you buy smiley faces. I remember Michael Noss talking about that. So if we can come back into 47.20 or so. And again, I don't think any of these trades are worth anything until we get a huge story. And, you know, with only 25 minutes now, 15 until imbalances, we could get in for a little bit of a slower afternoon trade here with the last half hour. But Adara, maybe you can spice this up with a story.
The story's not huge, Sean, but it's funny, even before you said spice, I was planning on saying we do have a spicy comment from the Prime Minister of Israel. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declaring that Israel is creating the ideal conditions for the toppling of the Iranian regime. So here is USO not reacting too much to this, but again, it is worth remembering that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is still speaking, still holding his first press conference since the tensions between Iran and Israel and the U.S. escalated at the end of February 28th. Back to you.
Thank you very much there. Someone was saying how Adobe is equal to Kodak here. Funny enough, I think I've told this story before. One of my, maybe not my best trade anymore, but like one of my better trades of my early trading career was on Kodak. I don't know if you remember where they had that news in 2021. Here we go, perfect, just in time. They had that news in the morning that day where it was just like, okay, Kodak has the right kind of infrastructure to start to build like maybe some labs to bring drug manufacturing in-house. And I remember trading it that day. Now, I can only go back on like a 3 hour on this one here, but you can see on day one of that news, we had already gapped up in the pre-market session, and a beautiful short that pretty much gave us a low a day close going into the end of the day there. And I had traded it as well, and there was a lot of chatter on Twitter and maybe a little bit on Reddit as well. People were talking about like, yeah, this is not going anywhere. Right. This is and I knew there was a strong body of swing shorts also involved in this. And
is that a weekly chart or that's a?
This is a 3 hour chart. Okay. So I wanted to capture some of the after hours and the pre-market action as well, but it won't let me go back on a smaller time frame here. But we can. It's fine. 3 hours. So funny story. So it was at the end of the day, and then I had traded it. The day was over. It was around like 5 or 6 o'clock, and then I was just in my backyard, just chilling, and then I see on YouTube that the president calls what's not an emergency meeting, but like a press conference. Right? And I'm like, okay, cool. I turn it on. I'm watching it. He's about to talk, and he starts talking about bringing drug manufacturing in-house. And I'm like, hey, didn't Kodak have the same news this morning? It already ran up, but now it's going to get that's where I formulated the idea of the presidential seal on certain things. As soon as I heard him say, "Oh, bringing drug manufacturing in-house," I ran back. I ran back to my computer. It was trading around 7s when the news, like around before he started coming out. I just slapped that ask. I got like $9 right there, and I was just like, "Okay, I'm holding this." And the next day it comes in, this thing parabolic move all the way up to 59s off of the open. I got sells around 55s and some change, and then maybe some I think it was 40s to 55s there. Absolutely solid, and I was just like, yeah, I just knew in that moment all those shorts are absolutely rocked, and they're gonna need to get out, and that move just boom. That was absolutely crazy.
40.
I have 59.15 as the high a day that day, and then look at that. Then the swing short was really on because then it's like, okay, day one, day two, maybe a gap up on day two after that, squeeze, and then you can see how well it just faded off. 80% within about 15, 20 days there. So that was a great trade. I didn't take the swing short. I definitely took the long though. But funny story. Whenever anybody says Kodak, I always get reminded of that trading story. It's just like, it reinforces the idea of like, when players are offside, there's definitely something to be had there. And especially when I had, some inkling of knowledge of like people are swinging the short because the swing shorts were working quite well, right? And it's on a relatively okay cap name like Kodak.
And the news stories. I mean, that's the thing.
And the presidential seal. That's what really, brings the volume.
Like when trades get going sometimes. Yeah. And if you have the reason too, I mean, reason is the big one there, and you got that seal there. I like that talk. presidential seal trade. IBIT breaks higher there. What do you think about leaving call option? Oh boy, USO overnight. I mean, how do you like your sleep? Yeah. What do I think about a call option on USO? I mean, I don't. Yeah, I think that, you know, that comment there meant to be funny, but also, you know, serious. And it's just like, if you asked me that yesterday, you know, here's yesterday's closing price, 108. You know, you wake up today, 114, 115, 119 high. I mean, that call is $10 higher, you know, now. I mean, obviously price dependent, but, you know, and yesterday near the close, you were actually getting a little bit of a pullback. Oil wasn't like doing a whole heck of a lot. So it's not like yesterday where you would have been able to tell that something like this has happened. So, but if you're going to ask me based on the news stories and based on what we've heard, yeah, I mean, you know, out of Jerusalem and Israel there, apparently they're not going to be slowing down anytime soon. The boats are still not, the ships are still not being able to go through the strait right now. And yeah, I mean, if you're going to have a call, fine. I think calls and puts equally, like right now, holding it overnight is just a risk. So I'm going to say the same thing I said to the trader earlier that said, what do I do with a 20K profit that is now down to 1K? Let's just put it this way. If you're in the money on a USO call right now or put, what about just taking some off so that you're playing with house money? That's always, I think, if you're going overnight, something to do. Because the options can be worthless, especially if it's a tomorrow expiration, right? Like a third Friday, which is tomorrow, or second Friday is tomorrow. But anyways, weekly expiration coming through. I think for the long term, you know, oil 150 is possible for sure. I mean, we saw oil 150 when we were Ukraine and Russia years and years ago. I feel like it's worse now. But oil's still hovering in and around these prices. So, you know, yesterday, right after close, we had the release of more reserves. So that could happen again, and that could shoot oil up. So, I don't know, man. I think that's something that we should put. Why don't we put a poll for that? Oh, we got a super chat before that we ignored, by the way.
Oh, which one was that?
It was a great one. It should have been a poll, actually. So hold on a second. I'm going to go in here to fan funding. Then we're going to go over to Adara. There was one, and we missed it. Here it is right here, Danny Boy. Cannot believe we missed this.
Yeah.
So, Danny, if you're still here, it's my bad. I did see it. We got carried away. It's right here. You can come over to the screen if you want, Andre. I don't know. Yep, you got it. Okay, he was found it. Okay, there it is right there. Can we put that poll up, Andre? I know you have a lot to do.
Yeah, what percentage of your long-term portfolios are in cash?
Yeah. I'd like to know if people could say a poll asking traders what percentage. Now, we can't, the poll can only have, I think, what, 4? So why don't we could go 0 to 25, 25, 50, 50 to 75.
Okay, yeah, we can do ranges, yeah.
75 and higher.
Yeah.
You know, that way we can get that figured out. So, Andre, if you need some help with that, it's just, you know, which percentage of your portfolio is in cash? And then we'd go quarter, all the way up. So, all right, why don't we flip over to Adara and we'll see if we can get that. Sorry about that, Danny Boy, but I did see that. We got it now.
Ulta Beauty reports tonight. So does Adobe, so does Service Titan, so does SentinelOne, and so does Rubrik. I have some infographics here for Ulta Beauty and Adobe. I also reposted one I did for Rubrik's last earnings report, so you guys can know what it reported last quarter. So definitely, with only 17 minutes to go here until earnings, check these out on X at TTV Research. This is just a look at how Ulta Beauty's revenue was distributed last quarter. So obviously the vast majority of their revenue, 41% coming from their cosmetics business, 24% skincare and wellness, hair care 19%, and so on and so forth. So you can find this visual at X at TTV Research. Back to you.
Good to you. Thanks, Adara. Yeah, so as I had mentioned before, like I knew as soon as Adara got back there, we'd have some sort of a graphic. So go check that out. Thank you, Adara. But look at that, man. The 200 period again comes into play there on the TQs. So we did not buy any smiley face dips or anything like that. And but now just how sensitive these 1 minute lines on a chart are. 1 minute chart is 25-50 period now turning southbound right back into the lows there. So like I said, this is why pricing matters so much. Like, depending on where you were, the long would have worked and the short would have worked, and now you're thinking about long again now that you're at some of these lows. So, yeah, for me, it's just same old story here. I'm not going to put anything on right now. There's only 5 minutes until imbalances. We can have a quick little look. I mean, if there's anything that's going to hit here, here we go. We'll go to the size. There it is. Okay, so CNQ, SOXL, that could be maybe a look, but that's not that many shares for that. I don't even see anything of interest on here. BMNR as a small buy, 1 million shares. SMR as a small sell, 1 million shares. So it's not getting me excited right now. The market is what it is, and it's not doing too much right here. So sitting on hands for a little bit until we get some other trades. So, or some more ideas. I'd just like to see if anybody does have, once that poll gets up, what that looks like. We do have another super chat. I was going to call on the screen here because Andre's doing that stuff, so don't worry about it, Andre. One of those days, man, it works smooth. Exiting my overnight calls on Dow Chemicals. If that's what you mean, that's a good one, man. I like that stock. And LYB. LYB is, I'm just calling that up. Oh, I don't know this one. Lyondell Base Industries. Okay, so another industrial. That's good. So Dow Chemicals industrial there. And UMAC, I like that. Like butter, baby. Happy birthday to you. So there it is, man. That's another one. You are welcome for the birthday. Not you're welcome. You're the one putting on these trades. So congratulations for putting all that, man. Always nice, man. Exit those trades to enjoy your birthday. I think that's a good move. There, you don't have to worry about it. But happy birthday to Dave right there. Have a glass of water on me, man. There's a Hydration Nation there. So, yeah, always nice to see when there's a birthday celebration. I actually need, that would be a kind of a cool graphic to set up. Like a happy birthday one. So anytime someone says happy birthday, we just hit it.
Nice.
And it shows Neil dancing or something with a hat, or maybe Sharif's, it's not unusual, that kind of dance that he does.
Yeah, we've got some good dancers in the house.
Suits Sharif really well, that Carlton dance. Tell him that next time I see him. He does a great job with that. But happy birthday to David. Right there. Dow Chemicals, love that name. So.
I'm watching this unfortunate, for me at least, kind of call out this flush here. I'm like, yeah, this is breaking down. I am kind of chasing into it. Maybe that's the issue here, but I did get involved. It was instantly in the money, and I'm just like, oh, it's not going right away. 2440s, I just hit underneath that on HIMS, and take a look at that, all the way down over about 30, 40 pennies now from where I was interested in, and then even more from where I should be getting in, 2470s. You can see here, that was a bit of the break here in here, 2480s, 2470s, much cleaner, and then through that low day, sure, it's a little choppy through that low day there, but any sort of pops get sold into, and you make lower highs, kind of, pulling right back in, 2385s on this one. Yeah, I guess a pretty decent, what do you call, bouncy ball setup?
That's what you call
pretty
it.
Decent, yeah. I mean, I don't call it that. It's one of the setups from Lance Brightstein.
Is that an actual thing, bouncy ball setup?
That's what he calls it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just making that up. That's pretty cool.
No. Yeah, that's so I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna call it that as well. But yeah, no, thank you for putting out that content, man. Solid trades when they do show up.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, here we go, man. What percentage of your long-term portfolio is in cash? Mine is not much, man. For myself, we've talked about it. The key there is the question was long-term. So I'm glad that Andre was able to get that in there because I think that's something that matters. So for me, I spent more cash today, man. I mentioned that on the ES on the midday, just small, just adding to the portfolio there today. So yeah, going sort of oppo of this one. I feel like we may, down here may be right. For me, it's so tough to sell out of my long-term holdings because it's just so hard to time the market for me, and it's just like, you sell one day, you buy the next, you sell, you buy. It's like, I can't time it to get back in. So I do think that, 100% cash for me would be a problem. Yeah. And even 50%, man, like I'd just be almost feeling like, you see how the way I trade, like almost like the very next day I'd be like, oh, I need to buy this back, I'm wrong here or something like that. So I don't know if what your portfolio or...
I said 0 to 25, so because I'm in there
so
as
you're the same kind of way.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to tailor these things at all, but for me, when you're talking about an age thing, it's kind of like there's time. So, that would be.
I'm trying to push more into it all the time.
Go.
That's
and then that's where you look at stocks that potentially pay a dividend or something like that, so that there's a little bit of an underlying gain there, no matter what. But there was a valuable point. Stocks. Cash pays now.
Yeah.
You know, like even at Wealthsimple, you know, we were with some Wealthsimple people last night there, and you know, just to put your cash, your checking account over to Wealthsimple or SoFi, I believe as well, will pay you to sit in cash. You know, you get that 3 or 4%, maybe it's not that high, for your cash holdings. So if you don't think in the next year or so the market's going to give you that 3 to 4% return, sitting in cash with zero risk isn't a horrible idea. Okay.
Imbalances.
Yeah, the imbalances are upon us, and now we have 15 seconds. So we'll wait to see if there is any actionable trades at all here into the close. So here we go, man. 10 seconds.
We get something juicy.
Yeah, until we see something, right? I mean, we'll watch the NASDAQ react, and then you'll see why it's a good idea to get flat, you know, heading into these imbalances. And as you can see, it's actually not moving around that much, man. 91, 92. Oh, there it is. Oh, drop into 80s. There's the move down. So it's Nvidia with a buy. So that's strange that the market hits southbound there. I just saw Apple with a buy as well. Your ONDS is a buy, but that's a 127 million. That's not going to do anything to the stock, as you can clearly see that one. I don't know why the market sold off a little bit there. That might have been a little bit of a mistake. Apple trading higher there. And see, there you go. So like if all of a sudden you're short Apple, which looks like a great trade, and you know nothing about these imbalances, well, there you go. Your trade is squashed. So thanks for watching. Make sure you do that every day at 350, especially if you're a day trader. There goes Nvidia to the upside as well on that buy imbalance. And the market kind of just saying, hold my beer and not doing a whole heck of a lot, a little bit of a flush, and now this. So there's your Walmart Obi with a nice, look at that.
Would you look at that?
Like there, yeah, would you look at that? There's a sell right there for no reason, again, other than a market correction on the market on close.
Yeah, that's...
So you might even want to buy that back up right there, right? So there's Walmart on sale, 50 cents for something that'll get paired off at the close. So there you go.
HIMS trading even lower. I don't like. I didn't check what the imbalance on this thing was.
HIMS?
But on HIMS, yeah. HIMS trading much lower on that. I don't see it at the top of the list anywhere here. So I don't. Unfortunately, I don't have it on one of my other specific lists. I could bring it up, but it's not in the top.
If it's not in the top, it's not there. Like it's not going to be anything significant. You could sort by alphabetically here. So HIM, HIIILLL higher, HIM.
Right there. Oh, HIMZ, there you go.
Small cell.
Small cell.
301. So you are right. It is moved. But like in a 61 million share day, yeah, that ain't it, man.
Yeah.
This is just, wow. HIMS, eh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this is, that's what I mean by like look, it's making lower highs into like a flat bottom, and then look at the crack at like 2470s. That sell right, no, to your right.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we move this,
that
this is
clean
24.
sell.
Right in here.
Yeah, that sell right there.
Yeah.
It never looks back.
I was trying to line it up with this short, but yeah, that's but how do you know that that's the breaking point? I guess 27.
You're watching it, and it's like that's kind of like sure that's the range low from much earlier, but look at all those bounces. That's in and around the area.
Talking about right there.
Yeah, exactly. So even higher than that, you front run that.
Oh yeah. You get short into here, you get short into this, even this break right there.
And then slam into it,
pyramid
into it as it comes in.
Or I mean,
or you're
200.
VWAP.
Yeah, 200 right there, right on the way down. Yeah. So good trade.
Wow.
See, like, come on, guys, man. Where was this trade? This is the trade that we were looking for, man. A 200 period, a 50 period downside, just balling to the downside right there. We tried to find that exact trade here on the Qs, remember? So, like, if we zoom, remember I was thinking, like, okay, here we go, downside, there we go, downside. But then once it broke, that was the end of that story, right? And HIMS gave you a completely different story. Wow, this is the one, man. I got to find these. Look at this 50 period. You know, there's the short right there. Lots of opportunities to hit that short.
Oh, you know what's running right now? I see it on the side of my screen.
Thank God, not my nose. I mean, I feel.
Pepe.
Come on,
Pepe. Pepe. Let's see what Pepe is doing here. Yeah, look at that. Straight slapper going into the close. 17 to 1770s. I guess, you know, this was a fade as well. Take a look at this. Right here.
Take a look at that.
Boom. All day fade after it hit that VWAP. We were looking at it in and around here. We were like, okay, yeah, what a great long from 17s all the way to 18s and some change. But VWAP holds, we hold. And then what is the opening? Can't even get back to opening price. Rejects actually off of opening range low on the 1 minute. Absolutely beautiful. There's a wick up into $19. And then since then, just straight sellers. Kind of makes sense. Maybe, you know, people want to cover positions before imbalances maybe. But yeah, this is very distinct kind of buying coming into the close. Kind of chops it up. trading at 17.17s now here. We got a super chat from Erie Pages. Thank you very much. Obi and Sean. Hey, brothers. Hello, brother. I won't be in tomorrow due to some tactical work I got to take care of. Okay, mysterious.
That sounds great.
Had a great week with you, brothers. No, thank you as well. Great week so far this week.
Yeah.
Sorry you can't be with us tomorrow, but you hear
get
for
those
more
tactical,
than...
get those tactical moves, man. Make those moves. This guy's a tactician, so you gotta make sure that you get those.
Get tactile with those.
Exactly.
Those works.
Tactical beer drinking. Yeah, I like that. Shout out to Paulo there in the chat. Okay. PayPay, good move there, and you know this one again got us excited a little bit. There's the VWAP, obviously starting from the open, but just nothing right now on that. I mean, it was starting to get a little lower on the tap. And then it kind of just blew up or blew down to the downside there, I guess, as you make, I'm hearing something about Besant in my ear right now. But there it is, downside play into 17 one more time. Did anything happen with GameStop? No. Okay.
It was that news that people thought was GME was misreported. I think Dara brought it up. It was misreported as GME, and then it was actually CMG.
Yeah, I remember I called up CMG and was like wondering if there's any news on that either. But okay, so either stock not really moving. Oil into the close, and again, you know, Adobe. We could check out what these stocks are doing heading into the close. Oil's just making a move up right there. Be interesting to see if that call option works out. For that individual that super chatted us. Okay, so it's ADBE. We haven't really been able to see anything sort of heading into close, letting us know what may or may not happen into the earnings call, but they're expected tonight, right? Adobe. The other names we had was Rubrik. We can have a quick look at that as well. And here we go. If you go over to Trader TV Research, it's not too late to go find this out. Here it is right there, Rubrik, so RBRK. Oh, Alta was the other one I sort of wanted to look at. Service Titan, we looked at that earlier. Dick's Sporting Goods this morning, Dollar General, and Lee Auto. So I'll put this there in the chat. Go follow it, give it a like, and let Adara know all the hard work that you guys are following it. So, all right, Adara, you got something else?
Yeah, keep an eye here on USO and on the market. Looks like I'm seeing another comment from this Sky News interview with U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Apparently in the interview, Bessent was asked if the cost of this conflict in Iran would ever make Bessent want to tell President Trump that the war is no longer affordable, to which Bessent said, and I quote, "Absolutely not." So basically, Bessent saying regardless of the cost of this conflict in Iran, he will not be telling Trump that it's ever too unaffordable. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much there. Market coming in with the last few minutes here, about roughly 3 minutes, just under left until the close. And you can see here the NASDAQ and the ES flushing below their day lows here. ES more of a flush than the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's just kind of teetering just below that. 24,550s. Coming in.
We missed a story on Open Door. Shout out to
somebody mentioned it earlier. That little bump that it had. They were like, "Oh, meanwhile, while Open is that one." And they were like, "Open is blasting." I'm like, "This is a 10-penny move, sure, on a $5 stock." But I was just like, "Yeah, no, not really."
It's not blasting the way Open Door blasts.
Yeah, no.
But there's your 200 period again underneath VWAP. Like, it's just setting up real nice. Like down 9%. Today's housing numbers weren't that bad. I think there was more sales there on the side of for the housing numbers this morning there. So that's a little bit of a strange move down for Open Door. You know, the daily chart is what it is, unfortunately, underneath the 50-period moving average. I mean, you want to talk about, like, I don't want to say a classic pump and dump or anything because it's taken a minute to come back in, but like, you know, EWJ there, Eric Jackson, was really starting to think that there was a lot of value in this name. And I would assume with some of these high volume spikes there that a lot of, you know, bag holders or traders that were long from here really emptied out. You can see the volumes almost back to nothing time now. Like the volume's back to where it was when there was no news at all, and this thing was under $1. Never great, man, when you're doing the same volume as you were before this. So this may just melt down now. So just be Open Door possibly losing its way. This might be a good trade tomorrow, man. Tomorrow's trade today, Open Door short. It's getting hit into the close there. And yeah, it doesn't really have the juice to get back upside, I don't think, anyways. Open door downside, 1 minute left, Obi. We've closed out all of our trades. So it's been a great day. We've really battled back, man. We'll finish the day at the high spot. The only losing trade that we have today, we only traded a few names, man. We traded Palantir early, and this was pretty much my whole day, obviously. Right there, we top it off with a little bit of Qs there at the end, not much. And then we lost on Tesla today early, just real quick there. In 1 minute, that dropped out. And then we did take... This is just a small trade, but that was a good one there for Fannie Mae. We thought there was a little bit of consolidation there at 580. We got in and out. It happened fast. You probably didn't even see it on the board there. Back and forth there on Fannie Mae. Looks like the NASDAQ. You seeing something?
Pepe.
Oh, Pepe.
Pepe is going back to 18. It's kind of a squeeze.
2, 1. Yeah, so Pepe there. You said at the end of the day, PAYP.
Yeah, no, I was just checking some things on my screen here.
All the way back to VWAP there at the end of the day. Okay, so a little end of day buying. This is also a trade tomorrow, short Pepe against 19 where it opened.
Yeah.
So a couple of decent ideas there for tomorrow, I think already. Open door, see if it can extend its 9% down day. Didn't get SSR, so that's good. And then Pepe as well. I don't know why I find that name just so hilarious. All right, so the NASDAQ today, you can see down 1.7, yuck. ES goes out near the lows at the lows of the day. So, me buying it at lunchtime, not great, but there it goes, again, long term. There it goes to the downside. Let's review. Oil was up, I believe, 10 or so % by the time this all settled out. There was a couple movements there at the end of the day. Yeah, 10, 11% there. Silver, we didn't trade this today, did we, Obi?
No, I don't think so.
No, okay, so no silver trading. But again, another 200 period darling right there since noon. Bang, 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 bang.
Bang, bang.
Bang, bang, says mankind. There, that's a nice little downside play as well. So, Adair, give us one last story and then we're out of here.
I do have one last story. I mean, you could maybe look at Tesla here. Either way, it's after hours. S&P 500 reportedly, the S&P as like a group, reportedly considering a rule change that would make it easier and faster for SpaceX to enter the S&P 500. They're apparently going to be gauging stakeholder demand to see how many people actually want this change. No decision has been made yet, and it apparently would require consultation. But yeah, looks like S&P could be changing some of their rules to make it faster for SpaceX to join the index once it has its IPO.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, as a shareholder there, once Starlink comes through, you get a little bit of a bump on the announcement also into the S&P 500. So that would be something that would be missed there, but that could also help the opening price get going. And I think Sharif yesterday, or maybe it was even this morning, was saying NASDAQ was looking at something similar to that as well, looking to see if they can get approval to get that into the NASDAQ 100 sooner rather than later. But yeah, overall, man, an absolutely bang-up day. We miss Neil, but Obi's been filling in, obviously, amazingly. So we want to thank you for that. Obi as well will be, both of us, I think, getting a little tired here today. We're back tomorrow with tons of energy, though, I guarantee you that. Looking good. I just got a note. My son is coming for dinner tonight he's from university, so he's taking an hour train ride. Some mail for him at our house, so that's going to be great. So hopefully a great night tonight. We've got hockey practice, we got chess, and it looks like a family dinner. So that should be real fun for that. He's almost done schooling now. Robotics, he's taking engineering there. It's with a business background as well. So hopefully AI doesn't eat his lunch and he's able to find a job. But he's an AI kind of guy. So we're excited for that. But yeah, a little bit of a slower day, I feel like, although the market definitely trending lower and wiping out some of that. And I wanted to just one more time review this because we did get a super chat. Yeah, so it does look like I think it was Danny Boy that wanted this up. Yeah, more than half right there are almost fully invested, I would say. Close enough. I mean, whether or not you're at 20% wouldn't be, but I think a lot of these traders are probably 0 to 10 right there. A lot invested. And then, here we go. We'll see. It's about 25% of you are in more than half cash, right? 12 plus 14. So more than a quarter of you are in half cash or higher. So there you go, man. I think that's probably an interesting thing to talk about. And maybe we do that again in a month or so. And we see what that looks like. So from everybody here, thank you so much for watching. I mean, it's been another great day, Obi. Adara, Joe's still here. Brendo, I think, is gone now, but no, he's standing up over there. Brendan, thank you so much. Fabian, I think he's gone.
Thank you
and
all.
Andre as well. So, all right, tomorrow,
Thank you,
man.
Sean.
Last of the week coming through tomorrow. Adara, thanks for all the news breaks, man. That was interesting. And hopefully your namesake stock, Adobe, has a great print for everybody coming out momentarily. So, all right, that's Obi, I'm Sean, and that's Joe. There he is. That's the Trader TV Live team that's present, and we will talk to you guys tomorrow bright and early at 8 a.m. Check us then. Have a great night.